we would start with basics of Apex programming. So, let's quickly understand some basics of Apex coding, and then eventually we will start, writing, programs and all. Okay. So beginning with Apex. What is Apex? Apex is a strongly typed object-oriented programming language, okay, that allows developers to execute flow and transaction control statements on Force.com platform. Okay, so it's a programming language. It's a strongly typed programming language. Okay, what does that mean? That means that in case you are defining a variable, so any programming language, so you would be defining certain variables. For example, variable X, variable Y, and then you will do certain operations using those variables. For example, you have to do a sum. You will say sum equals X plus Y. Got that? Right? So in a programming language, usually you define variables. Okay. Now, in Apex also you need to define variables. Because Apex is a strongly typed programming language, what does that mean? Strongly typed means every variable needs to have a data type. You cannot simply go and define a variable just as a variable. You cannot just say variable X or X. No. You have to define the data type of the variable, and the variable can contain values of that data type only. So if you say integer X, it can only contain integer. Then you cannot go and put some text value in that variable. That is what it means. Got that? So that's what strongly typed means. Strongly typed means every time you're defining a variable, you also have to mention the data type of the variable. Okay. It's an object-oriented programming language, and we are going to get into a little bit of more of concepts which are related to object-oriented. We are going to come into that part. Let's not get confused with that. Okay, and what is the purpose of this language? It allows developers to execute flow and transaction control statements on Force.com platform. So it will basically give you the option to execute your transaction control statements and flows. Okay, that is what Apex is. It enables developers to add business logic to most system events. Okay, so what will it do? It will basically let you put business logics. As I said, now you can write your own program to control the logics. You can write logics to most of the system events, like on click of a button you can execute some logic. Record update or creation of record, you can put some logic. Front end UI components, like Aura component, Lightning Web components. On these things, you can put certain, business logics and stuff like that. Got it? So that is the thing. All right. In Apex, all variables and expressions have a data type that is one of the following. So, I told you that you have to, whenever you are defining the variables, you'll have to define the data type for the variables. So now all variable expressions will need to have a data type, and these are the ones which are permitted. So primitives. So what are the possible data types? We are looking at that. So one is primitives. What is primitives? Primitives basically refers to the generic data types which are used in other programming languages also. I'm going to come to these one by one again. SObjects. SObject basically refers to the Salesforce object data types like account, contact, that sort of thing. Then we have collections. List is an ordered collection. Set is an unordered collection. Collection basically refers to multiple values being stored in a variable. So you do have option of defining variables which can contain multiple values, and when you are doing that, you have the option to store the values as a list. List is basically an ordered collection where every value maintains an order. Set is an unordered collection where the values do not maintain the order. And why we have an ordered and unordered, we're going to talk more about it in details in some time. And then map is also a collection, but it's a collection of key value pairs. It's not just so list and set are basically collection of values, whereas map is a collection of key value pair. Okay, key value pair is one key and one value. Okay, it can be like say a number and a corresponding value with that particular number. Okay, that's a key value pair. Got it? So that is the thing. Say rank 1, certain name, rank 2, another name, rank 3, another name. So now these ranks can be the key and the names can be the values basically. Got it? So that's collection of key value pairs. So here you are not just storing one set of values, you are basically storing the pairs. Okay, why do we need a map? We need a map so that we can quickly, easily retrieve the values using the keys. Okay, so if you have to retrieve rank 5, you can quickly retrieve using the key. Correct. Okay, so that is it. Now let's understand these uh, data types a little more in details. So let's begin with the primitive data types in Apex. So starting with the primitive data types in Apex, primitive data types, as I said, these are the generic ones. To put it in very simple words, these are the ones which you usually may have used in other programming languages also. Say some, C, C++, Java. They also use similar data types. So these are the generic ones which are used almost everywhere. Okay. Some of these may not be used in other programming languages, but most of them are. Okay. So the first one is Boolean. What is a Boolean? Boolean is a data type which can only store a true, false, or null. Okay. Primarily can be used for a checkbox kind of a thing, where you just want to have store a true or false. Okay. How do you define? Example: Boolean is selected equals true. Okay. So you see, data type. This is the variable name, and this is the value that you have assigned to it. Okay. And Boolean can only, as I said, it can only have a value of true, false, or null. Okay, so think about a checkbox. Checkbox can be either checked or not checked, or a null value, right? So that is what your Boolean is. Okay, just give me one quick second, please. One moment. Okay, so any variable that you need to define, which can only hold a true, false, you define a Boolean for it. Checkbox is an example that I told you. So usually, whenever you guys create a checkbox field, that the default data type for that is Boolean. Okay. All right. Now, next one is decimal. Decimal is a number that includes a decimal point. So that's what it is. Example: decimal x is equal to 3.14. Then we have double. Double is a 64-bit number that includes a decimal point. Okay. This should be double actually. Double x equals something. Okay, so you see we are basically defining the data type here, and then variable, and then we are putting the value there. So double is a 64-bit number that includes a decimal point. The difference between decimal and double is basically double can store a 128-bit value, and this can store 64-bit number. So 64-bit number usually can store 15-16 digit, and the decimal can store approximately 27-28 digits. Okay, so that is there. ID is any valid Salesforce.com ID. So there's another data type which is called ID. Now this ID is only this data type is native to Salesforce. No other programming language uses it. So example, ID equals to. So this can store only a valid Salesforce.com ID. That's what it can store. So if you need a variable to store the Salesforce.com ID, this can be used. Integer is a 32-bit number without any decimal points, which does not include a decimal point. So integer I equals 45. If you have a decimal point, or if you're expecting that there's a possibility of decimal points in your value, then you either use a decimal or double. Long is also like an integer, but it can store bigger values. 64-bit number that does not include a decimal point. Then we have string. String is a simple one. String basically refers to variables which can store text values. Okay, like string city equals New York City. Okay, so this is the data type. So you cannot just go and put in your code city equals New York City. Salesforce will not understand that, or Apex will not understand that, rather, let me say. So you have to define the data type, then the variable, and then assign the value. Okay, this is how it works. Then there is another data type, primitive data type, which is date, value that indicates a particular day. And this is how you can put it. Date, my date equals date dot new instance, year, month, date. Okay, so this is how you assign a value to this variable. There is another one which is called date time. Now in case of date time, what you can do is you define date time like this. So data type, variable name, and to put a value to that particular variable, this is how you do it. Year, month, date. So 1999 is year, um, 2 is the month, 11 is the date, and this is the time. Okay, hours, minutes, seconds. In case you want, you can put one more value here, which will be milliseconds. Okay, time is another data type which is available, and putting value to a time variable is pretty similar to how we were putting it in date. So here you put it as time dot new instance, and 1230, this is basically hour, minute, second, and milliseconds. Got it? So whatever time you want to put there, you can put that. Okay, so that is the thing. That's about the generic primitive data types. In addition to all these primitive data types, there is one more which is called an object. Now this object is basically not a particular data type, but it can be any data type that is supported in Apex. Okay, so in case you want to just define a generic one which can store anything, you define it as an object. So that option is there. So sometimes you may not be sure of what data type you are going to put in the variable. So initially you can define it as an object, and object can then be used to store any of the supported data types, primitive data types in Salesforce. Okay, how do we do it? Let's look at an example. So you define object obj equals 10, and then from this you can basically get the value to an integer I equals, and it retrieves the value from this particular data type. Got it? So that is the thing. You could have actually retrieved this value to a string also. Got it? So that is the thing. So this supports any possible data type in your Apex, or any supported primitive data types in Apex. Okay. So this is just an assert statement to check whether these two values are equal or not. So that's it. Okay, so that's about primitive data types. It should be simple. I don't think it's very difficult to understand the primitive data types. Now let's come to the SObject, Salesforce object data type. Now Salesforce object data type is slightly different from the generic ones that we are talking about. What is Salesforce object data type? Salesforce object data type is basically referring to the Salesforce objects. Okay, let's say you have to store an account detail. You have to store an account detail in a variable. Now, for storing an account detail, so an account record can have a name, website, industry, phone number, there are multiple values to it, right? Now, how do you use, which data type do you use for storing that account record detail? So Salesforce has made things easier for you. They have, given us SObject data types, and SObject data type can be used for storing a complete record detail. Okay. So SObject basically refers to Salesforce object. The term SObject refers to any object that can be stored in Force.com platform database. An SObject variable represents a row of data and can only be declared in Apex. Now this SObject is something which you will only find in Apex. It is not in any other programming language, C, C++, Java. You do not see this in any other programming language. Okay. So now this refers to complete row of data in an object. Okay, so that is the thing. Let's look at an example. Account A equals new account. Okay, now when I say account A equals new account, it basically this A is a variable which can store a complete account record. So here the data type is account. This is an SObject data type. Okay, so if you look at it, account A, this is the data type, this is the variable. Okay, now I say account A equals new account, and you can put in the values, like I put name equals IBM. You can put in more values to this particular record by giving commas here. So like I've said, name equals IBM. You could have put industry equals something, and type equals something else, phone number, website. So that means you can put all the values to this particular variable. Okay, so if you look at this, this is a complete container of a record. Okay, similarly you can say contact C equals a new contact, and you can assign the values. C dot first name equals G, C dot last name this could have been something else, let's say sing. So yeah, that is. So this is how you can actually assign the values to your SObject data types. Okay, now with this, what happens if, let's say, if I go with this particular record, what you can do now, since you are able to define data types which can store complete records. Now this will help you see in Salesforce or in Apex programming. I think most of the times whatever logics we will be executing is going to be around the records, right? That okay, fine, if this record has this, then do this and all that stuff. So that is going to be there. So SObject will be very much used. Okay. So let's say you define this here, account A equals new account and name equals IBM. Now next statement, the next line, what I can do is I can go ahead and write that, okay, fine, if A dot industry equals technology, then do this, something like that, right? Or if A dot name is blank, then do this, right? So that is the thing. So SObject data type, the variable is there. Retrieving value from individual fields is variable name dot field name, like this one, C dot first name, C dot last name. Okay, so that is how it works. If there is a custom object, you have to just, you use the custom object data type same way, but data type name will be the API name of the custom object, which will have a double underscore C. Okay, so I do not know if you guys have noticed this so far, but if you have not noticed it, you can go back and check it today, that whenever there is a custom object that you create, it will always have a double underscore C at the end of it in the API name. Okay, so if you go and create a custom object called project, the API name of that particular object will become project double underscore C. Okay, so this is more of an indication that okay, this is a custom object. All right, so that is the thing. So when you're using when you're defining a variable using a custom object, you will have to make sure that you're using the API name of it, or which will mean that there has to be a double underscore C at the end. Okay, so try to use the API name. I mean, that's an easier thing for you to understand. Double underscore C, the reason why I talk about this, because I want you to understand, looking at the code also, you should be able to understand that okay, fine, this is a custom object. Okay, so API name of a custom object will always have a double underscore C at the end. Remember that. Okay, so if you just, let's say you have a project object, and if you just try to comment put code project P equals something, it will throw an error. It will not recognize project. It will only recognize project double underscore C because it recognizes only the API names. Okay, so that's about the SObject data type. All right, now let's go to the list data type in Apex. Now list again. Now we are coming to the collection. So far we have just spoken about individual values, right? Individual values as in maybe integer, boolean, string, whatever we spoke about individual values, or an SObject also we spoke about one single record, right? Collection basically refers to storing multiple records or multiple values in a variable. So there are different types of collections that we are going to work with in Apex. First one is a list. What is a list? A list is an ordered collection of primitives or SObjects. It can be a collection of primitive. For example, there can be a collection of a string, or you can have a collection of records, whatever. So ordered collection of primitives or SObjects that are distinguished by their indices. Now, ordered collection, why are we saying this as an ordered collection? So the ordered collection is basically referring to the index values that it maintains for each value that gets into the list. Okay, so each value in the list will have an index number, and it maintains the same index number throughout. Do we get it? Now you will ask, why is this important? Okay, or how is it helping? So the purpose for that is okay, in case there is a value which comes twice in the list. Okay, in case there is a value which comes twice in the list, you can still you can still identify both the values with two different index numbers, because they have come in two different positions, and then there are two different index numbers. You can still retain both the values in the list because they will have two different index numbers. Okay, so that is the purpose of an ordered collection. So in a list, it's an ordered collection. Each number will have its own index number. The index position of the first element in a list is always 0. Okay, the first element that gets into the list, index number will be 0, the second one will be 1, and so on it goes. Okay, so let's look at an example. So let's say you have created a list of string, and your list of string has got these 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 values. Okay, the first one will have index zeros, index 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, now if there is one more red here, somewhere here, that will have an index 6. Okay, and your list is actually going to consider this red and this red as two different values. One is index 0, one is index 6. Got it? Now with the help of index number and all, you have the option of actually retrieving values just using the index number and all. So that is there. Main purpose of this ordered collection index number, that okay fine, if there are multiple values, the same repeat of the same value, it permits that. Okay, because those are in two different index numbers. You will have business scenarios where you want certain values to be repeated in a list. Okay, that's where you use a list. Okay, let's look at some sample statements. So how do you define a list? Defining a list is simple. This is how you have to define it: list of integer. So when you're defining a list, earlier I was just defining integer, right? Now if it's a list, you put it as list of integer and put the variable name. Now this variable can contain multiple integers. It's not just containing one integer. Okay. Now if it's a list, you can add values to the list. What will this do? If I say this variable dot add and put an integer value 47 here, so what will this do? It adds value 47 to the end of the list. Okay, so whatever values are there, that's fine. It will add additional values to the list. Integer I equals mylist dot get 0. What will this do? It will retrieve the value from index 0. Okay, so these are a few small methods that can be used. So this statement is adding value at the end of the list. What if you want to go and change a particular index number value? Let's say I want to change index 1 or index 2. What do I do that? What do I do there? You have the option of doing a set here, mylist.set 0 1. So what will it do? It adds the integer 1 to the list at index 0. Okay, so the first parameter here is the index number and second one is the actual value. Okay, so that is it. Mylist.clear removes all elements from the list. It will basically clear all the values from the list. So that is the concept of a list. Okay, ordered collection values also have an index number, which means duplicate values will be allowed because they will have two different index numbers. Okay, now since we have spoken about this, we will also I'm pretty sure some of you may be thinking that okay fine, if there is a business scenario which requires duplicate entries, there can be a business scenario which should not allow duplicate entries, right? Yes. So for that we have another data type which is called set. So what is the set data type in Apex? A set is an unordered collection of primitives or SObjects that do not contain any duplicates. Here you only store values. There is no index number. So now because you're storing values and the values are actually the identifiers, there is no other identifier for the value. In a list, there was an index number, no? So the values were primarily being identified by the index numbers. Here, there is no identifier. The values are being identified by themselves. Okay. So in this case, there will not be any duplicate. Okay. So now this is how a set would be: red, orange, yellow, green, blue, purple. Now if you try to insert another red here, it will not add that value. It will see the okay fine, this red is already there. Yeah, that's it. So the other red will not get added. So you will not have any duplicate value. So in case you want to work with a collection where you do not want to allow duplicates, then you use set. Okay, some of the examples for sets are here. Defining set is like this, just like we were doing list. This is how we define set of integer s equals new set of integer and all. This will add value, add an element to the set, but only this will get added only if it is unique. It is not already available there. If you want to assert and check if your set contains a certain value, this can help you check. Assert that the set contains an element. It will go and check if the set contains a certain value. let's say 1. If you want to remove a certain value, so here you do not have to say that, okay, fine, remove from this index number and all. You just go and say that remove this value, whatever value you want to remove, that can be removed from the set. Okay. Now, the next data type, which is map, the collection. So now map is a collection of key value pairs. Okay. So collection of key value pairs means it's not just collection of one set of values, it is collection of set of key values. Okay, so key value pair is where there is a key and there's a value. Okay, now in the set of key value, the keys are unique and the values can be repeat also. Okay, so let's take this example. Let's say there is this list of currencies. Okay, now you have countries and then the currencies listed here. Okay, so now if I have to store this entire thing in a variable, I can put it as a map. Okay, what is the advantage? The advantage is that I can retrieve it quickly from the map. For example, based on some scenario, I have to retrieve what is the currency of Australia. I can quickly retrieve it from the map using this key. Left side is key, right side is value. Okay, using the key, I can quickly retrieve the value from this collection. Got that? Okay. Now, the point is that the keys are unique. You cannot have a repeat of the key. Values can be repeated. Okay, for example, there can be another country here which can have the same currency. So values can be repeated, but keys need to be unique. Okay, that's how you have to define it. Okay, now let's see how do we define a map. So because it's a map of key value, while you're defining a map, you will have to define two data types here. The data type of the key first and data type of the values. Okay, and it can be integer string, it can be string string, it can be integer integer, whatever. It can be any combination. It can be integer and an SObject also, right? So that is there. Very common map that we will be using is a map of ID and SObjects. Correct? So that you are able to retrieve a record using the ID and then you are able to work on that. That is something which is very common. Okay. But for our understanding, we are just taking this example, string and string. So this is a map of string and string. So this is how it is defined. And you just put the variable name. Okay. So now, here my key is a string, value is also string. That's the reason why I've defined this. How do I put values into it? Currencies.put key and then value. Insert a new key value pair in the map. So this is how we are going to insert the value in the map, the key value pair in the map. You can put some other value. I mean, this is just with a different variable name. Let's say there's another variable called m. So you can put, and if it's a map of integer and string, you can actually put it like this. Okay, system.assert. Now this is a method which can actually help you check if your map contains a certain key, contains key India. Okay, it will check, and this returns a true or false. So it will return true if this contains India as a key. Yeah, if you have to retrieve the value from a certain key, you can do it this way: string India currency equals currencies.get. Currencies.get will help you retrieve value from a particular key. Okay, now this will return what? This will return INR. India currency equals INR. This is what it is going to return. Okay, set. Okay, now this is basically for you to retrieve all the keys in a set. Okay, since the keys are unique, I told you I'm using set of string to retrieve all the keys. So in case you want to get all the keys in one variable, then you can do that. Set of string all countries equals currencies.keyset. So this dot keyset will basically give you set of all the keys in the map. All right. So that's how you go ahead and define this data type. Okay. Now, couple of other things which I am going to talk about. Okay. Now, once you have defined variable, so we have understood that we can define variable. Okay. For example, I can define variable integer x, integer y, and then I said decimal z. Okay. So now there is something that you do in terms of defining these variables. Okay, what else are we required to do in this coding? So once we have defined variables, variables are not capable of doing anything, right? Variables are just placeholders, containers. They can just contain values, right? Now other things that we have to work with are methods. Okay, now what are methods? Methods basically will have the set of instructions what needs to be done. So for example, I can have a method called sum, and in this I put an instruction: if x not equals null and y not equals null, z equals x plus y. Okay, this is, don't worry about the syntax part of it. I'm just trying to give you guys an idea that ideally what your method will have. So we are going to work with variables, and we are also going to work with the methods. Okay, so this is what a method is going to do. Okay, I'm going to talk a little more about method, but that's something which we will discuss a little later. How to define the actual structure, syntax, and all. We'll look into that. But purpose of the method is clear, right? So you define variables, which are containers, which can contain values. You define methods. Methods will have the set of instruction of what needs to be done. Okay. Now, in case you have multiple methods, let's say I have this multiply. Okay. Now this set of instructions, you just do not go and you cannot, you need a container to store these methods also, basically, right? So for example, if I ask you to go and uh, write a paragraph on something, whatever you want. Okay. Now you have to have a file or something to write that paragraph. Where will you write? If you have to write something, you'll have to have, put it in a file or something, right? So same way, your methods and all that, this is just a set of instruction. But what you need a container to write all this code. What is a container? Container can be a class. Okay. So let's say I have a class called class mathematics, or I say calculation. Okay, I want you to understand this structure because there is a lot of confusion around the method and the class and all that stuff. This is the simplified thing of it. Let's not get too much worried about the technical definition. Class is a blueprint and all that stuff. Let's not get into that. This is what it is. Correct? Variable, placeholder for values, method, set of instructions. Class can be set of methods. That's it. Okay. Now where you have to refer to this, you can say at a certain place. Again, while I'm writing certain things here, I'm not completely following the syntaxes and all because this method and class syntax we'll get into. But I'm just trying to give you guys a little more idea on this. So you can basically do a calculation dot sum. So this is how we can refer to, class name dot method name. This is how we can actually refer to the methods. So we have been talking about, the different data types in Apex. We spoke about, what are the different data types, and we discussed a little on, classes and methods. So what we are going to do today is we are basically going to talk a little more about, basics of Apex, and what we will primarily focus on today is we will talk about, how do we interact or how do we work with the data. Okay. Data in terms of how do we retrieve data. So we spoke about, a couple of query languages, SOQL and SOSL. So that's what we, just got introduced to. Today we are going to, look into SOQL and SOSL a little more, understand, few queries from that. And we are going to, also talk about, how do we make changes to the data in the database using Apex. create record, update record, delete record. Okay, so once we are able to do these things, eventually we will be able to put in our logic in Apex, using Apex, and we can basically then customize things with the help of coding. Okay, so even before I get into talking about the other stuff today, let's quickly have a look at where do we go and write code in Salesforce. Okay, so let's have a quick look at that part first, and then I'll go into the SOQL SOSL part of it. So to write the code in Salesforce, if you are on Salesforce, what you can do, I'm already logged into my Salesforce account. You can go to this setup button, click on this, and then you click on Developer Console. Okay, so this is an I would say editor provided by Salesforce. Okay, you can basically, this is the code editor. You can go and write your code here. You can also write your Salesforce code in some other editors. Okay, like Visual Studio and all. But the thing is that if you're writing a code in some other editor like a Visual Studio Code or something like that, then you have to log into Salesforce. You'll have to set up the connect so that whatever code you write, because that's an external application, so whatever code you write there, that needs to be pushed to Salesforce, that needs to be deployed, okay, from that particular code editor to Salesforce. Okay, when you're writing it on Developer Console, that is not required. So it automatically stays connected to your logged in account, and whatever you're writing here, you can keep on saving it. That directly gets saved on Salesforce. Okay, whereas if you're writing it on on something like an Eclipse or a Visual Studio Code, then those codes actually get stored on your local system, and you'll have to push it to Salesforce. Okay, for those who are new to coding, don't even worry about that. That's just a separate environment for you guys. I mean, don't worry if you do not know what is a Visual Studio Code or you do not know what is an Eclipse, because those are just code editors which are used by some other developers of some other programming languages like Java and all. So yeah, so you can do development of Salesforce also from there, but the only thing is that because that's going to be on premise, you'll have to push it to your Salesforce account. Okay, so anyways, we are mostly going to be using Developer Console, or there are a few other ways in the UI itself you can actually write some of the code. So let me open this and show you. Okay, so this is the Developer Console. When you open, so this is a separate window which opens up. This is the Developer Console. Okay, so now you definitely have the option of creating class, and then you can write your code in the class. So class is more like a file, to simplify things for those who are new to coding. So you can always go and create a class and then put in your code in the class, and that class can have methods, and at a later point of time you can call your class and method and all that stuff. However, in case you do not want to write a class and a method and all, you just want to write say a few lines of code and want to test it on the fly, you can go and do it from here. So on this Developer Console, you go to debug, open, execute anonymous window. Now you can put a couple of lines of code here, and you can try and execute the code from here. So this is called anonymous code block. Okay, so this anonymous code block you can directly execute. You can write a code and you can execute from here. It does not get saved. Okay, purpose of saving the code is that you can reuse it. Now sometimes you just want to try test some code and check it. You can do that from here. Okay, so let's say I would say count A equals new account name equals Dell industry equals technology. Okay, and this insert statement is used for creating records. So if I execute this, ideally it should go and create this as a new record. Okay, and I can execute it from here. Okay, so this should have got executed. Let's see if there is a new account record got created here or not. So let me go to Salesforce. Let me quickly go to accounts. Yeah. You see this record got created. See, name is Dell, industry technology. Yes, that's what we did. Okay. So this anonymous code block is the place for you to, try some, simple code and, just because every time you may not be, writing a code to store it in a class and method, how to store it in a class and method and all those things also I'm going to come to. But this is, something which I wanted you to see, that you can just write a couple of lines of code and you can execute it from here also. Okay. Okay, let me show it again. Developer console. And in the developer console, you go to debug, open execute anonymous window. I told you anonymous code block, right? So this window is basically called anonymous window, execute anonymous window. Come here, you write the code here, you click on execute and it gets executed. Okay, fine. So that is about how you execute a quick Apex code without storing it in classes and methods. Now let's go back to what we were discussing. So as I said, today we are going to talk more about how do we work with the data and understand it a little more. So by now we understand the data types, but now what we are going to do is we are going to understand more about how will we work with data. So when we are working with data, there are two things which we may need to do. One, we will be one, we will need to retrieve the data. That is one part of it. So if you have to work with data, sometimes you need to retrieve the data, right? So you may want to fetch all the records with email IDs or all the records without email IDs, or with some other criteria, right? So for retrieving part, you will be using these query languages, SOQL and SOSL, Salesforce Object Query Language and Salesforce Object Search Language. Okay, so I'll just quickly show you, some of the sample queries of SOQL and SOSL for us to understand. And this other part, while we are working with data, is to make changes to the data. So queries will help us retrieve the data. Changes to the data, for that we will have certain DML operations. I'm going to talk about that. So let's begin with the query languages. SOQL, Salesforce Object Query Language. It is used to search your organization Salesforce data for specific information. So it will help you get your organization data and specific information. It is similar to select statement in the widely used structured query language SQL, which is a very popular query language basically. So this has got the a similar select statement that is used in SQL. So for people who have worked on SQL earlier, or have seen SQL queries, will be able to relate to it. Even if you have not worked on it, don't worry. It's a very simple syntax of retrieving data. There's a select statement that is used to select the data from the database. Okay. So this is how it is. I mean, this is the generic syntax of the query. Select fields from object. That is the syntax. Okay. Select. So what all fields you want to retrieve, put the names of those fields here, separated by commas, from object name. So if you want to retrieve, say, ID, name, and this is something which I am sure you guys would remember from the report export that we were, the data export that we were doing in data loader. There also, we came across this query sort of thing. So that is it. So select whatever fields you want to retrieve from which object. Okay. In case you have some criteria, right now it's like select ID, name, industry from account. Okay. So now what it will do, it will select ID, name, and industry fields from account, but there is no criteria, so it's going to retrieve all the ID, name, and industry for all the accounts. Right. Now, in case you have a criteria, you will need to put that criteria after this. which I'm going to show you in the following queries. But before we go into the other queries, let's have a quick look at where can I execute this query and test whether my query is right or not. Again, to execute your query, you can simply go to your uh, developer console again. Go back to developer console. In developer console, you have something called query editor. Okay, so earlier we used anonymous window. Right now I'm going to use query editor. So you just click on this query editor. You will see this here. And you can type in your query here. Select name, industry, website from account. Small thing to keep in mind, Apex is case insensitive, or it's not case sensitive. Let me put it that way. Okay. So Apex, including your query languages, SOQL, SOSL, this is all not case sensitive, which means small letter and capital letter mean the same. Okay. Okay. Now once you have written this query here, you click on this execute button here. You see this, gets you a complete list of all the accounts, name, industry, and website. That's what I've written here, right? I want one more field, billing city. Okay. Now it retrieves billing city also. So that's how simple it is. All right. Now it's just, about how do we form our queries, how do we understand, what are the different criteria and all that stuff we can put into the query, and how do we work with that. So I'm going to show you a few examples to help you understand how these queries are formed. Okay, so this is a simple query which simply lets you retrieve all the values from an object, certain fields. Then there is this where clause in case you want to put a criteria, you want to put a, you can put a where clause. Select ID from contact where, name like A. So this is a wildcard. Basically, it will help you retrieve all the contacts where the names begins with A, basically. Okay, and mailing city equals California. Okay, so if you want to do a complete comparison, then you can use it like this. And if you want to, just do a partial comparison and you want to use a wildcard, then you can use the like keyword here. Okay, so yeah, you can put some criteria, kind of filtering the data, which all records you want to retrieve. So if you have a direct or complete comparison, then use this equals this. And if you want to put a wildcard and just do a partial comparison, then you can use this like statement or like keyword, basically. Okay. Next, let's see order by query. So order by query will basically let you uh, order your query results in an ascending or descending order, and you can put that based on which field you want to, or using which field you want to order the data or the results. Okay. Select name from account, order by name, descending. So this is going to be, this query results will get ordered based on name in the descending order, not in ascending order. Okay. So, this is how you can actually order the, set up an order for your results. Let me just go to the query editor and just add one or two of these and see if it's working here also. So this is for our, account, right? I can say where industry equals technology, let's say. Okay, now it gives me only one record because there is only one record which has got this thing. And then let me say order by name. Okay, now this gets ordered by the name. Okay, in descending order now. See this? So query results come in descending order. So earlier, if you don't use anything, by default, it will be in ascending order. So that is it. All right, let's go back to this and limit query. Okay, now what is this limit query? Sometimes you want to limit the number of results written by the query. Okay, so what in that case, what you can do, you can put a limit on your query. So let me go and say, now if you look at it, it is actually returning 15 results right now. I have only 15 accounts possibly in this org. So now what you can do is you can put a limit here. Limit 10. Okay, now it returns only 10 records. Okay, so that's what you do with a limit parameter in your query. Okay, now the other thing that you can do is you can actually write a count query also. So this count query will basically let you get a count. So if I execute this query, select count from contact, it will give me a complete count of contacts. Okay. So this query, if I write, it's going to give me a complete count of total number of contacts because I have not put any criteria or anything here. So it is just going to give me total count of how many contacts I have. Okay. So this is what it can do. There's another thing called group by query. Now this group by query will let you get the count by grouping by some other field. Okay. So that is the thing. So when I was talking about this count query, you might have thought of it that it would be good. Sometimes you may want to get the count for different types of records that I have in that particular list or in that object, right? So here group by will let you do that grouping. Okay. So if there are different lead sources you have and you want to understand how many lead sources from each lead source I have, you can do that using this. Select lead source count, name from lead group, from lead group by lead source. Okay. So if you look at this query, so this is the generic query, and group by will let you do the grouping. Okay. Let me try doing something here. If I say select count of name and industry, group by industry, from account. Yeah, you see this? Now it tells you, against each industry how many records you have. You get this? All right. So that's something which we can do with the count thing. Having query. Okay. Having will basically let you put some sort of a I would say operator or comparison operator to check for the values where certain things are greater than or less than, that sort of thing. Okay. So select name count ID from account group by name having count ID greater than 1. Okay. So just now, whatever we did, the group by thing, in that you saw that there were several results with 1 values. Okay. There can be a situation where you say that, okay, fine, I just want to see industries where at least there are 20 accounts. This having clause will help you do that. Okay. So you can actually put that, okay, fine, just show me the query results which have got these, this number greater than a certain value that you put here. It can be 20, it can be 1,000, whatever it is. Okay. Offset query is just going to give you results, skipping a certain number of initial results or something like that. For example, if your query is returning say 500 results, okay, and you want to skip the first 100 results, you can say offset 100. Okay. Now what it will do, it will skip your first 100 results and it will show you the other the results from 101 to whatever till 500. Got that? So let me show this to you. Here, if I have to write an offset query, so let me make it generic. ID, name, industry, from account, and I say, okay, offset 5. Okay, so now if you see, if I don't do this offset 5, if I don't do that, I get how many? 15 results, right? The moment I say offset 5, I get 10 results only. Why? So it has skipped the first 5 results and then it starts from the 6th result. Now you may be wondering, where do I need it? So just think about it. When you are on a online shopping portal sort of thing, okay, on a website where there is a list of things. So, and there are first 1 to 10 results appearing on the first page. Or, just think about a Google search result page. So 100 results appearing on the first page. Now, when you go to the second page, your results come from 101 to 200, right? Now, what query is working there? Offset query. Because on the second page, again, it cannot retrieve the first 100 record and show. It has to skip the first 100 record and show the second 100 records. Okay. So if you put a limit 100 and you say offset, 100, then it will start, it will show you from 101 to 200, right? Third page, it should offset a little more. It should offset 200 records and show me from 201 till 300. Got that? So that way, I mean, in case we have got that kind of a requirement where we want to skip certain records and show the next set of records somewhere, that's where this offset query can be very helpful. Okay. Now this is important. Relationship queries, anyhow, everything is important, but yes, relationship queries, you will come across this a lot. Because sometimes you will have to query data from parent or from child, right? So you're writing a query on a child object and you want to retrieve the values of the parent, associated parent record, or you're putting a query on the parent object and you want to retrieve values from associated child record. So how do we go about that? Child to parent, this is basically, how you go about it. So from a child, say contact is the child, I'm writing a query on the contact child object, and I want to retrieve value of the parent. This is how you can do it. Okay, contact.account.name. Okay, so it's just the actual this particular object dot the parent relationship dot the field name from that particular parent. All right, so if you have to retrieve account details from a child, you can simply do this. Or select ID name account.name from contact where account.industry equals media. So you can put a criteria also from the parent. So this is a query on contact, but the criteria that I'm putting is on the parent. Okay, so I'm able to retrieve the account.name, and then I'm also able to put a criteria using a field from parent. That is also possible. Okay, this is a child to parent query. Now about parent to child. I'm writing a query on the parent and I want to retrieve the child records. Parent to child is going to be this. Okay, select name. You have to have a subquery for the set of child records, because see, one parent can have multiple child records, right? So let's say there is a account and I'm trying to retrieve the child records of account. There can be 4 contacts associated to that. Got it? So what you will do, you will put a subquery inside that. Okay, and in your SObject data type, this list of child records, which we call related list, is actually considered as one, I would say, one part of your SObject data type. Okay, just like a field. Okay, so name is a field. This related list is a field. You write a subquery for it. So select last name from contacts from account. All right. So now what will it return? It will return me, name of all the accounts, and it will also, subquery all the last name from contacts which are associated with that particular account, and I'll get to see that. Let's do this. So now here you write a subquery, select first name, last name from contacts. Now this has to be contacts. It's not contact. Generally, when you're writing a query on contact, you are writing contact. That's the object name. Here I'm writing contacts. Why I'm writing contacts? Because this is not referring to the object. This is referring to the related list. Okay, and the name of the related list, the account contact relationship, name of the relationship is contacts. Correct. So this is not the object contact. This is the relationship related list. Okay, that is the reason why you have to write contacts here. Okay, now if you're wondering how do I know whether the related list name is contact or contacts, just go to the relationship field. You will get to see it there. Okay, so whenever there's a relationship between two objects, there's a relationship field, right? If you go to the relationship field, you will get to see the related list name, and that needs to be used here. Okay, now do you see this? It has given me name in one field and complete list of first name and last name in another field. Okay, it has kind of concatenated and included it as a single string, but yes, it is included in one single field, but it retrieves all those values. Okay, so this is how it works. All right, let's now move on to the other query language, Salesforce Object Search Language. So, basically, I think most of the times you guys are going to be using the Salesforce Object Query Language or the SOQL. SOSL is, I would say, customized query, a set of customized queries which are mostly used for searching some data. Okay. So Salesforce Object Search Language is used to construct text-based search queries against the search index. Okay, so it will help you search the data. Okay, in case you want to search for a keyword and all. So for those kind of operations, these queries can help you do that. Okay, and these are customized queries for that. You can search text, email, and phone fields for multiple objects, including custom objects that you have access to in a single query. Okay, now good thing about SOSL is it would let you search for certain values across different objects also. Because see, when we are searching, sometimes searching has a different purpose sometimes. Okay, so when you're searching, you may not exactly know that, okay, fine, this value is sitting in this object or this object. You may want to search for that. For example, let me give you an example so that you guys can easily relate to. You have got leads, you have got contacts, and then you have accounts. You have phone number in leads, you have phone number in accounts, you have got phone number in contacts. Got it? Now you receive a call from a customer, okay, or your customer support representative or a sales rep receives a call. Okay, now he has the customer's phone number. Now the sales rep is trying to figure out whether that phone number or the same person is included anywhere in our database. Now, there's a possibility that phone number is listed in account. There's a possibility the phone number is listed in contact. There's a possibility it is in lead. Okay. Now, if you have to do a SOQL query, a SOQL query for that, you'll have to run 3 queries to figure it out. SOSL will help you do this search across multiple objects at once. Correct? So if there is a result in account, it will return. If there is a result in lead, it will return. If there is a result in contact, it would return. Does that make sense? So that's the benefit of SOSL, Salesforce Object Search Language. So it gives you the option to search certain values across multiple objects. That's something which you can do. SOSL queries use a find statement. So instead of our select statement that we were using in SOQL, SOSL uses a find statement. Okay. Now let's have a quick look at the syntax. Syntax here is find keyword in search group returning field set. Okay, let me help you understand. So this is what you're searching. This can be whatever, let's say the phone number or a keyword that you're trying to search in search group. Okay, now since we are doing a search and we said that, okay, fine, now we may want to search across multiple objects. If you try and search in all the fields every time, it is not a very efficient way of doing it. For example, what I said right now, if I have to search for a phone number, I can just be searching phone fields, right? There can be 100 fields in lead, 100 fields in contact, and 100 fields in account. Now, if you try to search all those 300 fields, is that something which makes any sense? Phone number will be in phone fields only, right? You can restrict your search to phone fields. There can be, say, 2 or 3 phone fields per object, and if you just search it in the phone fields, it will make your code a lot more efficient. It's just going to go and search in, say, 9 or 10 fields instead of 300 fields that we were searching on. Got that? So that is the thing. So for that reason, Salesforce this SOSL has got search groups. You can perform your search in different search groups. So search group can be all fields, name fields, email fields, phone fields. I'm actually going to come to that part. Okay, so the syntax is the keyword find, and then whatever you want to search, you put that in search group. Do you want to search it in all the fields or in a specific set of fields? You define that, and then what do you want to return? So the fields that you want to return, that can be written here in the field set. Okay, let's see an example and understand. Okay. Okay, we'll come to the example also. Let's quickly, have a look at what are the possible search groups that we can have. So search group that we can have are all fields, name fields, email fields, and phone fields. Okay, these are the search groups. So when you say find keyword in phone fields, then it will only search for in the phone fields, the fields which have the data type, field data type as phone. If you say email field, then it will only search in email fields. If you say name field, it will only search in name fields. And the other option is all fields. Okay, so here is an example. I say find IBM in all fields returning account, name, industry, type, ID. Okay, so now what it will do, it will search for this word IBM in all the fields, and it would return name, industry, type, and ID of all the accounts where this keyword IBM is present anywhere. Okay, like this can be in the name, this can be in the description, this can be in the website, this can be in the billing city, billing street address, right? So that's how your SOSL works. Okay, so slightly different from your SOQL, works with a find statement. Okay, so find clause in SOSL. So now while you're working with the find clause, you can find, say, one single phrase like this. If you want to combine, a couple of phrases and you want to, put an and or logic, you can put it like this. So if you want to say find Joe Smith or John Smith, find Joe Smith and John Smith. So we understand that, okay, fine, if we are doing this, it will, find both these phrases. If I do this, it will find either of these. And if I want to say that, okay, find Joe Smith and not John Smith, then it will find only, the records where this is there and this is not there. Okay, so that is the thing, the find clause in SOSL. This is how it can be used. In clause, I told you, it can be in all fields, it can be in name fields, email fields, and in phone fields. This ideally has to be phone fields. This should be phone. Bad handwriting, but I hope this is readable and understandable. Okay, so this is how we do it. Okay, so if you want to find a certain thing in all the fields, you write it this way. Okay, and after this, you just write the returning statement, and returning statement will have the field set that you want to return. That's it. Okay. Now
Let's go to the next thing. Limit in SOSL, pretty much works the same way as it was, it used to work in SOQL, or the way it works in SOQL. But there is a small, additional thing that you need to understand about this. Now, here, since we are saying that sometimes you may be doing a search on multiple objects also, okay? Sometimes you may be doing a search on multiple objects as well, right? Let's say this one. So now, okay, let's say this one. Let's take this one first. So now here, what I'm doing, returning account and contact also. So I'm searching for a keyword, it would return account and contact. Okay. Now in this case, what will happen? The limit is, because the data is being returned from the data is getting returned from two different objects, right? From account and from contact. So this limit 20, we have to understand that this is an overall limit that you have put. The limit that you have put at the end, no, this is an overall limit of the query, which means your query is going to return 20 results. So in this case, it will return 10 accounts and 10 contacts. Got that? So that's how this limit will work. Now, sometimes you may say that, okay, fine, I just want to return 5 accounts and remaining contacts. In that case, you have to define a limit on this separately. So if you look at this example shows you. So if you write find keyword returning account ID limit 20. Okay. So in this case, overall limit is 100, account limit is 20. So it's going to return 20 accounts and remaining 80 contacts. Got it? So that's how it's going to work. So this is a little difference in the limit as compared to the limit that we use in SOQL. Okay. Order by in SOSL, again, this is, where you have the option of, in this SOSL, because you have the option of retrieving data from multiple objects, you have the option of defining, different order by. So same order by will not work. Maybe, that order by field is not there in both the objects. So if you look at it, for contact, name ID, order by name; for account, name ID, order by description. Okay. So common order by may not work. So contacts you can order by, using some other field. Accounts you can order by using some other field. That's possible. Okay. With highlight in SOSL. Okay, what is this highlight keyword with highlight keyword? So this will basically, it highlights the term matching the search query in search results, making it easier to identify relevant content. Okay, so this with highlight will do what? Whenever it returns the search results. Now we just spoke about an example. We just saw an example where I said I am going to search the word IBM in all fields, and it will return all the results where IBM appears in any of those fields. It can be description, it can be street address, it can be website, it can be name, right? So in this kind of a scenario, sometimes it will become difficult for you to identify, where exactly this keyword is appearing or that value is appearing. So this with highlight in SOSL will help you, do that. So if I say, write this kind of a query, find the keyword Salesforce in all fields returning account name description with highlight. So this in this query result, what will happen? Wherever this word appears, Salesforce, that will be highlighted. So this will help you. This will make it easy for you to identify the relevant content. Got it? Okay. All right. So that is about our Salesforce object search language. Okay, so we have spoken about the Salesforce object query language, and then we have spoken about Salesforce object search language. Now, let me talk about defining methods in your Apex code. Okay, so we have earlier spoken about it. Now that we understand that there are the variables that we can define, we understand how do we retrieve the values and all, and we are also going to look at how do we work with the data, how do we work with the DML statements and all. So now the important thing for us is to also understand how do we define those methods or create those methods. So defining methods in Apex is pretty simple. So method is simply I would say set of instructions. Okay, it will have instructions what you want to do in the code. Okay, and what does a method contain? So let's just understand what is the generic structure of a method. So method structure, basically, ideally a method should have a name. You'll have to give a name to the method. The method will be identified by that particular name. Okay, like method name can be M1, method 1, or whatever. Okay, create account or whatever it is. Okay, It needs to have an access modifier, which can be private, public, protected, or global. So what is an access modifier? Access modifier is something which would define where or from where the method is accessible. Got it? So it basically defines the boundaries of the method. That okay, fine, this method is going to be available only within this boundary, or is it is available across my entire org, or is it available outside my Salesforce org also? Right? From where can you call that particular method? That is the access modifier. So your methods need to have name. Your methods need to have access modifier. Okay. So let's understand. These are 4 possible access modifiers which you can have. Let's understand one by one. Private. So this is the default. If you don't define anything, by default method will be considered private. What does it mean? This means that the method is accessible only within the class in which it is defined. So private method will be accessible only within the class in which it is defined. Other classes outside that particular class, it cannot be called. Public, this means the method can be used by any Apex in this application or namespace. So public method will be available outside the Apex class also. So from somewhere else also you can call that particular method, from another class, or from say your anonymous code block window. From there also you can call that method, right? So that's a public method. So it's available outside the class but within that application. Protected is, I would say, slightly a little bit of an extension of a private method. So this means that the method is visible to any inner classes in the defining Apex class. Okay, so if there is a method, say this is a class and this is a method, and inside this there is another inner class. Okay, now if it's a protected method, it will be available to this class and the inner classes as well. Got it? If it's a private method, it will be available only to the class inside which it has been defined. Okay. Now, then there is this global access modifier. Now, what is this global access modifier? Global access modifier means the method can be used by any Apex code that has access to the class, not just the Apex code in the same application. Okay. Which means not just within your org, from an external system also, this method can be called. So primarily for integration purpose and all, global methods are used. Correct. So some other application has to actually make a call to this method, and it has to be a global method. Got it? So simple. If there is a method that just needs to be called within the class, define it as private method. If you have inner classes inside that, and those inner classes also need to access that particular method, then define it as protected. If there is a method that will be called somewhere else within your Salesforce org, within your Salesforce application, some other code block will call that method, then define it as public. If you want to use it for integration purposes, other applications will also make a call to that, then you will use it as global. Public is going to be very common, because most of the times whatever methods you write, you will be calling it from other places within Salesforce. Okay, so that's about the access modifier. So your method should have a name, it should have access modifier. Let's understand what else it should have. It should have data type of the value returned by the method. So when your method does whatever it is required to do, sometimes your method, after, for example, if you just talk about a method which does a sum, okay, so after doing the sum, what it will do, it has to return the value of the sum, right? Or if it does a multiply, it has to return the multiplied value. Okay, so sometimes your method returns a value. There can be cases where it does not return any value, but you have to mention what is the data type of the value which is returned by the method. So when you're defining the method, there itself you have to mention it. For example, this, if you look at it, public, so this is the access modifier. So this is a method. You look at this public, this is the access modifier, okay, which means this method can be called outside the class also. String, this is the data type of the return value, which means this method will return a string. Get account name, this is the method name. Okay, method name can be anything, whatever you want. And these brackets are basically for you to put any parameters for this particular method, and then within the brackets you will have the code block. Okay. Okay. There can be methods which do not return any value. As I said, there can be method which do not return anything. In case your method does not return anything, you have to define the method as void method. So let's say there is a method which creates an account and does not return anything. You would say public void. So void means it does not return anything. Okay, so that is the thing. Input parameters, if there are no input parameters, okay, so in case there are input parameters that you want to supply to your method which need to be used for your method, you can define those. In case there are no input parameters, you just still need to define these brackets, use a set of empty parentheses. So this needs to be defined. Okay, input parameters go inside this. Even if you do not have input parameters, you at least have to define this, okay, while defining a method. And finally, the body of the method, the actual code within these braces. Yes, that's something which is required. All right. So this is what your method should ideally have. Okay. Now, if I have to, so earlier, we were writing, some code in the anonymous code block. Let's say I just want to write public. I just want to, define a method which will create an account record for me. Okay. So I say public, and it will return the ID of that particular account. So I say public ID create account. Sorry. Yeah. And then I would say account A equals new account name equals ABC, insert A, return A.id. Okay. Now, in case I say that no, my method will simply create account, it will not return any value, then what you could have done, you could have made it a void statement, a void return, and in that case you don't need this return statement. Yeah, so then it will only do this. Okay, and if it has to return something, then you should have a return statement at the end. Got it? So simple way of understanding this. Okay, so that's how we would define methods in our Apex code. So we just discussed about creating Apex methods and what all do we need. So when you're creating a method, you need a name for the method. You need to define the access modifier, data type of what you want to return, any value that you want to return, you have to define the data type of that. So these are the things that you specifically need to mention while you are defining the method. And input parameters, of course, that's in case there are any additional parameters that you want to pass. Any additional values that you want to pass to that method for the method to work, which will be used in the method, those can be supplied as input parameters, and of course the body of the method. Okay, so these are the things that you need, and body of the method will be the code that you want to execute as part of that particular method. All right, so that's what a method needs to have. Now where are we going to write these methods? Usually inside the classes. Okay, so now what we need to do, we also need to understand how to define a class. So defining an Apex class. So first of all, let's understand, what is an Apex class. So in Apex, you can define top level classes, okay, also called as outer classes, as well as inner classes. Okay, that is a class defined within another class. Okay, so a class usually holds your variables and methods. So if you have multiple methods, you put those methods inside the class. So for your understanding, a class can be a container for your variables and method. That's where you write the class. That's where you write the code. And when you want to refer to the method, you actually can refer it through the class. Okay. So that is the thing. Now, what do I need for defining a class, or what does a class contain? A class contains name of the class, of course. Pretty much like a method has a method name, so class has got a class name. For class also, you need to define access modifier, which would primarily define whether a class is private, public, or global. Okay, let's understand what does it mean. So in class, you don't have this concept of protected. For method, there was a protected method also. For class, you just have private, public, global classes. So what does private class mean? Private declares that this class is only known locally. Okay. Now, what does that mean? Private class will basically be applicable only on inner classes. Okay, let's say you have one class, and inside this there is another class. Okay, Now this class can be private, and if it's a private class, it will be only known locally, which means within the parent class. Okay, the outermost class cannot be private. It has to be public, because that is already in that outer space where it will be, required to. If I make this private, then it does not make any sense, right? So you cannot make the outermost class, any outermost class, as private. Only inner classes which are within another classes, those can be made private. Okay, so that is a concept. uh, okay, now public class declares that this class is visible in your application or namespace. So most of the classes that you are going to work with will be public classes. These public classes will be known within your application or the namespace that you're using. And then comes the global class. So global concept is pretty similar to the global method concept here. So global classes basically are declared. This declares that this class is known by all Apex code everywhere, not just the Apex code in the same application. Which means it can be uh, it can be uh, retrieved, or it can be used, or it can be accessed from uh, external applications as well, not just your uh, Salesforce, not just from your Salesforce application or from that particular namespace. Okay, from outside applications also it can be accessed. So again, the concept remains same. If you are building something for your integration purpose, then you usually will go ahead with a global class. Okay, so that is the thing. That's about the access modifiers. And now, while you're defining the class, there are a few other keywords that you need to work with, or you need to use while defining the class. So what are those keywords? Uh, so while defining the class, one is this class keyword that you have to use. Okay. So it's like this: public class C1. So this is the name of the class C1. Public is the access modifier, and this is the class keyword. So while defining the class, you have to use this keyword. It was not there in case of a method. Okay, but in class, when you are defining, you define it like this: public class, and then whatever name of the class. So public is the access modifier. You have to use the class keyword, and then you define the class name. Okay. Then we have another keyword, and this class keyword is required. I mean, this is a mandatory one. Every time you're defining a class, you have to use this keyword. Okay. Then you have another keyword called with sharing. Okay, this is an optional keyword. You may or may not use it. What does this mean? When declaring a class, to ensure that the sharing rules for the current user are not, or are enforced with sharing. Okay, this basically means, with sharing means, the sharing rules of the current user are enforced. Okay, so let me help you understand this. The Apex code that you write, and the Apex code, when it gets executed, it actually gets executed on a system mode. Okay, so what does that mean? So when I say it gets executed in the system mode, uh, which basically means that it does not take into consideration that it is being executed by a particular user, or what the user can do or cannot do. So by default, your Apex code runs in a system mode. Okay, which means it would not take into consideration that who is executing and what level of access that particular user has got. Got that? Okay, but we may not always work that ways. Sometimes you may want to enforce the user's permissions, which what the user is capable of doing and not, right? So if you want to enforce the user sharing rules and all, then you need to use with sharing keyword. Okay, so this is how you define it. Sorry, so this has to be with sharing. Yeah, public with sharing class. So this is how you define this. So when declaring a class, to ensure that sharing rules of the current users are enforced, if you want to enforce the sharing rules of the current user, then you should use the with sharing keyword. Similarly, there is another keyword called without sharing. Without sharing is slightly different from with sharing. So this will ensure that the sharing rules of the current user are not enforced. Okay. Now, so if you want to create an Apex class, now let's say you have created an Apex class, and this Apex class will go and update an opportunity record. Okay, that's what your Apex class does. Now, if you want the class to work, as expected and not take into consideration any of the sharing rules, then you just leave it as without sharing, or if you don't mention anything, by default it is without sharing only. So it will run on system mode, it will go and make the changes on opportunity. But if you want to take into consideration the sharing rules, the user who is executing it depends on that particular user, which one he which all opportunities that user can edit. If the user does not have access to edit a certain opportunity, or does not have access to view a certain opportunity, you do not want that user to be able to go and make changes to that opportunity with the Apex class, then you can use with sharing. Make sense? So in case we want to enforce some sharing rules, yes, we will use with sharing. In case we do not want to enforce that, we will say without sharing. Okay, based on our requirement, we'll take a call on that. These are both these are optional keywords, and as I said, if you don't mention anything there, by default it will run on system mode, which again means without sharing. Okay, and finally, what do you need? You need the body of the class, which is enclosed in braces. So this is how it is. Like, let's say take this example: public without sharing class, whatever name of the class, and your code actually goes inside these braces. Okay, now inside these braces, you will have to have your variables, methods, everything that ways. Okay, so that is how it works. Now let me just give me a moment. Okay, so you can define your class like this: public, let's say, okay, let me put public class create records. I can say account A. I'm just going to trying to give you some example for you to understand. New account. Contact C equals new contact. Okay, now I would say public ID create account insert a return a.id. and create contact insert C return c.id. Okay, now if you look at it, this is where your class is. Okay, this is where it ends. So the class starts from here, and these are two variables that I've defined as object variables, and these are two methods. One method is for creating an account record, the other method is for creating a contact record. Got this? Simple. So there is one method, there's another method, and both the method, and then there are a few variables, and all these things are actually contained inside my class. Make sense? Okay, so now this is how we can actually define the classes and the methods and variables inside the classes. Now the next thing that we'll do is we'll start talking about uh, the DML operations. Okay, so now we understand how to define a class and method. So we have seen, SOQL and SOSL queries. We understand the data types. Now, another thing that I'm going to, discuss is about the DML statements in Apex. Okay, what is DML? What does DML stand for? DML basically stands for data manipulation language. Okay, so these are the statements which are used for making changes to the data. That's the reason why it's called data manipulation language. Changes to the data as in creating record, updating record, deleting record, and deleting record. So these are the operations which you can do using these DML statements. Okay. So to begin with, the first one, insert statement. So insert statement is used for creating new records. Okay. So you can simply use this insert statement like this. You have an SObject, so this is something which can be used with an SObject or list of SObject. What you can do is you can have this account A equals new account, and you can do insert A, or what you can do, you can say a list of account, new list of account, and you can do this also. Okay, so your insert statement will work with single SObject record, or it can work with a list of SObject records as well. Okay, and this will be primarily used for inserting data into your system. Okay, same way we have got update statement. Now, the way insert statement works, update statement will be used for updating a record. But here, what you have to understand, there has to be a record in the system for the record to get updated. Okay, so it's not that if the record is not there, you cannot perform an update. So that's something it's pretty similar to the earlier operations, insert, update, delete operations that we have done. So that is the thing. Okay, so yeah. Now, if you look at this particular example, I told you, initially the record has to be there, and then only you can go and update it. So what I've done is, if you look at this example, I defined in a account record, inserted the account record, insert A. We've done this. Okay, and then there is another SObject variable which retrieves the same record from the system, and then it says that okay, now go and now this SObject has got the ID, so I am now using this record or this SObject to go and update. Okay, so if you say update here itself, update A, it does not have an ID. So for you to perform an update, your DML statement needs to work with an SObject which has got an ID, because update operation will work with the ID record ID. Got that? So that is the thing. So now here I did not have an ID, so I just inserted the record, then I retrieved it, took it in a different SObject variable, updated some value here, and then I say update. So what will this do? This will go and update this billing city of this record. Got it? So that is the thing. So that's about the update operation. Similarly, we have got a DML statement for delete. Delete DML statement is again something where you need to retrieve a record, and then you can perform the delete on that. Okay, it's not some record which is not there in the system cannot be deleted, right? A new record which is not existing in the system can only be inserted. You cannot update that record, you cannot delete that record. So here, in this particular example, if you see, this is retrieving a list of records. Now, small thing, you may find this, find it difficult to understand what is this. Let me tell you about this. So this is basically list of account. Okay, so when you write list of account, you can write it either this way or this way. Okay, both mean exactly same. There's no difference. Okay, so this is just another way of writing list of account. Okay, for anyone who has done, I think C++ or something, you must have seen arrays there. Okay, so this is the same. This is how arrays are written. So you can write list like this, or if it is written like this, this means list only. Okay, so here if you look at this code, this basically refers to list of account. Okay, all right. Okay, so yeah, so if you look at this particular code example, so there is this list of account and there's a query which retrieves all the records which meet a certain criteria, and then it says delete. So yeah, so if you look at this, your DML statements usually work with your SObject variables. It can be single SObject variable like in this case, and it can be a list of SObject variable like in this case. Okay. Now, next one is undelete. Okay, what is undelete? So undelete is something which we have seen earlier while we were working with data loader. We have understood this. So usually what happens when you delete a record, okay, when you delete a record, usually it does not get deleted permanently. It goes and sits in the recycle bin. Okay. So when the record is in the recycle bin, you still have the option of undeleting the record. Okay, which is more like restoring that particular data or record. Okay, you can do that thing using your DML statements also. Of course, in recycle bin, there is on the user interface, there is an option for you to select those records and say undelete. So that is there. And you have a DML statement for doing that as well. Okay, with programming, if you want to go and do an undelete, you can do that. So, this example is pretty similar to your previous example, the delete example that we saw. So just that, here instead of a delete statement, we are using an undelete statement. Okay, so it is retrieving some of these records from the database, and then we are undeleting records. Small thing for us to understand here is, if there is a record which is deleted and which is sitting in the recycle bin, you cannot just retrieve those records from the database simply. I mean, if you just write select id name account where name equals this, if you write this much, then it will not retrieve records from the recycle bin. It will retrieve records from the main object. Okay, the ones which are not deleted. So this all rows is a keyword which can be used to retrieve records from recycle bin also. Correct? So all rows pretty similar to what we did with the export all in data loader. All right. So that is the thing. You define a list and then you retrieve records, including the deleted records, all rows, and then you say undelete. It will go and undelete those records. That's what this statement is going to do. Now, another important DML statement is merge. Okay, what is this used for? Merge statement is basically used for merging two records. So if there are two records and you want to merge them into one, you can use the merge statement. Okay, so in merge statement, you will have a master record, and then you will have another record. So the record gets merged into the master record. Okay, let's understand syntax wise, how that is done. So for understanding what we have done, we have actually taken a list of accounts. Now, again, reiterating what I just said some time back, this and this, these mean exactly the same thing. Okay, so there is no difference. It's just two different ways of writing it. Okay, this only means list. Okay, it's not set and all. It's only list. So if you see, object name and this, you understand that it is list of account. Okay, for your Apex, it understands both. You can write it like this, or you can write it like this. Okay, so what I've done is I have, in this example, what we are doing, we have basically taken a list, and there are two values in the list, Acme INC and Acme. Okay, now then we insert both these account records. Okay, now these two records got created, these two accounts got created in the system. Now what I want to do, I want to merge these two records. Okay, so now since I want to merge the records, I'll write two queries to retrieve these two records. Okay, and I will have two different SObjects to hold those values, and then I'll merge those. Okay, so first query will help me retrieve the Acme INC record. Second query will help me retrieve the other record. Okay, so the two records which I've created, I am, with the help of the queries, I have retrieved values of both the records. Okay, now these two need to be merged. Okay, and you have to decide which one needs to be merged into which one, and which one you want to retain and which one should get merged. So in this case, I want to retain the first one. Second one should get merged. Okay, All right, so what I'll do is I will use the merge statement. Okay, the one that you want to retain needs to be needs to come first, and the one which needs to get merged needs to come second. As simple as that. This is how you can perform a merge operation. Got it? So I've got two SObject variables. One, contains the value acme inc, the other one acme. I can perform a merge statement, and the one which I want to retain has to be, has to come first, and the one which needs to get merged into the other one has to come, after the first one. Okay, so that's how a merge statement works. Now, another DML statement is upsert. What is upsert? Upsert is combination of update and insert. Again, this is something which we have seen in data loader while performing, data bulk data operation. We have, worked with upsert. So what is this upsert operation? Upsert operation is when you're not sure whether you have to create a record or whether you have to update the record, or kind of you do not know whether the record is already existing or not. So in that case, you can perform an upsert operation. So upsert operation will update a record if it is already existing, and it will create the record if it is not existing. Make sense? So that's what an upsert operation does. Okay. Now, for an upsert operation, you can certainly, if you just do a general upsert. Okay. So let's take this example. So here, if I say list account at list, okay, upsert this list. So what it will do, it will perform a general upsert, and it will use ID to figure out whether the record is already there in the system or not. Okay. So it will use an ID field to determine if the record is already there in the system or not. Okay. So this is a generic upsert. Now what happens is, in case of an upsert, you always may not know the IDs of the records. See, if you know the ID of the record, you ideally know the records exist in the system, right? So then there is no point of doing upsert, right? Then you can easily go and do the update. Make sense, no? So for that reason, it is mostly done, upsert operations are usually done using some external ID field and not the usual ID field. Okay, some external ID field can be used for performing this upsert. Okay, so if you think of it practically, logically, you will realize that while Salesforce or your Apex or your DML operations are capable of doing upsert based on ID, but functionally, will I have ID, or if I have ID, I know that those records need to be updated. Then why would I say upsert? I can simply do update, right? So upsert makes sense if I do not know whether the records are there in the system or not. Okay, and I want to check whether the records are there in the system or not based on some other field, not the ID field, maybe the email field or maybe the website field. Okay, I want to use some other field as an external ID. Okay, so in case you have an external ID field, in case you have an external ID field, what you can do, you can define your upsert statement like this. Let's understand. So of course, the upsert keyword, list of SObject or SObject variable that needs to be upserted, and the external ID field. So the other parameter here can be the external ID field, name of the external ID field that you want to use for upsert. If you don't define anything, by default it will do an upsert based on the ID. If it finds the ID of the record, it will update. If it does not find, it will create. Okay, now that is, as I said, practically becomes a little difficult, because if we know the IDs, then we of course know that those records are in the system. So usually upsert is used along with an external ID field. So if you want to use it with an external ID field, what you can do is you simply use this syntax to perform the upsert. Upsert name, list name, and the external ID field that you want to use for performing the upsert operation. Right? Okay. So now that's about our DML statements. Okay. Now for your learning purpose, what you can do is you can always go to your developer console and write some of these DML statements, and you can actually see how it works. Give me a moment. Let me see if I can log in into Salesforce. Okay. So what I'm going to do is I am going to, write some random code here, and I can start working with it. So where can I write code here? Anonymous code block. Yeah, I can write some code here and I can execute the code from here. Okay. Other option that is available to me now, since we understand about methods and classes, what you can do, you can actually go to file, you can say new Apex class. This way you can actually create your Apex class also. Okay. So put a name for your class. Create records. You can click on OK. Okay. So now this is going to be, going to be a code that you will save. Since you're writing it in a class, you will save this class, and then you can reuse this code. Got it? You can actually write your, account equals new account and all that stuff here. I would say public ID, create account, and then you say insert a, all these things. Okay. So this is how you can actually, create. So now, you will need to keep on saving this class time to time, right? So it's more like, how you create a file and you keep on, whatever changes you make, you keep on saving it and all. Okay. For quick understanding, what I'm going to do, I'm just going to use this anonymous code block window. Okay. So, there's this account record which we have created earlier. Let me now try to retrieve, I would say, account select name ID from account where name equals del. Okay. So this will basically retrieve the record for us, and I can make it limit 1. Okay. The reason why I'm putting a limit 1 here is there is a possibility that there's one more account with the name del. Then it will try, it will return multiple results. And my SObject type is just a single record SObject. I'm not defining a list here, right? So it's better to, put a limit 1 here so that it does not get an error if it is trying to return multiple records in the single SObject variable. Okay. So now what I would do is I would say account dot description equals this is, and then I can say update. Okay. Now I just want to execute this much. What you can do is you can highlight, you can select, it's not that always you want to execute the entire code that you have in the anonymous code block window. Just want to execute this much. What you can do, you can select this and you can click on execute highlighted. Got it? Okay, variable descriptions. Okay, it's only description. Okay, so ideally it should have updated my account record. Let me go and see. Yeah, updated the description to what I wanted. All right, so what you all can do is you can start, doing these small, DML operations from your anonymous code block window also. Okay, so this is a very good place for you all to, start learning on, small pieces of code, execute it, see how it works and all. So that is the thing. So whatever DML statements we have just discussed, what you can do is you can perform those DML statements, using anonymous code block and go back to your system and check if things are working fine. Okay. So that is the thing. Now let's go ahead and talk about another topic, which is, okay, All right, I think what we'll do is we'll just keep it here for today. I don't want to start a new topic for today. Okay. Right. Another thing that we can do here is, let's say you're writing some code. So new topic we will start, tomorrow. But another small thing which I wanted you to understand. Sometimes you may want to just go and see certain things in the debug logs. You may not be able to check everything in the user interface and all that stuff, right? You may just want to see certain things in the debug logs and all. So we can write some debug statements to quickly check. I would say account A equals new account. Okay, and I say name equals del inc. Insert A system.debug a.id. Okay, let's execute this. All right, so this got executed. Okay, that's a different problem. Okay, so here I have got the logs. So let's do it this way. When you are executing it, if you click on open logs, it will open the logs for you to refer to. So here if you see, it will open the logs. Okay, and in the logs, what you need to see the debug statements. Yeah. Okay, so generally what happens is your debug logs will have everything captured. What happened, you defined, this got executed, that. Okay, but I have specifically defined this system.debug statement. Okay, so these can be kind of checkpoints that you put in your code from time to time to check if the code is running fine. Mostly used for checking if things are going fine at a certain stage or not. So the system.debug statement can help me understand if the record actually got created or not and all that stuff, right? So now with this, what is happening? I am able to go and one second, open it. Yeah. So I've opened this. So in case you want to go to the logs, you can actually click on this logs here. Whatever logs or codes have been executed, you can actually check the logs from anything from here. Clicking on that particular checkbox, open logs, will automatically open the logs from there after the execution is complete. Now I just want to see the debug statements. I'm not interested in all these things. There is a lot of detail which is written here. I just want to straight away go and see the debug statements. You just click on this checkbox, which is called debug only. Show you the debug statement. That's it. Which means yes, I have got the ID and the record got created. Of course, that's the reason why it's showing the ID. Correct. So that is how you can put in your system.debug checkpointers, and you can actually keep on checking your code how it is getting executed and all. In the last session, we were discussing about different DML operations and SOQL queries, SOSL queries. So that is what we have discussed so far. So now what we're going to do next is we are going to start using Apex for executing business logics, right? So let's quickly understand before we get into learning specific things. Let's understand that whatever Apex code that we write, we can write it either for executing business logics, say with something which is like a DML operation, let's say when a record is getting created, or then I can have some of these business logics required to run at a specific interval of time, let's say something which runs every 2 hours or something which runs every day, that kind of code and all. Also, I can have a requirement of executing business logics on click of button from a user interface, and also, you can actually use Apex code in different ways. That's what the point is. So the easiest way of writing Apex code and executing Apex code is anonymous code block, which we have already seen. So you just go there and write some code and you can execute it. Where else and how do we use Apex? So that's what we are going to discuss next. The next thing the next thing where Apex can be used is a trigger. Okay, today we are going to talk about the triggers. Give me a moment. Okay. So now Apex trigger, if we talk about it, is basically the code which gets executed with a DML operation. Okay, we understand what is a DML operation. DML operation is an operation which makes changes to the database. Data manipulation language is what DML is, right? So any operation that makes changes to the database. It can be an insert operation, and it can be an upsert, it can be delete, undelete, right? So now sometimes what happens when these operations are happening, for example, when there is a record which is getting created, you want to execute some logic along with the record creation. Okay, if I have to give you some example, you can quickly relate to a data validation rule that we did. So what is a validation rule? Validation rule is a logic which is getting executed when a record is getting created or updated, right? It checks certain values, and then based on if the values are permitted, it will let the record get created or updated. If not permitted, it would not let the record, it will throw an error, that sort of thing. So now, for Apex triggers also, these are logics which get executed along with the DML operations. Okay, when a new record is getting created, when a record is being updated, or when a record is being deleted. In case there is some logic that you want to execute, you can execute that using Apex triggers. Okay, so let's understand a little more about Apex triggers. So an Apex trigger is Apex code that executes before or after DML operations. So these can execute before or after DML operations. Okay, small difference from a validation rule. Because I took that example to help you understand of validation rule. Validation rule only works before insert or before update. Before a record gets created, the validation rule works, and if the values are not as per what is permitted, it throws an error. Okay, so that's the only thing that a validation rule can do. But Apex triggers can go beyond that. It can execute a logic before the record gets created, and it can also execute a logic after the record gets created. And not just record creation, it can work with other DML operations as well. Okay, so this is an Apex code that executes before or after DML operations. There are two types of triggers that we work with. One is before trigger. Okay. In general, there are these two types of triggers. One is before trigger. So before triggers obviously are the ones which you execute before the DML operations. Okay. So what are these before triggers? Before triggers are obviously executed before the DML gets executed. But another thing about before triggers is that before triggers are used to update or validate record values before they are saved to the database. Okay, so in case you want to execute a logic which will validate some value in the database, in the record, then you use a before trigger. So let me help you understand with this. Let's say this is your database object, a table. Okay, let's say this is account object. Okay, now this is database. There's one new record which is getting created on this. This is a new record. Okay, now it has to get into the system. Okay, general question is, if I have to validate certain values that, okay, fine, if the field values are correct or not, when should we do that? After the record gets created into the system or before the record gets created into the system? Of course, before the record gets into the system, right? So that is the thing. So anything that you execute before this record gets into the system, this is primarily going to be before trigger logic. Okay. Now, after triggers. After triggers are used to access field values that are set by the system and to effect changes in other records. Okay. The records that fire the after trigger are read only. Okay. Now, there can be certain business logics which I want to execute once this record gets created into the system. For example, if I say, okay, after creating this account, automatically go and create an opportunity. So that creation of the opportunity, a follow-up record, creation of that should only happen after this DML has happened. Correct? Makes sense, no? So validation of the values should happen before this record gets into the system. Any additional actions, for that matter, take some other example. If I have to send out an email, if I have to create a related record, if I have to go and change the value of a parent record, all these things should happen only after this record has got created. Because there's no point, doing those actions before the record gets created. I'll tell you the reason. In case, let's say there's a related record that needs to be created. Okay. That related record needs to be related to this, which means that record will require the ID of this record. When will it get the ID? Only when this record gets created. Right? So for other things, which are, say, making changes to some other record, creating some other record, or maybe sending out some email. So for, that kind of thing, you should be using after trigger. So those operations should be executed once the record gets into the system. Validating the values of the record are to be executed before the record gets into the system. Got it? Clear? Okay. Now, let us understand one more thing here. So, two things we have already understood. Sometimes what happens, you try to update some values on the record when a new record gets created. For example, based on some industry value, you want to go and update the description. Okay, on the same record. So now that sort of operation should also be done as part of a before trigger. Any updations in the value. So if you look at here, before triggers are used to do updates also. So any updates on the record in context, for our understanding, let's call this as a record in context. This is the record which is getting into the system. Okay. So any updates in the record in context needs to be done as part of before trigger, or before the DML operation actually happens. Okay. Why this is very important to perform this? You cannot create this record and then just go and update the record. No, that will not work, because the moment this record gets created, while the trigger gets executed, this record remains locked. So which means you can do everything else on all other records, but that individual record, the record in context, that gets locked for the entire duration of trigger execution. Correct? So once this record has got into the system, for example, this record got into the system, now this record gets locked till the time the trigger is getting executed. Okay, this remains locked. So you cannot go and change it here after the DML has happened. So if there is an update you have to do it as part of before trigger. Okay. So that is it. Now, based on your requirement, you will be easily able to figure out whether you need a before trigger or an after trigger. Okay. Now let's understand what are the different trigger events where we can actually execute the triggers. So triggers can be executed on the following trigger events. One is before insert. The other one is after insert. Okay, so these are both events associated to the insert DML. Whenever a new record is getting created, you can execute some logic before the record gets created. You can execute a logic after the record gets created, before insert, after insert. Same way, before update and after update. So these are associated to the update operation. Before delete and after delete. These are associated to the delete operations. And after undelete. So there's a DML, called undelete also. Undelete is basically, undeleting a record. Something which is already in the recycle bin. Undeleting that record or restoring that record. So for undelete, there is only one event which is available, which is after undelete. There is nothing called before undelete. Okay, so that is the thing. All right. So these are the trigger events. Now let's quickly understand the syntax of the trigger. So we have, we by now understand the events. We understand there are two different types of triggers and why triggers are used. Now let's have a quick look at the syntax of the triggers. Okay, so trigger syntax is very simple. Okay, this is how you write a trigger. You would write it as using the keyword trigger, name of the trigger. It can be ABCD, XYZ, whatever you want, on object name. So when you're writing a trigger, as I said, it is related to DML operation. You also have to, call out for which object you are creating a trigger. Like for previous example that we were looking at, it can be for account. Okay. So if I say trigger, say T1 on account, then that trigger will get executed along with the DML operations on account. But which event, that you have to write here. And what are the possible events? We just saw that. These are the possible events, right? So in that events, you can write these. One of these, or you can write more than one also. If you want your trigger to be executed before insert and before update both, then you can write both there. Okay. So in this trigger events, you will mention when your trigger gets executed, on which object you're writing the trigger, that gets defined here, and trigger name and trigger. Start with the keyword trigger, put a name on object name and trigger events. And then after this, you have to just, put these braces and your code block, actual code block, whatever you want to do, that goes here. Simple. Okay, let's have a quick look at an example. So trigger my account trigger. So if you look at this example, this is the starts with keyword trigger. This is the name of the trigger, my account trigger. You can give whatever name, on account object, and events before insert and before update. All right, so now this trigger is going to get executed every time a new record gets created, before the record gets created, because it's a before insert, and every time a record gets updated, before the record gets updated, because again it's a before update operation or event that we have chosen here. All right, now let's look at the other part of it. Yes, here it is just the code block. Okay, so that's how we write triggers. Now let me just show you where you can write the triggers. Give me a moment. Just give me one quick moment, please. Okay. Let's log in into Salesforce and see where we can write triggers. So you can actually write triggers from your developer console also. You can go to developer console, and if you look at it from file, you can say new Apex trigger. Okay, you put a name for the trigger here, and you can select the SObject from here. So if I want to create a trigger for account or opportunity, new opt trigger, whatever, just put a name, and you can choose for which object. This is going to be for opportunity, right? So I'll select opportunity. Click on submit. Yeah, it will create the trigger for you. Okay. So trigger. Yeah. So you have trigger, name of the trigger, on opportunity, before insert. By default, it has taken before insert, but you can actually go and change it to whatever you want. So whichever event you want to call the trigger on, you can actually do that. So if we look at this syntax, we'll be able to compare that with this one. Okay. Yeah. So if you look at this, looks pretty similar to what we have here. Now, if there are multiple events, if you want the same trigger to get executed on multiple events, what you can do, you can simply write before update, before delete, whatever. I mean, you can put multiple, just separate them by commas. That is it. The rest is okay. Okay. And your code for execution will go here. Okay. Whatever you want to do. All right. Okay. Now, the next thing that we are going to work with is context variables. Now, what is context variable? Context variables are, some system variables which will help you retrieve the values of the record in context or some related values so that you can use those values for executing your logics on the trigger. Okay. So defining the trigger is something which we have already seen. Now let's, understand the context variables. Okay. So all triggers define implicit variables that allow developers to access runtime context. Okay. Now, what is happening? Let me tell you this. When I gave you this example of when we were talking about this particular example, this is the database. Okay, and this is a record. This is your account object or whatever. Let's say account object for now. There's a record which is trying, which is going to get into the system. It's still not in the system. How do you retrieve this particular record? Let's say you have to execute a logic where you want to compare the industry or you want to check whether industry is filled or blank, something like that. Now, how do you retrieve the value of this particular record? Can you write a query to retrieve the value of this record? Yes, no? Can I write a query to retrieve the value of this record? Can that be done? No, it cannot be done. Why? Because query can only be written on the records which are there in the table. This record is still not in the table. It is still in the context and it's getting into the system. Before it gets into the system, you cannot even write a query for this record. Okay. Even after this record gets into the system, what is the query that you write? How do you retrieve it? You do not know. I mean, this is just a new record which got created. What query can I write to retrieve this particular record? Okay. So that is the thing. For that reason, we do have context variables. So context variables will make our life very easy. Now, when I talk about this challenge, you may be thinking that it is, very difficult thing, but context variables will make your life very easy. Context variables will basically help help you, or, these basically let the developers access runtime context values. Okay. So, which means that using my context variable, I can easily retrieve a lot of context, runtime context values. So when the trigger is getting executed, I can retrieve the value of that particular record which is getting executed as part of the trigger. I can retrieve the value of which event has initiated the trigger and all that stuff. Okay, and that's what a context variable will do. So we don't have to worry much. Context variable will help us get the values of these. Okay, these variables are contained in the system.trigger class. So there's a default class which is called system.trigger class, and these variables are called context variables. Okay, so because they are in the system.trigger class, when we are calling these variables, we'll have to call those as trigger.variable name. That's how we'll have to call those. Okay, let's see a few examples. So the most common context variable that we will be using very frequently is trigger.new. Okay, what is this trigger.new? Trigger.new is the context variable which returns a list of the new version of SObject records. Okay, so basically it returns the list of records which are getting created in the system or the records which are getting updated in the system. That's what a trigger.new will return. Okay. So now let's try and do this. This is your system. This is the record which is getting created. Okay. Now, before this record gets created, you have to check whether, say, industry value is populated in this or not in this particular record. Okay. Now, what do? Trigger.new will help you retrieve the values from this particular record, and then you can check that. As simple as that. Okay. So let me say, for this particular example, okay, so for this particular example, if I have to go and check if the industry value is there or not, or industry is equal to some particular value, then what I would do, I would need to check this record. Okay, and this record I can retrieve using my context variable trigger.new. That's what we just discussed, right? So ideally, trigger.new will return that record which is in the context, which is executing the trigger, and then I should be able to do whatever I want with the value. So trigger.new will help me get the value of this record. Okay, and then I can do whatever I want with the values. Okay, but another thing that I have to understand. So we may be thinking, let's say I have to do a comparison if the industry is equals technology, do something. So now we may be thinking we should be able to do something like this. If trigger.new dot industry equals because there's a context variable, I can do you go and do this kind of a comparison. But this is not correct. This is wrong. Okay, why this is wrong? I'll tell you. This is wrong because this trigger.new returns a list of new versions of the SObject records. Okay, so trigger.new by default data type of it is collection list. It's not a single record, it's list. Okay, so you cannot compare a list like this. Does it make sense now? I cannot go and compare a list like this. I can compare a single value this way, but trigger.new, the data type of it is by default a list. Okay, so if it is a list, then what do? Then I'll have to iterate through each record or each value in the list, and then I'll have to do the comparison. Right? So for that, what I'm going to do is we'll write it in a slightly different way. So now what we are going to do, we're going to write it for account A in trigger.new. For account A in trigger.new, if A dot industry equals technology, do something. Okay, whatever you want to execute, that's okay. All right. So do you see this? How we actually need to use this context variable. So because it's a list, I have to loop through the individual values of the list. Okay, now I'm pretty sure most of you must be thinking that, okay, fine, why should I work with a list? I just have a single record. You are working with the list because that is the context variable which is given by Salesforce or from Apex. That is the context variable that is available. Okay. Now immediately the other question comes, why do I have a context variable only for a list and not for a single record? The answer to that is very simple. See, if you have a context variable, say trigger.new, if this, if the data type of this is a list, it can work in both the scenarios. It can work with multiple records. It can work with a single record also, right? But if there was a context variable only for single record, it could not have dealt with bulk data operations. You understand that, right? So it's not that always you're going to, just create one record at a time. There will be, operations where you would probably try to insert multiple records. So that is the reason trigger.new is a list type. It can contain single record, it can contain multiple records as well. Okay. This SObject list is only available in insert, update, and undelete triggers. Okay. And the records can only be modified in before triggers. Okay. So understand this. Trigger.new is only available for insert and update operation. Don't worry about the undelete operation for now. Primarily, if you look at it, this is available for insert and update operation. Okay. So this basically refers to the new value that is getting into the system, and it is available only for insert and update, because only in a case of an insert and update operation, there is a new value which is getting into the system, right? In case of a delete, is there a new value which is getting into the system? No. In case of a delete, the value is being removed from the system. The value is going out of the system, of the database, right? So trigger.new will only work for insert and update operation for the new value. Okay. So now the immediate next question would be, then what do I do for trigger? So for delete operation, we have got another context variable which is called trigger.old. Okay. This returns a list of old versions of the subject record. So when you're deleting a record, so if there is, in case of a delete operation, what happens? You have the database, there is a record in the database. Now this record has to go out of the system, right? This record has to go out of the system. This is called trigger.old. So anything which is already in the system and that needs to be removed, that is called trigger. That will be basically retrieved in trigger.old. Okay. And if there is something which is getting into the system, that is trigger.new. Okay. Now, so in case of an insert operation, you just deal with a trigger.new. Let's understand it a little, more. So in case there is an insert operation, you are only dealing with trigger.new. In case of a delete operation, you are only dealing with trigger.old. Correct? In case of an update operation, you will have a trigger.new as well as a trigger.old both. Why? Because in case of an update, there is some old value which is being removed and new value replacing the old value, right? Now you may have a logic which needs to be executed sometimes on the old value, sometimes on the new value. So depending on whichever you want, you basically use your context variable. Okay. So this SObject list is only available in update and delete triggers. So yeah, so if you look at this, update is common. So in case of an update, what will happen? There's a record which is already there in the system. Okay. And then I'm trying to, put some updated value for it. So if you have to retrieve the existing value, then you can use trigger.old. If you have to retrieve the new value, you can use trigger.new. All right. So that's how your context variables would work. Okay. So if I just go back to our code window, and I can say, if it's a delete operation, right now I was saying before insert, before update and delete. So it's okay. If I say this is a delete operation, okay, and I want to check something before the record gets deleted, what I will need to do is I will need to, before delete, I would need to go and say, this will become trigger.old. Okay, let's say you would say that, okay, fine. If industry is from technology or technology, don't delete the account record, throw an error. So you will not be able to retrieve, in case of a delete operation, you will not be able to retrieve the values from trigger.new. There you have to use trigger.old. Got it? The rest everything remains same, just that the context variable from where you get the values have changed. That's it. Okay. So that is how you work with these context variables. So these context variables actually make your life very easy. Okay. One more thing, again, let me reiterate, as I said, these context variables which are retrieving the values of the records in context are of list type, which means you always have to, run through a loop and then execute your logic, because obviously you will be executing logics on individual records, and you will have to run through the loop to execute your logic. So this is going to be your basic structure of a trigger. You have to run through a loop. Okay, now um, again, going back to what we were discussing, since this is a um, the trigger.new and trigger.old, these context variables are of list type, and we always need to run through the loop. And so all the triggers that you write basically using these context variable automatically become eligible to handle bulk records also. They can automatically handle bulk records. Now you are not worried. This trigger will work fine if there is one single record being created, and this trigger will work exactly same way if there are 100 records which are getting created, or if there are 1000 records which are getting created in the system. Correct? So just that it will get iterated through the loop. That's it, and that's the normal structure. So all triggers by default are bulk triggers only. Make sense? So that is a good thing. So then you don't need to worry that, okay, fine, what happens if so a user is trying to create multiple records. So it is automatically going to take care of it. Okay, so that is what we have. So let me delete this statement. You don't need this anymore. Let's okay. So this is your trigger. This is how you actually go and write your trigger. So okay, now before insert, you have to keep in mind that for before insert you're using trigger.new. Sorry, not before insert. For any insert related operation, you're using trigger.new. For delete related operations, you're using trigger.old. Update can work with both trigger.new and trigger.old. Okay, so in case of an update, as I said, there will be an old value, there will be a new value. If you want to execute your logic based on the old value, if I say, okay, if there is an opportunity which is if there is an opportunity which is at a certain stage, an opportunity which is at a prospecting stage, do something. Do not let the update happen. Okay, so that's where I am trying to execute a logic on the old value of the opportunity, the existing value of the opportunity, right? So that's where to retrieve the old value, you will use trigger.old of course. But if my logic is that, okay, fine, if an opportunity is being updated to a closed one opportunity, it's being updated. Okay, the new value which is getting into the record, that is something, and I want to execute my logic based on that, then I will retrieve it using the trigger.new. Got it? Make sense? So that's how it works. Okay, so let's go ahead and write some trigger and see how it works. You can actually write your trigger in one more place. Okay, so on the user interface also, you can basically go and say trigger. Okay, so under custom code, you can go and look for Apex triggers. Okay, so this will, from here, I mean, not from the developer console, from here also you can actually have a quick look at the list of triggers that you have in the system. But you will not be able to create one from here. You can see the list. You can create from developer console. You have one more option to create a trigger. Let me create a trigger on opportunity. Okay, so you can just go to any object from the object manager. Now I'm on the opportunity object, and if you come here, you will see triggers here. And from here also you can create a trigger. You just click on new button here on the top right corner. We'll give you the option to write your trigger here. Okay, so either you can write it on the developer console or you can write it here. Same thing, doesn't make any difference whether you write it here or there. So some of us may feel comfortable writing it on the developer console, but yeah, but we can write it wherever we want. That's okay. If you're writing a trigger here, you again, same thing, the syntax and all is same. You just put Amount check. Let's say I'm writing a trigger on opportunity amount check before insert. Yeah, and whatever code I want to write. That can happen. Okay, I am not saving it here. I'll write the trigger on uh, developer console. Okay, now let me create a new Apex trigger. Okay, this is already an opportunity. Okay, let me write some logic on this itself. Okay, what I want to do now is, let's say I want to check. Okay, one small thing, small correction here. Ideally, this trigger is written on opportunity. For example, I just said account here, but no, your context variables will return the record of this object on which you have written the trigger. All right, so either it has to be an account or this one. I think I was just explaining, and for example I've taken this, but you cannot retrieve values of other records in this particular context variable. I hope you understand that part. Okay, so let's delete this and let's go ahead and get started with new one. Okay, so let's say I have a logic. I say that in case there's a new opportunity which is getting created and amount of the opportunity is less than $10,000, I want to throw an error. That's what I want to do. Okay, clear with the logic? So my business logic is, if a new opportunity is being created with amount less than $10,000, should throw an error. Okay, that's what my requirement is. Now I'm going to write this trigger. So one is, this is talking about a new opportunity, which means of course it's an insert operation, and because it is kind of validating the data, it has to be a before trigger, right? So it has to be a before insert operation where we have to check it. I cannot do it after insert. My objective here is to prevent the creation of the record. So after the record gets created, I cannot do anything. So that is the thing. So let's go ahead and write this. I would say for not account, opportunity o in trigger dot new. Okay, so what we have done here, basically we have actually defined another variable, a subject variable, single a subject variable. I've given it a name which I'm using to iterate through the loop. So you guys must have done something like this. In case you have written code earlier, you may have done something like this for integer I, and then I less than 100, I plus plus, something like this, right? So what do? We basically iterate through the values 1 to 100 through this loop. So that's similar sort of thing. Yeah, so what is that we have to compare? We have to compare now that if the amount is less than 10,000 or not. So if o dot amount is less than 10,000, okay, there's a method called add error. You can use that method for putting an error. So this add error method will actually stop your DML operation. Okay, this is system defined method actually. This will stop your DML operation, and it can also throw an error message that you can pass here as a parameter. Okay. Opportunity with amount less than 10k are not allowed. Okay. So that is it. That's my trigger. I can go and say save. Okay. think it's showing some problem, but it seems to be a problem with something else. Yeah, it's another class which has a problem. This does not have anything. Okay. Yeah, so this trigger is fine, no problem with this trigger at all. So what I'll do now is I'll go to opportunities and try to create an opportunity. Let's see if my trigger is working fine. Okay, another small thing, whenever you create a trigger, you have to ensure that your trigger is active. Okay, just like your validation rule, workflow rule and all, you also have to ensure your trigger is active. So, if it is not active, it will not work. Okay, and whether it's active or not active, you can go and check it in the UI also. So if I just now go here and on in the object manager, I go and check this. Here is the opportunity object. Here are the triggers related to opportunity object. This is the trigger which got created. Let's check. Status of the trigger is active. Right? If it is not active, you can actually go and make it active or inactive, whatever you want. So the trigger is active, which means it will work. So it's pretty similar to making a validation rule or a workflow rule active. Sometimes you do not want this logic to get executed. You will just deactivate the trigger at that point of time. Let me now go to my sales app and try and create an opportunity record. Just put something new up for testing, whatever amount. I would put 8,000. Yeah, it's 8,000, right? Not 80,000. Yeah, stage, let me put anything. Okay, I'll try to save this. See this? Opportunity with amount less than 10,000 are not allowed. So that means my trigger is working fine. Okay, now let me, change this logic a little. Let me go back to the trigger and, just make small change to this particular logic. I need to make a small change here. And the change that I want to make is, give me a moment. Yeah. Okay. So now what I want to do is I want to make a small change on this logic. What we want to do is for new records, amount less than 10,000 is fine. If an op is being updated and amount is less than 5k, throw an error. Okay, so now what I want to do, I want to execute two different logics on two different events. One is if a new record is being created and the amount is 10,000, less than 10,000, then throw an error. The other one is if the opportunity is being updated on an update operation, if the amount is less than 5,000, then throw an error. Okay. Now, this is my general business requirement. What you can do actually, some of us would do, it this way. I see some developers doing this. That you will create one trigger for before insert and put this logic here. Okay. And you can create another trigger for before update and put another logic here. So that way you will be creating two triggers. Okay. Now creating multiple triggers on the same object is not recommended. Okay. Salesforce recommends, though you will be able to create. It's not that you will not be able to create. It would not, stop you from creating two triggers. But creating multiple triggers on the same object is not recommended. Okay. Why it is not recommended? There's a simple logic to it. Because when you have multiple triggers on the same object, you cannot control the execution of logics, as per your, as per your wish. So, if there are multiple triggers, which trigger gets executed first, that is not controllable. Of course, the after triggers will get executed, after the before trigger. But if there are multiple before triggers, then which one gets executed first, you cannot control that. Or if there are multiple after triggers, which one gets executed first, you cannot control that. Okay. But if you combine multiple logics in the same trigger, then it's your control. I mean, you have the complete control. You control the flow of statements, and you can define which one needs to be executed first and all. All right. So now I have to execute two different logics on two different events in the same trigger. How do we do this? So first of all, since this trigger has to get executed on before insert and before update both, first of all, let's include both the events. Okay. Now, both the events got included. At the time of execution, at the runtime, what I need to figure out is I just need to figure out if this trigger was initiated due to an insert operation or it was initiated due to an update operation. If there is a way for me to figure that out, then I can control my statements here accordingly. If I'm able to figure out, if this trigger was initiated due to an insert or an update operation, don't you think I will be able to control the next part of it? Then it becomes easy, right? Okay. So now what do I do for that? So for that, we have got a few more context variables. Okay. So there are a few context variables which will help you, figure out which event initiated the trigger. Okay. So there are a few. The first one is trigger.isInsert. Okay. This is a context variable which will return true if this trigger was fired due to an insert operation. Okay. If it was fired due to an insert operation, and that insert operation could have started from anywhere. It could have started from Salesforce user interface, Apex, or the API class. So if your trigger was fired due to an insert operation from the UI or Apex or an API, from wherever, this trigger.isInsert is going to return true. It's a Boolean type context variable. I mean, it's a Boolean type variable which will return only true or false. Same way, I have got other ones. Trigger.isUpdate. Of course, this will return true if it was initiated by an update operation. Trigger.isDelete will return true if it was initiated due to a delete operation. Trigger.isUndelete. This will return true if this trigger was fired after a record recovered from the recycle bin. Okay. All right. So these are the context variables. In addition to this, this trigger.isBefore and trigger.isAfter. Okay. Sometimes you may have a situation where you want to have two different logics executed on before insert and after insert. Okay. I want to do something as part of before insert, and I want to do something else as part of after insert. So in that case, only knowing that it is an insert operation or not will not help. In that case, I also need to know whether it is before insert or after insert. Got that? So for that, there are two more context variables, trigger.isBefore and trigger.isAfter. So this will return true if the trigger was fired before any record was saved, and this will return true if the trigger was fired after all the records were saved. Okay. So with the help of these context variables, you can actually then control your logics in the same trigger for different events. So I will go back to what we were doing. Okay. So one thing is for sure, I'm actually dealing with the trigger.new part only. In both the cases, I have to check, whether the new value is less than 10,000 in case of a new record and less than 5,000 in case of an existing record. Now, all that I have to do is I simply have to say if trigger dot is insert. That's it. Okay, and else if trigger dot is update and o dot amount is less than 5,000, o dot add error. Error message can come here, whatever error message you want to put. Okay, now do you see this? So what we have done along with our general logic. So earlier I was just checking if the amount is less than 10,000, but now along with that I'm saying that okay, fine. If it's a new record, if it's an insert operation, of course, insert operation means new record. So if it's an insert operation and amount is less than 10,000, then do this. Else, if it's an update operation and amount is less than 5,000, then do this. Got it? Simple. So these context variables can be used to control our logics for multiple trigger events in the same trigger. Okay, and again, as I said earlier, Salesforce recommends you to have one trigger per object, though it will allow you to create multiple triggers. And during the training you will see I am creating multiple triggers, and because I keep on doing different examples or different training batches and all. But this is something which you should ideally keep in mind. You should be having you should be having one trigger per object, which will give you a lot of control over how you want to control things. The last session we were discussing about the context variables. And we have seen how we can use these context variables to easily retrieve the values from the trigger context, and it helps us retrieve the values of the record, or which event initiated the trigger. And then we can use that for executing our logic. So based on those values, we can then go ahead and perform our logics or execute the logics. So trigger.new, trigger.old, these are the two context variables that we have spoken about. So trigger.new is for retrieving any value which is getting into the system. It can be through an insert or an update operation. Trigger.old is a value which is being removed from the system. General understanding should be okay, any value which is being removed either on an update operation or on a delete operation. So trigger.new will be applicable only for insert and update. Trigger.old will be applicable for your update and delete operation. So there's an example that we saw. And the next thing that we started discussing is about the Boolean context variables, right? So what are these Boolean context variables? The Boolean context variables will usually return a true or false depending on which event initiated that particular trigger. Okay, so if it is through an insert operation, or if it is an update operation, if it's a delete operation, so these are the things that we can figure out using Boolean context variable. So in addition to these ones, so this trigger.isInsert is going to return true if it's the trigger is initiated due to an insert operation. Trigger.isUpdate is going to return true if it is initiated by an update operation. Same way it's for delete and undelete. Okay. Now, if you want to figure out whether it's for a before operation or an after operation, then there are two more Boolean context variables. Trigger.isBefore, this will return true if the trigger was initiated for a before, from a before operation. Okay, so sometimes you may need to go and check and execute different logics for before an insert and after insert. So in that case, you may want to check if the trigger is before and if it is after, in that way. Okay, so these context variables, as we were discussing earlier, also these context variables are pretty useful, because in most of the cases when you have a requirement where you want to club in multiple events in one single trigger, which is what is recommended by Salesforce also, that you put in one trigger for an object. Now, if there is one single trigger for an object you are trying to create, you may need to execute different logics on different events. Then these Boolean context variables will be pretty useful, and will help you control your set of logics, what gets executed when and stuff like that. Okay. So what we are going to do, we are going to do one more example for this Boolean trigger context variable. Just give me a moment. Let me log in into Salesforce and then we get started. Okay. So I will call this trigger as Boolean check. I'm just giving it a name. Let me write it on account. Okay. All right. Now there are a few things which I want to check on this particular trigger, right? So first thing that I want to do is I would want to check, if the record is being deleted before the record gets deleted. I want to check for a certain keyword in the name, and if I want to check a certain keyword in the description. Now, if there is that keyword in the description, then I'll go ahead and delete that particular record. Okay. So that is the thing. Uh, Another thing that I plan to do on this particular trigger is, I would say, let me keep on putting these points here also. So I am saying before delete, check for a keyword. Okay, if the keyword is not there, then don't delete, then throw an error. Before insert, um, update description. Yeah. So before delete, I want to check for a keyword in description. Before insert, I want to update the description. And let me also do something as part of after insert. Okay. So this is what I plan to do. All right. So now this is what my account object has got. I mean, these are the logics. So before an account record gets deleted, I want to check, if there is a certain keyword available in the description, then only delete. If it is not there, it should not delete. Before insert, it should go and update the description based on some logic that we will put in the trigger. After insert, I want to create a related contact record. Okay, so these are three different things that I want to do. Okay, so if you look at it, there's before delete, before insert, after insert. Okay, um, yeah. Okay, now what you could have done, you could have actually gone and written these as three different triggers. I mean, one just works for before delete and stuff like that. But again, that's not the right way of doing it. So what we are going to do, we are going to include all these events here, and then we will use the Boolean context variable to execute this. So before insert, of course, before delete, after insert, and let me also include before update. Okay, so this is what I have got here. Okay, now what I need to check, I need to work with before insert, before delete, after insert. These are the three things which I need to work with, and these are the context variables that I have. Okay, so I'm going to write my logic this way. So I can actually start with the before trigger. Okay, I'm just trying to put the structure here, and then we will go with the syntax and everything. So if I start with the before trigger, and inside that I can check delete and then insert. Okay, and then I can go to after trigger, and there is just one for after trigger, right? For before there are two, for insert, sorry, for after there's only one insert. So this can be the structure of my trigger, right? So initially it can check if it's before. If it is before, then it can go and check if it is delete. If it is delete, it does something. Okay, so it will be like if before, then it check. If delete, then do something. If insert, do something else, and then it should check if it is after. So if it is not before, of course, then it's after. So an else statement will also do here. If insert, then do something. Okay, so for delete, it what it needs to do, it needs to basically go and check for keyword description. For insert, it will go and do this. For create, sorry, for after insert, it will go and create a related record. Okay, so this is a generic structure that I'm going to use for writing this trigger. Got it? Simple one. So let's do this. So, okay, now if it is before or not, how do I figure it out? I will get to know it from this context variable. Which context variable can be used here? This one, trigger dot is before, right? Okay, so I've put a basic structure. Now I'm actually going to put the syntaxes correctly to this. Just for your understanding, I wanted you to understand the skeleton of it, because once the code starts growing, then it becomes a little difficult to understand. So this is what it is. Now we are going to put it more in a structured manner to give it syntax. So yes. So what is that I have to do? I would say if, how do I check if it is before trigger or not? Trigger dot is before, then okay. Now if it is if trigger dot is before, what is that I have to check inside this? Firstly, if it is delete or not, right? So now you will say if trigger dot is delete, okay, and we would write whatever we want here. Okay, so if the trigger dot is delete, then what we need to do, we need to check for the for a keyword in the description. Okay, let's do it. So I would say for account A in trigger dot old, okay, so for delete operation, it's always going to be trigger dot old, right? So there is no concept of trigger dot new for delete operation. So that's the reason why I've used trigger dot old. All right, so the old trigger dot old will basically retrieve the records which are being deleted. So it should go and check if a dot description equals, let's say, okay to delete. Not equals okay to delete. A dot add error. This record cannot be deleted. Okay, so the logic that we are executing here is in the description for any record or any account record which is okay to delete. The description field should say, should have this value okay to delete. Okay, so if a dot description is not equals okay to delete, then I would say a dot add error. Okay, then I am actually trying to throw an error and I do not want the delete to be permitted. So that is the thing. So this takes care of the of the first part of it, which is your in before delete operation, right? Delete event. Now the next part of it is insert, before insert, right? So let's do this. So how do we check if it is an insert operation or not? Again, if trigger dot is insert, okay. Now let me get this and put it here. I would say update description. Okay, before the record gets updated, sorry, before the record gets inserted, I want to update the description. All right. So this is also going to be a before operation. And what do we write here? We will now say for, again, we will be iterating it through another set of values, trigger dot a in. Okay. Can this be trigger dot old or trigger dot new? Has to be trigger dot new because it's an insert operation, right? So it has to be trigger.new. So for account A in trigger.new, what is that we want to do? We will say a dot description equals a dot industry plus account. Okay, I'm just concatenating the value of industry and that simple word text account. Okay, so they should get updated in the description. All right. So this takes care of my before delete and before insert thing. Now, what is the other thing that I have to do? Yeah. The next thing that we have to do is we have to do the after insert operation. So yeah, this is done. Now your before trigger should conclude here, and then what I can do, you can put the after clause here. So I can say if trigger dot is after, so this is also fine. Or because now in this case we just have a before and after, so alternately what I can do, I can simply use an else statement also here, else, right? Now in else I will check. So else means, of course, if trigger dot is before, else will be, of course, trigger dot is after. So what I will do is I have to put this inside and I will check if trigger dot is insert. Now this is where I will write the code for creating a related record. Okay. So as part of after insert, what we are going to do, we are basically going to create a a related record. Okay. So let's do this. Yeah. So related contact I'm going to create, right? So let me define a list of contacts contacts equals new list of contact. Okay. And now for account A in trigger.new. Okay, let me just go ahead and create a simple contact. Last name of the contact will be equals to your account name. All right. So I'll just go and create a contact. Contacts.add. So into this list, I'm adding a new record, which is new contact, last name equals a dot name. Okay, and account ID equals a dot ID. All right. So that is the thing. That's what we have. Just give me a moment, 1 second. Right. So this will basically create a new contact. This is basically inserting a new contact record in the list. It's not yet inserting. So there is no DML which has happened yet. It's just inserting. And the other thing that I'm doing, I have just, given the last name of the contact as name of the account. Okay. So that is one. Second thing that we are doing is we are associating this contact to the account. So when you create a new contact record, you just don't want to go and create a contact record randomly, right? An independent contact record. We want this contact to be associated to the account, right? To this particular account. So what you do is you have to just set up that relationship field. So this is setting up the relationship field. Account ID equals a.id. So now that relationship gets set up. Okay. All right. Now what we will do is we'll have to insert the contact also. Because so far it is just defined. It is just in the variable. It is not in your database. So for this record to get into the database, what you need to do, you need to put a DML statement. Okay. All right. So what I'll do is I will see. There is one thing which we will discuss a little later also, but for your understanding now also, let me tell you. Never put a DML statement inside a loop. Right now it's a loop, right? You do not put a DML statement inside a loop. Okay, and that is the reason why I have created a list here. I could have just used a single SObject variable. I could have actually put in a value and I could have inserted that, but that's not a good practice. Why that is not a good practice? Because this loop is going to iterate multiple times. When the loop runs multiple times, the DML statement will also run multiple times, which is not an efficient way of running your code. Okay, and then on top of that, there are a few limitations also. So for now, you guys can understand it that this is not a very good way of running the code, but eventually you all will realize that this is not a Salesforce also has got certain limitations on this. I'm going to talk about those limitations later on. So how many DML statements you can execute in a method or a transaction, and also there are those limitations also. So putting a DML statement inside a loop is not a good practice. Okay, so for that reason, what I'll do is I'll not put the DML statement inside the loop. Now I have got a list. Anyhow, the values will keep on getting added to the list. Okay. Once this loop completes all the values, let's say this trigger.new has got 20 records. Okay. This loop will run for 20 times. All those 20 records will get added to this particular list. Outside the loop, I can just perform one DML statement. Okay. Insert contacts. Okay. Now this single DML statement will take care of your entire list of records. Okay. So that is it. All right. Now just for your understanding, going back to what I was just saying, had I defined a single SObject variable and if I had put the insert statement inside the loop for 20 records, this DML statement would have got called 20 times. And I'm just talking about 20 records, by the way, right now. It can be 500 records. Now, if the DML statement gets called 500 times, that is not a very efficient or the right way of doing things. It's more like, just for your simplifying your understanding, if you have to, buy, say, 50 items from a grocery store, what is an efficient way for you to do it? Go to the grocery store for 50 times or prepare a list, go once, pick all the items and come. Correct? So, as simple as that. So should I be doing, multiple DML statements? No, that's not an efficient way. Sometimes we do not realize this. We just write the code. However, Salesforce has got, as I said, it has got certain limitations also, which will not let you put all these DML statements inside a loop and all. Another thing that you should avoid putting inside a loop is a query. Query is also something which should be avoided. We should not be putting the query inside the loop. If you put the query inside the loop, again, you're making the same mistake. Query the data outside the loop. So these things should not happen inside the loop. Okay. So that is the thing. All right. So now this is, the total code that I have. This is my overall code. All right. Now, now these are the Boolean context variables, and this is how we can actually use these, and we can work with these. So that is there. And let us see if there are a few more Boolean context variables that we can use. Okay, so then we have got trigger dot new map. Okay, and then there is this trigger dot old map. Now what is this trigger dot new map and trigger dot old map? Trigger dot new map is basically the context variable which returns. It's pretty similar to trigger dot new. The only difference is trigger dot new map does not return a list of SObject, it returns a map. Correct? So it returns a map of ID and the records. All right. And trigger dot old map basically returns uh, a list of IDs and records from the old set of values. Got it? So that is the thing. So if I have to talk about a trigger dot new map, okay, or give me a moment. Okay. So if I have to talk about trigger dot new map, okay, trigger dot new map is basically, this returns a map, and this map is of ID and SObject records. Okay. Now SObject records are basically your trigger dot new actually. Okay. So trigger dot new just returns the list of records. Trigger dot new map returns ID along with the trigger dot new. Okay. So there's a map between the ID of the records and the uh, there's a map between the ID of the records and the trigger dot new. Okay. Same way, there is another context variable which is trigger dot old map. So what is a trigger dot old map? A map of IDs to old version of the SObject records. Okay. So if you look at trigger dot old map, this will return map of IDs with trigger dot old. Okay. Now, what is the advantage of the map? Why do we use map? We use map to store keys and values, right? So now here, what happens? Your ID acts as the key. Okay, and then uh, the records associated to those respective IDs can be retrieved from the trigger.new and trigger.old. Okay. Now, what is the difference between just using a trigger.new and trigger.new map, and why would we use this? To help you understand this, let me give you a small scenario. Try and understand this. So there so far mostly what we have seen, we have worked with uh, scenarios where you either just need trigger.new or you only need trigger.old. Correct? So far, either we are using trigger.new in my trigger or we are using trigger.old. What if there is a scenario where I have to work with both the values in the same trigger? There can be a scenario, right? Let me give you one. And that will only happen, by the way, in update operation. That will not happen because in an insert operation, there is no trigger.old. In a delete operation, there is no trigger.new, right? I mean, it does not return anything. So if there has to be a scenario which uses both, that scenario has to be with with an update operation, right? Okay. So let me give you an example. Okay, I am going to write a trigger, and here I say before an opportunity is updated, if the amount check if the amount has been updated. If the amount is changed, give an error. Okay, this is my requirement. So basically what I'm trying to do is I want to check On an update operation, when an opportunity record is being updated, I want to check if the value of the amount has changed. If it has changed, then it should throw an error. So basically, it should prevent updation of amount. Okay. So now, in this case, what you need to do, you need to compare old value of the amount and the new value of the amount. That is it, right? So now, in an update operation, old and new value, if they are not same, if there is any change, then it should throw an error. Simple, right? Okay, so now let's go and write this trigger and then see how we can make use of trigger.new map and old map here. So I'll go to this, I'll start writing prevent amount update amount change. This is going to be for opportunity. Okay. So trigger prevent amount change on opportunity before insert. This has to be before update. Okay. So that's fine. Now, in this particular example, if you look at it, we need to use both the values. You have to compare both the values, right? The old one and the new one, right? So that is the thing. Now, what I'll do is I can, create a loop for, trigger.new. Let's say for opportunity on trigger.new. Okay. All right. Now this is what I'm doing. Okay. So here I am. Now here, what I need to do, I need to compare the value of, so O is coming from trigger.new. This is the new value of the opportunity that is getting created, right? Now I have to compare it with the old value. So my logic is if O dot amount not equals old value. Now how do I get the old value? Got the thing? Now I need to retrieve the old value of the same record. How do I do that? Okay. So now there is one thing that we need to understand here. See, when a record is getting updated, let's say there is an opportunity which is getting updated. So let's say there is this opportunity, okay, and for this particular opportunity, name of the opportunity is op1, amount is say 20,000, stage is prospecting, okay. This is the old value. Now I am updating this opportunity to a new value. I'm trying to change everything. Amount I want to make 30,000. Negotiations. Okay. So same opportunity record. This is old set of value, this is new set of value. So your trigger.new basically retrieves this value, what is getting into the system. Trigger.old gets the old set of value, right? But now in the context of the trigger, what I need to do, I need to compare these two values. Now to compare these two values, what I need to do is I need to retrieve the value of the same record from trigger.old, from the other set, right? Now for that I need some sort of a key, right? What can act as a key? For key I need a value which does not change. So in an update operation I can update all the fields, but ID, can I update that? So ID is going to be same in the old and in the new value. So ID can basically act as the key here. Okay. So while I'm iterating through the new value, okay, while I'm actually, at this point of time, it has to be O. Okay. Here, this O dot amount, if I have to, retrieve the old value of this record, I can actually do it using the ID of this particular record. Based on other things, I cannot do it, right? So I know the ID, I can retrieve the value. Okay. Now, if I have a map of IDs and trigger.old, then I can easily do that. That's what I'm going to do here. Okay. So trigger.new value anyhow has come through, because I'm iterating through this loop, trigger.new is here. So O.amount, this is from trigger.new. I'll have to compare it with the trigger.old. So to retrieve this value, the old value of the same record, what I'm going to do, I'm going to use the ID and retrieve it through the map. Which map? This trigger.old map. Okay, you could have done it the other way around also, but yeah, I mean, you could have actually written the code through trigger.old and you could have then retrieved the value from trigger.new. I've written it for trigger.new and I'm retrieving it for trigger.old. So how will you retrieve the value? So what is the method for retrieving the value from a map? Map dot get key, right? This is what we do. Map dot get key. I mean, there's something which we have seen earlier. So what is the map here? Map is trigger dot old map dot get dot get is the method name, so nothing changes here. What is key? Key is o dot id. Okay. Dot amount. Got it? So this is it. So from the old map, I am basically retrieving the value using the ID of this record, and then I'm comparing. So this will compare the value, the new record and the old record values. If this is the case, what do I say? O dot add error. You cannot update the amount of an opportunity. All right. So that is it. Okay. So this is how trigger.new and trigger.old map can be used. Right. So as I said, this will be mostly used when you have to do these kind of comparisons and you want to retrieve the value using the ID. So that's where you can use this trigger.new, trigger.old map. Okay. Okay. Another context variable is trigger.size. Trigger.size is simple, this is basically going to return an integer and it will give you the total number of records in a trigger invocation. So when the trigger is getting executed, that trigger is getting executed for how many records? So as I told you earlier, that usually triggers are bulk triggers. They get executed for single record as well as bulk records. In case you want to check, the size of the trigger, the set of records or the, the set of records which are basically getting executed through the trigger, then you can use trigger.size. Okay, so that is there. There is another Boolean context variable which is called trigger.isExecuting. Now this trigger.isExecuting returns true if the current context of the Apex code is trigger. Okay, so if the Apex code execution is happening due to a trigger, then you can use this particular to check whether it is getting executed due to a trigger or not. You can use this trigger.isExecuting. Okay, so sometimes what happens, you have to say you have written a method which executes some logic on the record, but you may want to execute certain logics when a single record is getting created, and you may want to execute some other logic, or you may want to skip some logic when some batch operation is happening, when bulk data updates is happening. Okay, so in that case, trigger.isExecuting can help you figure out whether a certain Apex is running due to a trigger or not, and you can use that to control your own set of logics, what needs to be done and not. So yeah, so this will basically return true if the current context of the Apex code is a trigger, not a visual force page or web service or executed anonymous API call and all those. Some of these we will understand later. That's okay. Right. Okay. Now what I'll do is I'll go back to these are the context variables. So now by now we understand the context variables. Now what I'll do is I'll quickly go back to the previous example that we did. So here is one example that we have written. I wanted to check execute different business logics on different events, right? So this is a code that I've written for it. Okay. So for before insert, before delete, after insert. Okay. Now if you look at this, though we have written very simple set of logics for each one of these, but because there are multiple events associated to it, what happens? It becomes a little difficult to control the entire code here. So if you look at it right now, there are only 3 operations that I've used, and that too, I've not written too complex logics. I've just written 2-3 lines of code here, okay, for understanding. But don't you think if the code increases, to put all this code inside a trigger will become a little difficult to manage, right? So what we can do, we can actually define classes and methods and then call those methods and classes here. We can call those methods here in the trigger. Instead of writing the entire code here, we could have actually worked with some methods here. Okay. So let me say the same example. Let me try to do it in a slightly different way. So I can define a class. Let's say I would call this class as Boolean check. Okay. And in this class, I can have few methods: public static void check before delete. Okay. Code here. And same way I can have other methods also. Let me just write before delete. This method name can be anything. I'm just writing it for my ease of understanding. Before insert. So these are method names. These are not keywords because it's a class. This is not a trigger, right? So I am just writing a few methods here. Let's say do. Yeah, let me use this word do. Okay. So what I've done is define a class. Inside the class, I've got 3 methods. Okay. One has got code. Right now, there is no code written inside it. It's okay. But one will have the code, what needs to be done before delete. The other one has what needs to be done before insert. The other one has got what needs to be done after insert. Right. Now, what you can do on so what you can do, you can go to this trigger. Okay. Instead of writing this long code, okay, instead of writing this entire code here, you could have just called that method. Correct? So that ways you can have your trigger code inside the trigger controlled a lot more. So I'm not making changes on this. I'll just go and create another trigger. This is going to be an account. Okay. I will say Boolean check calling methods. Okay, so I'm going to do the same thing what we did here. Okay, but this time I'm going to just call the methods. So now what you can do is if trigger dot is delete, trigger.isDelete. If, sorry, not delete, it was before first, right? Trigger.isDelete. Call the method dot, what is the method name? Do before delete. That's it. If trigger dot is insert, then you can call the method and else. If trigger dot is insert, this will be after insert. All right. So now if you look at it, you have written the class method which are structured in a way. Those can be called somewhere else also. Yeah. So advantages, there are more advantages of structuring your code or defining code in classes and methods and then calling it into trigger rather than writing everything in that trigger. Okay. Now, inside the trigger, things are more structured. You can see what is there and you can actually, for ease of understanding, it is good. For reusability of the code also, it is good. Correct. That same set of logic, same set of, I would say, code you may want to execute somewhere else. If it's in a class or a method, now since it is defined in the class and methods, I can call it somewhere else also, right? I can reuse it somewhere else. With a trigger, you cannot call part of a trigger somewhere else, right? So it is always a good thing to define classes and methods and then call those methods into the trigger. Okay, yeah. So we were discussing on triggers and I'll go back to the example that we were doing. Yeah, so this is the example that we were discussing. So you see there is a lot of code inside the trigger. Okay, now a couple of things that we have discussed, and let me reiterate those concepts again. While you are working on triggers and while you're writing the triggers and all, there are a few best practices, or I would say there are certain considerations that you need to have when you're designing triggers. So one that I've been talking about, you try and keep one trigger per object. That's something which is recommended. So with that, of course, in case I have got different logics to be executed on different events, I will have to write everything in one trigger, right? So if we look at this one example, yeah. So now if you look at this example, we can see that, yeah, we have got a lot of code. So, for all the events, the code is written here. Now, sometimes it will become a little more difficult to understand, or, to control long code, all even the code related to all the events in the same, trigger. Otherwise, also, it is usually recommended that you write the, code in a class inside a method, and then you call that method inside the trigger. Okay, writing the code directly inside the trigger is something which is not recommended. Okay, so one, of course, here it becomes a long code, not that easy for you to control the code. Secondly, as I said, if there is a code which is in the class method, for you to reuse that code is an option. Any code that you are writing directly inside the trigger may not be reused. Okay, so that is the thing. So we have got this code, and in this code I have got logics written for before delete, before insert, and after insert. Okay, So now what we are doing is we are basically trying to change it to uh, a structure where I create a class, and then in the class I have written the methods. Okay, not this one. Okay, so yeah, this is the class. Here are the methods. Okay, and similar trigger I'm trying to create, but this time it is basically on. This is going to call the methods, and it's not just going to, I'm not going to write the complete code here. I'm just calling the methods. Okay, so let's quickly understand the structure. So what is the structure here? I've defined the class. I've defined three methods. Okay, each method will have code for the event. Okay, so before delete, what needs to be done, that code will come here. After before insert, what needs to be done, that code can come here. And after insert, whatever happens, that code can come here. Okay, and I have defined the trigger, and this trigger is just calling those methods from the class. That's it. So if it's before delete, call this method. If it is before insert, call the method. If it is after insert, call this method. That's what it is. Okay. Now, what we have to do, we also have to go ahead and write this code. So I'm actually going to write the code in the class. Okay. So now this is primarily a trigger of account, right? So now this method that we are defining, this method has to work with list of accounts as trigger.new or trigger.old, right? Trigger.new or trigger.old, what is the data type of that? Either it is trigger.new or trigger.old. What is the data type? Data type is list of SObject, right? List of which SObject? The one which is on which the trigger is written, right? So I am just going to convert this code into methods in the class. So let's see how would we do that. So when we are writing a method for a trigger, so one thing that we know is this method is going to work with list of records, right, which will be passed in the trigger itself. So for that, what I'll do, I'll create a variable for that. Okay, I'll actually define a variable for that and put it as a parameter. In our case, it's going to be list of account. Okay, now okay, so before delete, what is that we do? If a dot description. All right, now what is that we are doing? We are iterating through the loop for all the records. If a dot description is this, needs to be done. Okay, so let me take this code, come here, put this code here as it is. Okay, just that this trigger.old I'm going to replace with this variable parameter that I'm defining. That is it. Now same way, I'll take this code, go to this and put it here, and here I will again say list of counts. You could have given same name also, but I am just giving different names for our understanding. Okay. Yeah, so this has to go here. This goes here. Okay. Right, so I'm actually writing the same code, just that here I do not know where, which is the exact set of records. So what I've done is I've just defined a variable for it, which I'm going to pass as a parameter. That's the reason why I'm putting it here. Now I will write the code which works on this list of records. While I'm calling this on the trigger, I will assign the value of this variable as trigger.new or trigger.old. That's it. That is it. Okay, and then it runs through the same way. Okay, let me take the other one also. Okay, I've taken the code and I will put it here, and let me define list of account after insert acts. Okay, so this is done, right? Now, what we have done, we have defined three methods. So my first method, let's look at the methods one by one. So my first method has got a parameter of type list of account. Okay. Now, what this method is doing, it's actually running a loop through the list of records. This parameter value can be supplied at a later point of time. So it is basically going to run through this loop, check for all the records for this particular logic, and if there is some problem, it is going to throw out this error. Okay. Second one, again, it has got a parameter of list of account type. It is going to go and update the description of the record. And the third one that we have is basically, let me erase this. Yeah. So the third one that I have is again has got a parameter list of account type, and it there's a list of contacts that I define. It will go run through the loop for each account record in this list, and for each account it's going to add a contact, okay, and add that to this list of contacts. Okay, finally it will perform an insert for all the all the contacts in the list. That's it. So one DML statement which will take care of entering all the contact records, irrespective of whether there are like 10 contacts or 20 contacts. One DML statement will take care of this. So this is done. Now when you have this trigger, so when you're calling this these methods, basically when you're calling the methods on the trigger, it's simple to call it on the trigger. All that you have to do is you just, I'm working with some Boolean context variables here. So if trigger is before and if trigger is delete, so this is something to check whether it's a before delete trigger. Okay, you can write these things, so this is fine. So if it's a before delete, I want to execute before delete method that is defined here. Okay, the only thing that you have to do is this method needs a parameter value, and what is my parameter value? It's trigger.old. Okay, now it's going to work the same steps. It's going to do the same steps with the records in trigger.old. In case of before insert, you will say trigger.new. So these context variables we have already spoken, and we understand that insert operation will work with the trigger.new. Delete operation will work with trigger.old. So this thing we already know. So that is it. So your code is ready. So now if you look at this, you have got your class, you have got the methods in the class, and here you're in your trigger. Even if you have, say, right now I am writing, so this trigger has to be written for before insert, before delete, and after insert. Okay, so now if you look at this, even if I have, say, more code for another 2-3 more events, I can just be controlling if this, then call this method and all, right? So this becomes a lot more structured, easy for you to control, and you may not need to go and directly go and change the code on the trigger. Okay, you just need to go and change the code on the method, and trigger you don't have to touch. It can be the way it is. Got it? So that is the thing. All right, so that's how we can call class methods in the trigger. Okay, now we are going to do another example of trigger. All right, and in the next example, what we'll do is we'll create a trigger on account to prevent a deletion of an account record if there are any related contacts in that particular account. Okay, that's what we are going to do, and we'll understand how do we write that kind of a code. Okay, uh, now here for our ease of understanding, I'm going to write the code here only, but now we know how do we convert this into a class method, right? So keep that in mind. You are always going to write it in methods in the classes. I mean, that's what it is recommended. It's not that it will stop you from writing the code inside the trigger. It will let you write. Okay, but it's better to write the code in the class methods. Okay. Okay. So this is a trigger which I am writing to prevent deletion of an account record. If let's say there are related records, or there are related records which meet a certain criteria, I want to prevent those particular records from deletion. Okay, so it's obviously going to be a before delete trigger because we want to prevent deletion. So it has to be a before delete trigger. We write this. Okay, now my logic is count records from deletion if there are related opportunities. Okay, let's say this is what my logic is. I say any account record which has got a related opportunity, uh, the deletion of that account should not be permitted, so it should throw an error. Okay, now this is where we are actually going to work with two set of records. Okay, one is the list of account, and then I also have to work with the list of child records, the related list, the list of opportunities under the account, and I have to see if there are related records under that particular account or not. Got it? So this is something where we can use some of our Apex techniques to write it in a in an efficient way. So I'll try and explain it to you. What can go wrong with this particular code? Okay, so ideally, if I have to write this, a simple generic way of writing this can be this way. So you write for account A in trigger dot hold. Right, now what is that you want to check? So you iterate through all the records with the loop, and what is that we want to check? We want to check if there is an opportunity, I mean if there are opportunities or not. Okay, so what I can do is list of opportunity ops equals new list of. Okay, select ID from opportunity where account ID equals a dot ID. Okay, so whenever you are using a variable inside a query, you need to prefix the variable with this colon. Okay, so this indicates that it's a variable, otherwise it will actually consider it as a text value. Okay, so that is here. All right, now I can say if ops dot size greater than 0, a dot add error. Okay, this can be a code error message. The error message can come here. Okay, this can be a way of writing this, but if you look at this, this is not the right way of writing this code. Why it is not the right way? Because I'm writing a query inside the loop. Okay, so writing a query inside the loop is not an efficient way of handling your code. Okay, since you have a query inside the loop, see, a query and DML statement, these are these are the statements which basically need to uh, make a call to the database, right? So it's not something which is just getting executed in the controller layer. So we have spoken about MVC, model view controller. Okay, so this code is getting executed in the controller layer, and then it has to make a call to the database. A query is also a call to the database, and a DML statement is also called to the database, right? So we try and avoid DML statements and query inside the loop. Not just avoid, we in fact should not have that. Okay, so though in general programming sense this can be written, but this is not an efficient way of writing this code. Okay, so this is what we will not do. Then what are we going to do, and how are we going to work with this? So let me look at another way of writing this. I'm just keeping it here, okay, for comparing it at a later point of time. I just put it down. Let me rewrite the same thing. Okay, now this time what you need is okay, so basically what I need is I just need uh, the related opportunities with all the accounts which are part of my trigger.hold, right? So all my account records and the related opportunities, right? If I have that, and if I can retrieve that as part of one query, see, your purpose, your objective here is to reduce the queries and not put it in the loop. Okay, so now if I can actually bulkify the query and I can retrieve related opportunities all in one query, then it will be easy, right? Like we were discussing in the other example, instead of performing DML one by one, the previous example, if we look at this one, instead of performing DML inside the loop, what I've done, I've actually collected all the records in one list variable, and then I perform one DML statement outside the loop. Okay, similar concept I want to do, or I may need for my this code. Okay, instead of running this query one for each individual account record, if I can run a query for all accounts at once, and if I'm able to use it to check something, then it is fine. Then my job should be done. Okay, so that is it. Let's see how do we write this. So for this, what I'll do is I'll make use of map of ID account with ops, I say, equals new map of ID account okay. Now the value that I'm going to assign to this is basically I'm going to use SOQL query for it. All right, select ID for opportunities. I'm going to put a nested query inside it. Select ID name from opportunities. Okay, from account where ID in trigger dot hold. Okay, now let's understand this query a little. So what is this query going to do? This query is going to retrieve ID and the related opportunities for all the account records in one single query. So that's the reason why I have written it where ID in trigger.old. So for all the IDs in trigger.old, so if there are 20, 50, 100, whatever number of records, for all those records, it's going to retrieve the values in one single query. Okay. So retrieving the value in one single query is simple. That's something which we all understand, right? So retrieving the values in a single query is something that you can easily do instead of an equal statement. You just say in and put a list here. That's fine. All right. But now when you have to check this whether there is opportunity or not, that is something that you will have to do for individual records, right? For this trigger.old, if there is 100, if there are 100 records here, I have to check it for individual records one by one through the loop. All right. So when I do that, what I would need is I would need to check it, for individual records. That's the reason why I stored this query result as a map. Okay. So whenever you're iterating through a particular record, you can actually retrieve the list of opportunities based on ID. And so now your query is not running, so it has already stored all these values in this. Okay, now this is stored in your variable while you are iterating it through the loop for individual records one by one. It will just retrieve the list of opportunities for this ID. So that's something which we can do because it's a map, and you will check whatever criteria you have to check, and that's it. Got it? So simple stuff. Now let's go and write the other part of the code. Okay. For account A in trigger.hold, so you would write for no, I don't think this is also required. Let me just say if. Okay, so how do I get this from how do I retrieve the value of a value from a map using the key? It is map.get key, right? That is it. So what is the name of my map? Account with ops.get ID. Okay, so this will basically help me retrieve the value of a value from this map using the ID. It has to be a.id. Yeah, current record. Okay, so when it is running through the loop, I will retrieve the value of the account record based on the current ID, which I'm retrieving through the map. What is that I want to check? If the opportunities, if there are opportunities or not, right? So what you will do is dot opportunities dot size greater than 0. Okay, if this is the case, I would say a dot add error. Yeah, that's fine. All right. So this is how it would work. So now let me just go back and compare it with what we have written earlier for us to understand. Yeah. So this is the code that we had written earlier. Okay. The problem with this code was that it had the query inside the loop. which is not an efficient way. And on top of that, there are certain limitations on how many queries you can have in one particular method or transaction. So if you put your queries inside a loop, then what happens? It will be always it will exceed that limit. Okay, you can just have 100 queries in a transaction. A transaction can be a method. Okay, so you can have, or a trigger code can also be a transaction. So you can have 100 queries inside the 100 queries executed in a transaction, right? Now with this approach, what would happen? The moment if you have got, say, more than 100 records here, then this will not work properly, because it will exceed the limit of 100 queries and it will start throwing an exception. It will say that your query limit exceeded. So that is the thing. Got it? So this is not the right approach. This is not the correct code. We should be writing it this way. Okay, write one single query. Now writing a bulk query and retrieving all the values in one single variable is fine, but at the time of executing the logic, I'll have to again execute the logic for individual records, right, one by one. So for that, what you do, you, instead of just putting it as a list of account, so you could have actually written it in this way also. I mean, if it is just about bulkifying the query, I could have actually done this. Sorry, list of opportunity ops. If it is just about bulkifying this query, what you could have done, you could have actually bulkified it in this way. In trigger.old. Okay, this bulkifies the query. Okay, it gives me a complete list of all the opportunities which are associated to all the accounts which are part of trigger.old. But this does not serve my purpose, because I just have the list of opportunities. Now how do I check individual records and all that stuff, right? So for that reason, it's better that you put a map in place, and using the map you can actually then retrieve individual values and work with those. Okay, so this is all wrong code. I mean, not wrong as in technically wrong, but yes, it's not best practice, or it is not an efficient way. So I'll just comment it out. This remains the code. Okay, fine. So that's how this would work. Okay, now the next example that we are going to discuss is if I have to write a query, if I have to write a trigger which takes into consideration other records as well. Okay, let's say okay. Okay, I'll tell you what we are going to do here. I'll give you the logic that we are going to write here. So in this, trigger, what we are trying to do, we are trying to, work through a scenario where I say that an individual user should not be able to create more than 5 opportunities on a single day. Correct? A user should not be able to create more than 5 opportunities in a day. Okay, so let's say there is some logic that we want to actually execute to control say bulk creation of opportunities. See, opportunity is an important I would say record, and it actually has got a lot of importance in terms of the revenues and all that stuff, right? So what you want is, you do not want your sales reps to by mistake or intentionally go ahead and create opportunities in bulk. Let's say there is a sales rep who does not create his opportunities in the Salesforce on regular interval, and at the end of the month he starts entering all the opportunities at once. Okay, so to prevent that, let's say there is a trigger that we want to have, which would prevent the user from creating more than 5 opportunities in a day. Okay, so that is the thing. Now what is that we are going to do? Now this trigger is not just working on that particular opportunity, so it's not with only with the one that is being created. It will also take into consideration other records which are already there in the system which have been created, right? So this logic is actually spanning around multiple records in the same object. Okay, so now how do you work with this? Okay, so to work with this, what we are going to do is we will simply go ahead and it has to have two parts. This kind of a code needs to have two parts. One part should be taking care of all the existing records. The other part should be taking care of the you know the other part should be taking care of the trigger.new, the ones in the context, right? So what I'll do is I will begin with saying that okay, let me have an integer called opportunity count. I'll say initially this is 0. Okay, now list of opportunity ops equals, I'll write a query, select ID from opportunity where created date equals today, and created by ID equals user info dot get user ID. Okay, so now what this query is going to do, it is basically going to retrieve all the opportunities which have been created today. So where the created date is today, and where the created by ID is the current user dot get a user ID. So this user info dot get user ID is basically going to take the user ID of the current user. Okay, so all the opportunities which have been created today by this user will get retrieved as part of this particular I would say query. All right, now what I can do is I will go and say integer, sorry, not integer, opportunity count equals opportunity count plus ops dot size. Okay, all right, so whatever number of records that we have received, that can be taken here. Okay, or you could have actually used a count thing also, a query for count, so you could have directly written this. Let other way of doing this can be you go and write it this way, select, sorry, okay, this will return just an integer. Okay, the value gets adjusted there. So one part of it has been taken care of, so either you write it this way or write it this way. Okay, now directly getting it in the account is simpler, so I will use this one. And then what is the next thing that I have to do? Now I have to start through my opportunity through the records of trigger.new. Right now I'll have to see the records which are being created as part of trigger.new. So I will say trigger for opportunity O in trigger dot new. Okay. For each opportunity that is getting created, I need to add one. Okay. So I would say opportunity count plus plus. Okay. This opportunity count plus plus, I mean, this plus plus basically means plus one to the current value of it. Okay. Now, so there is a new opportunity which is getting created. Every time there's a new opportunity getting created, I'm going to add, let's say, at the end of it, this query returned 4. Okay. So now the value of this is 4. Now the loop starts. First opportunity, it adds 1 to it. So it becomes 5, which is okay. No problem. It goes back to the loop again. Next time it adds and makes it 6. That's where it should throw an error, right? So after this plus plus, I mean, after adding that 1 to the integer, what I'm going to do is I am going to say if this opportunity count is greater than 5. If it's greater than 5, then I would say O dot add error. And here I can have my error message. All right. So then I can go ahead and have my error message defined here. Whatever is the error message. Already 5 opportunities created by the current user. Got that? So that is the thing. That's how it would work. So now we have seen, how do we work with, say, related records in case, there is a logic that I have to execute on related records. We have seen that if I have to execute a logic which is which needs to take into consideration other records in the same object, that's something again which we have seen. So in that case, if you have to work with other records also, now of course you want your triggers to go beyond your usual validation rules and all. So you are capable of executing your logics across multiple records. So this is an example. So in case there is some logic that needs to be executed across records, what you can do is you can basically first of all take the value of the existing records. See, multiple records will definitely mean that, okay, fine, there are a few records which are part of my context variable, and there can be existing records also which are possibly being considered. So if that is the case, whatever can be done, I mean, whatever is there in the database, let us take those values in a variable, and on top of that, let us try and add the ones from the trigger.new or trigger.old, whatever it is. Okay, so that is the thing. Now the next thing that we are going to discuss is about recursive triggers. Now what is recursive triggers? Okay, recursion is the process of executing the same task multiple times. Okay, so when you actually execute the same task multiple times, that process is called recursion. Okay, now the recursive trigger is a trigger which calls itself repeatedly and leads to an infinite loop. Let's say there is a before insert trigger. Okay, and as part of the code of that trigger, you have to create an account. I mean, you have to create a record. Okay, so trigger calls the code creates the record, and again the creation of the record, basically a DML statement, again calls the same trigger. Then again it goes and creates the record. Again the creation calls the trigger. Okay, so this can get into an infinite loop. Understand that, right? So now when it gets into this kind of an infinite loop, it does not do anything. I mean, it will throw an error. So it will try to do this for a few attempts, and then it will break the loop and it will throw an error. Okay, that is the thing. You may encounter the error maximum trigger depth exceeded. Okay, so this is the error message that you get if there is a recursion which is happening, and this is going to be your error message: maximum trigger depth exceeded, and it will if recursion is not handled, then this is what is going to happen. Okay, so anytime you see this error message, you understand that this is what is wrong. To avoid the recursion, so what do we do to avoid the recursion on a trigger? Make sure your trigger is getting executed only one time. Okay, so the same trigger should not actually call a method, and then that method should not call the trigger. But how do you control that? You cannot control that. Someone may have written some other code method which can get into this, right? So what how do I control that? So to control the recursion can be avoided using a static Boolean variable. Okay, what is a Boolean variable? Boolean variable is something which has a true or false, which can only store true or false values, right? So if you define a static Boolean variable, I'm just trying to give you an idea of what we can do. So if you define a static Boolean variable and initially set the value of that Boolean variable to true, okay, and the first time you try and execute it, the code gets executed, you set the value to false, and if you put a condition that run this only when it is true, then what will happen? First time when you execute it, you have set it. First time the thing gets executed because the value was true, and then eventually I've set the value to false. So next time when it comes, the Boolean variable value will be false and it will not run. Okay, so that is the thing. So it is like turn on, turn off sort of thing. We can use static Boolean variable in Apex class and check the variable in Apex triggers. If it is true, then execute your logic and make it false so that trigger cannot execute again. Okay, so I'll define a Boolean variable. I'll set the value for that as a true by default. Okay, and I will set a condition that okay, only run the trigger if the value of this is true. And first time when it runs, I'm going to set the value to false also. So that in that case, what will happen next time? The second time the trigger tries to get executed, it will fail because it will not get executed because the value is false. Okay, so let us now try and understand this, how we can write this. Okay, so let's say I've got a method called I've got a class. This class name is insert account. Okay, and in this I've got a method which is public static void. Okay, just give me one quick moment. Let me go back to this and yeah, let me write it here. So I've got a class called insert account, and then I have got a public static void method which is called, let's say, call. Okay, and as part of this method, what I'm doing, I define account A equals new account, name equals something, and insert A. Okay, this is my code. Now I have got a trigger which calls this method. Okay, so there is a method. I'm basically calling this method in my trigger. Okay, so I say, what is the name of the class? Set account.call. Okay, now this is what it is. Now this method is called here. What happens, the moment this method is called, this method has got an insert operation. Okay, The moment this method will get called, it will try and do the insert operation. Before the insert operation, again this trigger will be called. Again it will go through this insert operation. Again that before insert will be called. So it will get into an infinite loop. Okay. Now how do you break the loop after one execution? So what we have to do, we just have to ensure that the loop is not getting repeated again and again, and it should break after one execution. Okay. So what is that we have to do now? I would say public static Boolean, and I'll say check, just give it a name, check equals true. Okay. And in the, yeah, so that is it. Okay. Now what we are going to do when we are trying to call this particular code, when we are trying to call this code here, what we will do, we will need to set the value, it is true, and I will say here when we are trying to call this, we'll say if dot check equals true, okay, and here I will set the value of this equals false. All right. Now, if the value of this is true, it will basically, firstly, it will set the value of this to false and it will call this. Okay. Now, after calling this, the value of this has been set to false. Now, the other trigger which gets called, the before insert, which get calls, that in that it will not get executed because at that time the value of this is not true. So it will not call this for the second time. Got it? So what we have done, we have defined a Boolean variable. We by default set the value of the Boolean variable to true. And then, in the first execution itself, what we are doing, we are setting the value as false. So that is it. Okay. So now the static in Salesforce are per transaction. So, the value of this is per transaction. So the value will be true only for the current transaction. So, you may now think that, okay, fine, since it has been set to false, what will happen in the next transaction? This is only for this transaction. So, till the time this transaction gets executed, the value will remain false once it has been set to false. Okay. Now, in a different transaction, let's say, for a different method, again, this particular value will be set to true. And then, the first time it gets executed, the value is set to false automatically. And then, it does not execute the second time. Okay. So this is how we can avoid recursion in the trigger. So we have already, spoken about, Apex triggers. Now, the next thing that we will start discussing is asynchronous Apex. There are different ways of invoking Apex code actually. So one of the ways, in fact, we have already seen two ways. We have seen anonymous code block. You can go and write code in the anonymous code block, and you can execute the Apex code from there. So that is one. The other way that we have seen is through Apex triggers, right? So Apex trigger is basically the code that gets executed along with some DML operations, right? So you have the different events and you can write your code on different events like insert, before insert, delete. Okay. Now, the next thing that we are going to discuss is asynchronous Apex. Now, what is asynchronous Apex? Asynchronous Apex is basically the a process of running Apex code asynchronously. Okay, and now let's understand what does it mean and how does it work. So asynchronous Apex is the Apex code that runs in the background asynchronously when the system resources are available. Okay. Let me give you an example for you to understand this better. Okay. uh, let's say there are two Apex codes that you have to execute. Okay. One Apex code is of an Apex trigger. So there's a record being created and some validation needs to be done on that record. Okay. So a user is creating a record and the validation for that record has to run so that the record can be created. That is one. Okay. Second Apex code that you have is of your second Apex code that you have is of some data cleansing activity. All right. You have written some code um, which should go check all the records and it should maybe make some changes in the data based on some criteria. So that is a data cleansing activity code. Now, simple question is, which one do you think is more important and which needs to get executed first? First one, which is a trigger, or the data cleansing code? Let's assume that one of these code can execute. Okay, which one should get executed first? Which one should get preference over the other? Trigger or data cleansing? You can quickly just type T or D in the comment. What is your understanding about it? So trigger is actually executing the business logic at that point of time. Okay. Okay. Let me try to give a similar example which is not related to code, and you can then try and understand this. Okay. There is someone at the door. Okay. And so someone knocking at the door. So you have to open the door, and you also have to clean the house. Okay. Now, which one would you do first? Clean the house first, or let the go and check someone at the door first? Of course, we'll go and check the person entering, sorry, knocking at the door, right? So that's something which needs to be done immediately. You cannot say that, okay, fine, let me clean the house for 4 hours and after that I'll go and open the door. Same thing applies with a trigger, right? There's a record which is trying to get inserted or deleted. Some user is trying to do that. That needs to be done at that point of time itself, right? Data cleansing activity, that is something which can be delayed by some time. That's okay, right? Because there is no user who is going to do it, or there is no user who is waiting for that data cleansing, because anyhow the data is there in the system. It needs to be cleaned. It can happen after a few hours also. That's okay. But if the trigger is not working at that point of time, your business flow may get impacted. A sales rep is trying to create a record talking to the customer, right? And he's not able to create the record. So that is where there is a dependency on that execution to happen immediately. That is the reason why the trigger needs to get preference and it needs to get executed first. Got that? So now, so this is something which we have understood by now, that okay, fine, you will have code that needs to get executed immediately or synchronously, right? The moment it is called, it needs to get executed. That is synchronous Apex code. Apex trigger is one example. Okay, you can have other examples like click of a button. So when you click on a button, any code that has to get executed and some, if it has to return something, then that code should get executed immediately because there is a user who is waiting for the response, right? So, there is some amount of code in your system which needs to get executed immediately or synchronously. That is all synchronous Apex. So, your anonymous code block, trigger, um, code that is called from a page or a button, These things are synchronous Apex. Okay. And then we have asynchronous Apex. Now, what is asynchronous Apex? Asynchronous Apex is the code that runs in the background asynchronously. So, it may get executed after some time. When it is called, it's not executed immediately. Unlike your synchronous Apex, which gets executed immediately, asynchronous Apex may get executed with some delay after some time when the system resources are available. So, asynchronous Apex, if you define a code as an asynchronous Apex, then that code will wait for the system resources to be available. It will let synchronous Apex get executed first, and when the system resources are available, then asynchronous Apex code gets executed. Make sense, right? So now, when do we use, or which code should we write as asynchronous Apex? Long running operations. Any long running operations should be ideally written, because see, a data cleansing sort of a code, it is actually going to go back to the database and it's going to check all the records. It's obviously going to take some time, right? So this type of code, which may take some time, you feel that okay, fine, it's a long running operation, it would take some time, and it may not get executed immediately, at the time it is called. That sort of code can be written as asynchronous Apex, so that it can run uh, you know on its own in the background whenever the system resources are available. All right. So if you don't do that, then what will happen? If you write everything as synchronous Apex, then what will happen? Either this code will not get executed, the long running code will not get executed, or the other one will not get executed because of this long running operation, right, which you do not want to do. So that is the basic concept of asynchronous Apex. Now in Salesforce, we have got different ways of invoking asynchronous Apex. So there are different ways of writing asynchronous Apex here. Okay. What are those? We have future methods, Queueable Apex, Schedulable Apex, Batch Apex. Okay. Future methods are generally, the methods which can be, executed in future. So you just call those methods, and these methods can be executed in future. Okay. Future means anytime when the system resources become available. Future does not mean that 10 days from today. No. So the future means whenever the system resources become available. So if the system resources are available, let's say right now, then it will get executed. The only thing is that this method will wait for the system resources to be available. When the resources are available, it's going to get executed. Queueable Apex. Queueable Apex is an Apex code that can be queued. Again, it can be put in the job queue. And when the system resources become available, it gets executed. Schedulable Apex is where you can schedule the Apex code to run at a certain interval, let's say every Friday or every Monday. So schedulable Apex can be scheduled to run on specific times. Okay, so you may have some code which needs to be scheduled, which needs to run automatically based on whatever schedule you define for it. And then Batch Apex. Batch Apex is the code which will do the which will basically do the execution of the processing in batches. So it's primarily meant for big volume of data, which are then broken into small batches, and the processing is done in batches. Okay, so we're going to talk about each one of these one by one. So we'll start with the future method. Okay, so future method runs in the background asynchronously. So it's just like a usual method that you define. Okay, however, if you tag a method as a future method, what will happen? It will run in the background asynchronously. Okay, so when the system resources become available, so this is not future method is not synchronous, which means it does not need to get executed right at the moment when it is called. It may get executed at a later point of time. Okay, based on whether the system resources are available at that point of time or not, and it will get executed whenever the system resources are available to execute this method. You can call a future method for executing long-running operations, such as call out to external web services, etc. Okay, so in case there is some long-running operation, or you have to make a call out to an external system, these things can be done using your future method. Okay, any long-running operations you feel that needs to get executed, or if you have any callouts that you want to make to an external web service, you can use these future methods for that. Okay, or any operation you would like to run in its own thread on its own time, or for that matter, any operation that you want to run in its own thread on its own time. So any operation that you feel can okay fine run on its own time, and it's okay to execute that at a later point of time, you can put that as a future method. Each future method is queued and executes when system resources become available. That way, the execution of your code doesn't have to wait for completion of a long-running operation. Okay, so that way now, if you start putting these long-running operations as asynchronous Apex, then what will happen? Your execution of your synchronous Apex would not need to wait for the completion of these long-running operations. Long-running operations should wait, not the immediate ones, right? So take the same example. There's a person in the knocking the door. You go and open the door. That cleansing, if you start doing cleansing first, then this person has to wait. And in some cases, uh, the person may go also. The same way, if there is a timeout, the other method may not get executed at all. It may just throw an error and would say timeout. Okay, could not execute. So that is the thing. A benefit of using future method is that some governor limits are higher, such as SOQL query limits are and heap size limits. Okay, so this governor limit concept, we are going to talk about this a little more a little later, but for now let's understand that whatever we are writing in Apex code, for everything there is a limit set. Okay, because see, we are not actually working on our own server. We are actually working, or we are writing a code which is getting executed on a shared server, right? So what happens, whatever you do, whatever your code does, that has an impact on the server, which will definitely have an impact on everyone using that same server, right? So for that reason, what Salesforce does, it has put certain limits on everything that you write. Okay, so if you're writing a query, how many records you can retrieve, how many queries you can write in a transaction. So for everything, how many DMLs can you perform, how many records can you process in a single DML. For everything there is a limit. Okay, so and we are going to talk a little more about that a little later. But for now, what is important for us to understand, with a future method or for asynchronous Apex in general, you have got slightly higher limits as compared to the usual governor limits. Okay, and for the obvious reason, because asynchronous Apex is meant for long running operations, and it is something that can get executed when the system resources are available. So a little bit of extra limit can be given on that, so that will not impact the server or not impact your other business logics. To define it, okay, so now how do we define a future method? To define a future method, simply annotate it with the future annotation. Okay, so let's see this example. So this is the annotation that you have to use, add future annotation. So when you're defining a future method, all that you have to do is you just have to use this annotation, and you will be able, this method will become your future method. Okay, so class, there is the method, and before the method you just put the add future annotation. This makes the method as a future method. Now what does it mean? What is the difference if I don't put this add future annotation? If you don't put this add future annotation, then what will happen? Then it will be considered as a synchronous Apex method, which needs to get executed immediately. Okay. With this annotation, this becomes a future method, which means that this can wait in the job queue. It can wait for getting executed, and whenever the system resources become available, it will get executed. All right. So that is the uh, concept of future method. So there are a few more things that we need to understand about the future method. Okay. Few more considerations while we are creating a future method. So certain things that we need to understand. First is, methods with future annotation must be static method and can only return a void type. Okay, so any future method must be a static method. Okay, which means whatever variables it require, variables and all it uses, those should be part of the method. Okay, so when that method is called and it is waiting in the job queue, at a later point of time when it has to get executed, it should have all the variables and everything inside that method. So that is what. So it has to be a static method and can only return a void type. Okay, so future methods need to be void methods. Void method means what? A method which does not return anything, right? Now, why it has to be a void method? The reason why it has to be a void method, because it's an asynchronous Apex, it will get executed in future. Okay, so any method where the user is expecting a return or some other method is expecting a return value, with that something else will get executed, those cannot be future methods, right? So for example, if I ask you a question and I am expecting an answer right now. So that has to be synchronous. If I ask you a question and I'm expecting a response, that has to be synchronous. You cannot say that, okay, fine, I will just go and, whenever I feel like answering, I'll answer and you keep on waiting. That does not happen, right? Same way, for business logic execution, if there is a return value, and if there is, let's say, an end user waiting for, some response, or there is another method which is waiting for some response, that's where you cannot execute it in future. That's where it needs to get executed synchronously, right? So for that matter, all asynchronous Apex will be void. Okay, which means they would not return anything. So it's something which will get executed, but no one is waiting for a response from these. Got it? Make sense? So your future methods also need to be these need to be static methods and can only return a void type. That's one. The specified parameters must be primitive data types, arrays of primitive data types, or collection of primitive data types. So overall, if you understand, if in case there are any parameters defined in this future methods, it's all going to be primitive. Okay, you cannot have SObject as a parameter defined in a future method. SObject cannot be SObject parameters cannot be defined in future method. Okay, so that is something which is not permitted. Methods with future annotation cannot take SObjects or objects as arguments. Sorry, one second. Yeah, so it's all primitive, huh? So the other point that we have to understand is that methods with the future annotation cannot take SObjects or objects as arguments. Future methods cannot take SObjects as arguments. So as I said, it will only take primitives as parameters and not as objects. Okay, I'll just show you. Okay, so if you're defining this, say this is a future method at future annotation public static void do something, and there is a parameter that you have to use for this. This cannot be SObject parameter. You cannot say define SObject as a parameter for future method. Okay, this will not be allowed. Why this is not allowed? Let's understand. What is the problem with this? The reason why SObject can't be passed as arguments or parameters to future method is because the SObject might change between the time you call the method and the time it executes. This is very important to understand. Okay, if you pass SObjects as parameters, now what happens? There is a difference. There's a lag between the time when the method was called and the time when the method actually got executed. Okay, now SObject records or values can change in between those times, right? So let's say your future method was called at a certain time. It took the parameter values. Now it is waiting in the job queue. It's waiting to get executed. Before that actual execution happens, there is a change in the record. Some values have changed. Now what will happen? Your future method is still working with the old value. Okay, that is the thing. In this case, the future method will get the old SObject values and might overwrite them. Got it? So that is the thing. So for that reason, SObjects cannot be passed as parameters. But then how do I work with SObjects? Whatever we are doing in Salesforce, it is all for SObjects, right? Most of your logics execute around records, right? Most of the logics that we are writing is for records. If I say that, okay, fine, there's this future method which cannot take SObject as parameter, then how do I work with SObject records? Okay, so for that, let me ask you another question. So let's think a little more logically here. So though we are saying that, okay, fine, the value of SObject may change between these two times. Let's say there's a time lag. Of course, there's a delay in the execution. So the time when the method is called and the time when the method actually get executed, there's a time difference, and there's a possibility that the values of the SObject may change. Okay, Then how do I work with the SObject records? Can you think of a field in the SObject or in the records? So my point is basically, how do I work with the records? Okay. Can you think of a field which will not change at any point of time for that record, which doesn't change at all? Can you think of a field quickly? Let me know. Is there a field which will not change ever? A field that you cannot change, which does not change, which remains consistent throughout. What is that field? It has to be ID, right? So you can change everything. You can go and change the name of the account, website of the account, phone number, fax number. Can you change ID of the account? No. You can delete that record. That's okay. But till the time record is there, ID remains intact. It does not change, right? So now if I have to work with the records, then I have to use the ID of the records. Okay. Let's understand this a little more. You can also use future methods to isolate DML operations on different subject types to prevent the mixed DML error. So I'll come to this particular part. Okay. So first of all, let's understand this. Yeah. So let's understand how this ID thing is going to work. And then I'll come to the mixed DML concept. Okay. So coming back to this particular example. So I said, if I pass this as a parameter, then there's a problem. Okay. So let's not pass this as a parameter. What we can do? You can pass ID. Okay. All right. So ID is a primitive. ID does not change. So, this is permitted. What you can do, you can just pass only the IDs of the record as parameter. And inside this, you can write your query to retrieve the list of account. Type industry from account where ID in correct. Now this is fine. There's no problem with this, right? One, because I've just applied ID. This is a primitive data type. There's not even an SObject data type, so this is permitted. And technically, also, if you look at this, this is if you look at this, this is basically your I would say IDs are not going to get changed, at any point of time. So the IDs remain same at the time the method was called, and at the time the method gets executed, there is no change in the ID. Yes, inside the method there is a query which retrieves all the records from the ID, so that's fine. So let's say this method was actually called at 7 a.m. Okay, so the method takes IDs as parameter. It goes, waits for the system resources to be available. Actual execution starts at 8 a.m. Okay, so when the actual execution starts, at that time this method will get started, start executing. It will take the IDs, it will run this SOQL query, and it will, do whatever operation needs to be done on this, right? So this, solves the challenge. Okay. Another thing that you can do with a future method, you can also use your future methods to isolate DML operations on different SObject types to prevent the mixed DML error. Okay, so sometimes you do use future method to isolate DML operations on different SObject types to prevent this mixed DML error. What is this mixed DML error? So let's understand that first. Mixed DML error is when you are trying to perform two different types of DMLs in the same transaction, in the same method. If you're trying to perform two different types of DML. Now, what are these different types of DML? It's not insert and update are not two different types of DML. Those are two different DML statements. Different types of DMLs are DML on, say, DML operations on standard or custom object, This can be one type, and a DML operation on system objects. Okay. So mixed DML errors are thrown when we try to perform DML operations on standard custom object like account, contact, etc. and system object. Okay, so the DMLs which are performed on system objects like user, user role, group, etc. So this and this are considered as two different types of DML. Okay. Now, if you try to do both these things, let's say if you're trying to create an account record and a user record, user object is what? It's a system object. Okay, so you're trying to create an account record. There's a DML statement which creates an account record, and at the same time, same transaction, you're trying to create a user. If that is what you're doing, then it will throw a mixed DML error. You cannot combine these two things in the same transaction. You cannot combine these two DML types in the same method or transaction. Now, future method will actually help you do this or achieve this. Okay. Now, how will future method let you achieve this? You can perform in that method. You can perform one of the DML operations, and the other one can be done as part of future method. Okay. So with that, what happens overall? Your the other operation, the other DML operation which is happening on, let's say, the system object, that will be executed as a separate transaction at a later point of time, and then that helps you avoid your mixed DML error which we were getting. Okay. All right. So let's do this. I mean, let's look at one example to understand how can we actually avoid this mixed DML error that we get. Let's have a quick look at that. Okay. So what is that we are going to do? We are basically going to work with two things here. One, we will be creating an account record, and second, we'll be creating a user record. Okay, so my requirement is create an account record and create a user record. So I define a class. I'll just give it a name. Create account and user. Okay. Now, what is that I'm going to do here? Say public static void create records can be the method name. Okay. Now in this I say account A equals new account. Name equals something. I would say insert A. Okay. Now in the same method, I need to create a user also along with this. So for that, what I will do, I will say user u equals new user. Okay. And I'll say For creating user, there are a few things that we'll have to, supply alias equals something, email equals something. Okay. User name equals something. User profile equals. Okay. So you put in all these details, and finally what you say insert u. Okay. We could have actually given the values, or we could have retrieved some of the values from queries and all, but just for your understanding, I'm writing a simple one. Okay. Now this is what my code has to do. Okay, it will create an account record and it will create a user record. Okay, now these are two different types of DML operations. Okay, this is on a standard object and this is on a system object. So you cannot perform these two operations. If you try to execute this kind of a code, it will say mixed DML error. Okay, so now what do we do? So to do this, what we can do, this is a normal method actually. Okay, I will define another method which can be a future method at future annotation, public static void, and I will say create user. I'll bring this here, that user creation code comes in this. Okay, all right. Let me put it as a public class user. Okay, all right. So now if you look at it, what have I done? I have got another class inside which there is another this future method which will create the user. Okay, now I'm going to call this inside this method, which will be user dot create user. Yeah, user dot create user. Okay, so this is a separate class which I have defined. Let me put it on top. Okay, and that's it. So now this user dot create user will call this future method which will get executed in future. Now this time, if it was not a future method, then you still have would have got this mixed DML error, right? Because it would try to execute it as a part of the same transaction. But now since this is a future method, this part will get executed. This will wait in the job queue. It will get executed at a later point of time as a separate transaction. So though it is being called from the same method, but it is still part of a different transaction, and it helps you skip that error, mixed DML exception or mixed DML error. Okay, so that is how it works, right? So future methods are usually called the same way. They you call your future methods are called exactly the same way you call any other method, right? But there is one more small thing that you have to keep in mind. One future method cannot call another future method. So that is something which we have to keep in mind. Got it? Okay. So now the next thing that we are going to discuss is about Queueable Apex. Next is Queueable Apex. All right. Just give me one quick moment, please. So Queueable Apex, again, another way of executing Apex code asynchronously. Queueable Apex uses this queueable interface. Okay. Now this interface enables you to add jobs to the queue and monitor them. So Queueable Apex is not defined as a method, it is defined as a class. And this class would use this queueable interface. Okay, and what would this interface do? This interface enables you to add jobs to the queue. So this interface will let you add the a job to the queue and monitor them. So you will be able to add a job to the job queue and you will be able to monitor them. Okay. Using the interface is an enhanced way of running your asynchronous Apex code as compared to using future method. Okay, so Queueable Apex, if I have to talk about it in general, is quite similar to a future method. Purpose of a Queueable Apex is almost similar to what a future method was doing. Okay, it puts the job in the job queue, waits for the system resources to become available, and it gets executed when the system resources are available. That way, it is quite similar to that. However, if you look at this, this is slightly an enhanced way of executing your Apex method as compared to using future Apex code as compared to future method. So Queueable Apex is considered as an enhanced way. Okay, we are going to see why it is considered an enhanced way of using asynchronous Apex. Apex processes that run for a long time, such as extensive database operations or external web services callouts, can be run asynchronously by implementing the Queueable interface, so that these operations can be run, using Queueable Apex. Okay, and by implementing the Queueable interface, and by adding a job to the job queue. So here, what happens? It's not a method that you're calling. You define a class, and then you have to put that job. I mean, you will have to call the method from the class and put it in the job queue, and you will be able to monitor the job queue. Okay. Class with Queueable interface contains one void method called execute. Okay. So the class that you define will contain a void method, and this void method is called execute. Okay. Execute method contains the code to be executed, and the code that you have to execute, that goes into the execute method. So structure of the Queueable classes: define the class, and it should have only one method. The name of the method should be execute, and it should be a void method. So this is the structure of your Queueable Apex. Define the class. Define the class, give whatever name of the class you want, and it implements an interface which is called Queueable interface. Okay, so you'll have to say public class, whatever class name implements Queueable interface. Okay, inside this class, you can have only one method, and name of the method has to be execute, and it has to be a void method. Now, whatever code you want to write, you can go ahead and write inside this. Okay, so what code part can come inside this, but this is the generic structure of your Queueable Apex. All right, so you will basically be writing all the code that needs to get executed as part of your Queueable Apex in the uh, execute method. That's it, and you do not define any other method, and the name of this method has to be execute, and it has to be a void method. Okay, now let's understand a little more about Queueable Apex. This is defining the class. Now, how do I put this code to the job queue? After you have defined this, how do you put the code to the job queue? So to code to add Queueable class as a job on job queue. So if you have to put a Queueable Apex class into the job queue, this is how we do it. So there is a method, system method, which is called system.enqueueJob. Okay, we use the system.enqueueJob to put the Apex class into the job queue. Okay, so it is pretty simple. You simply define this public class, whatever name of the class you want to give. I would put it as Q class implements Queueable. Okay, Queueable is the interface that it uses. Now, what is the next thing that you have to do? Inside this, you need to have this method, public void. It has to be a void method, and name of the method will be execute. Queueable context. This you have to define whatever name. and your actual code comes here. Okay, so this is the general structure. Now, how do I put this Queueable Apex code into the job queue? So to put this code in the job queue, what we do, we would need to call another line of code, which is system.enqueueJob. Okay, now the system.enqueueJob, and here you would say new and name of the class. In this case, it is Q class. Sorry. Okay, that is it. Now this returns an ID, so you can retrieve the ID. You can say this method system.enqueueJob basically returns an ID. So you can say ID job ID equals this. Okay. Now, where will you execute this? Class we can write. We know, writing class and all. But where do we execute this? This you can execute from your anonymous code block, because this is just one single line of code. You can put it in some method and call from the method also. But if you just have to call this one single line of code, you can put it you do it from your anonymous code block also. Okay, so once this is done, what will happen? It will put the class in the job queue, and it will get you an ID for that particular job. So every job that gets into the job queue has got an ID. Okay, so now with this, what you can do, you can basically get the ID of that particular job. Okay, now what will we do with this ID? This ID will be used for used to monitor the Queueable Apex at a later point of time. So at a later point of time, if you want to monitor what happened with your Queueable Apex, you can do that with this particular ID. Okay, and not just monitor. So there is an option for us to go and monitor things in the user interface, which we will be seeing in some time. There's an additional option for you to query the information related to that job. To query information about your submitted job, perform a SOQL query on Async Apex job. So there is an object called Async Apex job. Okay, and you can write a query on that Async Apex job. This Async Apex job object stores details of all the asynchronous Apex which are in the queue and all. Okay, so with the job ID, you can retrieve details from this particular object using an SOQL query. Okay, so async apex job info equals select. So I can write a select statement here, select status number of errors from async apex job where ID equals job ID. So using the job ID, I can retrieve details of that particular job from this object. Okay, so that's also where you can use your job ID. Now we just understand that Queueable Apex are pretty similar to future methods, and they can be used for calling asynchronous processes, right? Any code that has to run asynchronously, which is a long running operation, that can be called using Queueable Apex. So that's what we understand, and we have just seen the syntax of Queueable Apex also, right? Okay, so now this is how your Queueable Apex is written. I'll quickly do a rewind of the syntax. So you write a Queueable Apex as a class, right? So this is public class, name of the class, implements Queueable interface. So this class will actually implement an interface. Name of the interface is Queueable interface. What does this interface do? It allows you to schedule and monitor the code. Not schedule, queue and monitor the code. Okay, you cannot schedule when it should run, but you can at least put it in the queue so that it fits in the job queue. For the system resources to become available, when the resources are available, then it can get executed. So that is what this interface is doing. Okay, so when you're implementing this interface, what you have to do, you have to just define one method inside this class. It has to be a void method. It should not return anything. That's something which we have already discussed. Asynchronous Apex need to be void methods, and execute is basically name of the method. Okay, so you just need to have one method which has to be void method, and name of the method has to be execute. And whatever you want to do, that code should go inside this execute method. Okay, that's what it is. All right, so now let's go ahead and write a queueable apex. So I'll open developer console. Give me a moment. Okay, so here is the developer console. What I'm doing is I've created a class here. Name of the class is public, Q class 3. Now this has to implement a queueable interface. So you just write this. Okay, now what do I need inside this class? I need a method, void method, public void execute. Okay, public void execute queueable context, and your code comes here. So this much you can just consider it to be a syntax. Okay, for ease of understanding at this point of time. All right, now your actual code will go here. Whatever you want to do, I say account A equals new account, name equals ABCD XYZ, insert A. Let's say this is my code. So this is the class with the method inside it. Now this code will get executed when the system resources become available, and you can put this code in the queue, in the Apex job queue. Okay, so let me save this code. I'll just save the class. Now, once you've saved the class, so you've created the class, your methods, the method inside the class, the code, everything is saved, right? Now, how do you put this code into the job queue? That is what we have to understand. So to put the code in the job queue, let's see what is that we have to do. Okay. So to add this queueable class to a job queue, you need to write this line of code. Okay, there is this method called system.enqueueJob. Okay, and using this method, you can actually put your queueable apex to the job queue. Okay, and what does this method return? It returns an ID actually. So the return type for this method is an ID. This is going to be an ID. So every time you submit any asynchronous apex for to be executed, which gets into the job queue, there is an object which is called async apex job. That object holds the, there's a record created in that object. Okay, so you have to keep track of everything, right? So whatever codes are there in the queue and all. So there is an object called async apex job where a record is created. Okay, now you can use this ID to retrieve the details of that particular record, right? Status and stuff like that. Okay. So let's go ahead, and now where do I go and write this code? You can write this code anywhere, but for now what I'll do is I'll write this code in anonymous code block. Okay, it's just a code that I have to run on the fly. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to write it in the Apex code block. Okay, so I'll go back to developer console and I'll open the anonymous code block. All right, ID, job ID, this name can be anything. System.in queue job new queue class 3. Okay, now this should put my code in the job queue. All right, so that is what we expect this to do. So let's execute this. Okay, yeah, this is not the correct name. Q class 3 is the name. Queueable interface. Okay, there's a small typo here. It should be implements. Implements, public classes, implements, queueable spelling is correct. Yes. Okay, give me one quick moment. Let me see if there is something else that I am making a mistake with. Queueable spelling is correct. Let me quickly check if there is something else which I'm making a mistake with. Implements spelling is right. Queueable spelling is correct. Okay, yeah. So after updating this implements, I'll need to also save it. Okay, so I'll go back to the anonymous code block. Now try to execute it. Yeah, now it got executed. There's no error. So small error was where there was basically this implements, instead of implements, it was written implement. Okay, and if you make any changes to the code, you again have to save it back. Otherwise, it does not get saved. Okay, so that is it. Now we have put this code into the job queue. Now what is the next thing that I want to do? I want to monitor it. Okay, I want to monitor what is happening with this particular code. Okay, so now what you can do is one, you can actually go to your Salesforce and search for Apex jobs. Okay, in the quick find box you can search for Apex jobs. Okay, and here you will get a list of jobs which are getting executed or have got recently executed. So this is where you will get it. Got it? And this is your job ID. Got it? So if you look at this, you will get to see the status, total number of batches 0, status completed. So there were no batches, it is completed, queueable type, and also all your asynchronous Apex jobs. You can actually come and monitor from here also. Okay, there is this option which is available for you to monitor this. Okay, another way of getting details of this is through a query. So I told you there is this object called async Apex jobs. So what you can do is you can basically go and write a query on that object. To query information about your submitted job, perform a SOQL query on async Apex job. So this is the object on which you have to write the query. And you can write the query. While you're writing the query, you'll have to use the job ID. Okay. The job ID that your system.enqueue job method returns. Okay. So that is the thing. Now this query will also help you get the information of that particular asynchronous Apex. Okay. So now let's go ahead and write this query. Okay, so I can write async Apex job. No, sorry. Let me just write the query here. Select status and select status from async apex job where id equals. Okay, let me get the id from here. Okay, yeah, so this is something which is not supported on your uh, query here. So what we can do, we can actually do a debug statement to check this. Sync apex job info equals dot debug job info. Okay, let's go to the logs, and this is the logs. Status completed id this. All right, you see this? I'm just checking it in the debug statement. All right, so I am able to query it. So this is not supported in the query editor, but you will be able to just go ahead, write a query, and you can go and retrieve the value in the debug statement. Or if this is part of another code, you can basically use it the way you want. Okay, now all right, let's understand a little more about the Queueable Apex. So we know now how to put the code into the job queue. We know how to kind of retrieve information from the async apex job object. Now, one statement that I made some time back, I said that Queueable Apex is an enhanced way of using asynchronous Apex as compared to future method, right? So now how Queueable Apex is different from a future method, or what is that we are doing different? One, of course, what we could figure out is the way we are defining it is different. So future method is being defined as a method, and you put an annotation there, add future annotation there, right? So that is fine, but functionally, how it is different. So what is that it does that future method cannot, or maybe vice versa. So let's look at it. So Queueable Apex jobs are similar to future methods in that they are both queued for execution, but they provide you with these additional benefits. So Queueable Apex comes with a few additional benefits. In fact, initially, I would say close to 7-8 years back, we just had future methods only. Initially, there was for asynchronous Apex code, we just had future method. Okay, Queueable Apex was not there, and it was introduced later on. I think 6-7 years back they have introduced Queueable Apex. Okay, so why Queueable Apex got introduced? Because it has got a few additional features. Now, what are those additional benefits or features? Um, the first thing is you're getting an ID for your job, which does not happen with a future method. So future method is just a method, right? So you're not getting an ID for it. Okay, so because you're not getting an ID for it, what happens? You cannot retrieve the details of your method, or you cannot monitor the progress of that particular method. Got it? So like the way we are able to go and retrieve the details of a future method, Queueable Apex with the ID either from query or from the user interface. For a future method, that is not possible. You cannot go and you do not have a place where you go and check what is the status of it. Okay, so that is the thing. So getting an ID for your job, when you submit your job by invoking the system.enqueueJob method, the method returns the ID of the new job. The ID corresponds to the ID of the Async Apex job record. Use this ID to identify your job and monitor its progress. So you can monitor the progress at any point of time, which was not happening with the future method. That was a challenge with the future method. Queueable Apex lets you monitor the progress. I mean, sometimes what may happen, for example, you have to start another code execution. Okay, so you have this future method, and then you have to start another code execution. What you can do, you can basically use this job ID, retrieve the information of the status, and based on the status, if it is complete or not, in progress, based on that you may start the other one, right? Which does not happen with the future method, right? So you do not have much of control over monitoring the progress and stuff like that. Second thing, using non-primitive data type. So we spoke about this earlier when we were discussing about future method. That future method, in case you need parameters, it only supports parameters of primitive data types. Future method does not support parameters of SObject data type. Okay. However, in Queueable Apex, since it's a class, you can basically go and define parameters. It supports primitive data types also as parameter. Okay. So SObjects and custom Apex types, all these can be supported as parameters in the Queueable Apex. So third advantage is chaining jobs. Now, what is chaining jobs? Chaining jobs is calling one Queueable Apex from another Queueable Apex. So earlier we discussed about future method, that though you can call a future method from a different method, but you cannot call one future method from another future method. Okay. So in that case, let's say there are 3 asynchronous Apex jobs that I have to do. So 1, 2, and 3. Okay. And if I put all these 3 in in the job queue at once, or if I call all 3 at once, then execution, the order of execution is not guaranteed. Maybe this one gets executed first, if this gets resources available. All right. So now if I have a requirement that, okay, firstly this gets executed, then this should get executed, and then this gets executed. Okay, this is what my requirement is. Then putting all 3 in the job queue is not the right way, because then it does not ensure the order of execution. Then what you need to chain the jobs. Chain the jobs as in, call this one, call the second one from here. In the last line of this code, the second one can be called. In the last line of second code, this one can be called. This is called chaining. So you're creating a chain. So once you call the first one, you don't have to call the second and third one. First one, in the last line, you call the second one. Last line of the second one, you call the third one. Got it? So that is the chaining of jobs, which you can do in Queueable Apex, but in future method, since I'm not able to call another future method from a future method, the chaining of jobs was not possible. So that is the thing. Now let's understand this chaining jobs concept a little more. To run a job after some other processing is done first by another job, you can chain Queueable job, right? So the same concept. In case I have got 2 codes, 1 and then code 2. Okay. And if I have a requirement that this should only get executed when this gets executed, then I can basically call this from this particular code, right? This one you can call from, so this you start from a anonymous code block or something. Let's say this is your Queueable class 1 and Queueable class 2. So the class 1 you will call from anonymous code block. Class 1, towards the end of it, at the end of it, you call the second Queueable class, right? Then this gets executed. So that is the chaining of jobs. To chain a job to another job, submit the second job from the execute method of your Queueable class. So from this execute method, you should call the second one. Okay. You can add only one job from an executing job. Okay. So this is another thing that we have to keep in mind. Though chaining is allowed, but you cannot be calling multiple Queueable Apex from the same. So if you're calling this and this both, that will not work. You can call only one. So this is wrong. Okay. So you can only call one Queueable Apex from the executing job. Okay, let's have a quick look at an example. So this is my code. This is the execute method, and from this I can have some code inside this, and after that I can call the other method, second job. All right. In the second job, you can go and call the third job. So that is how you can actually create a chain of Apex codes that can be executed one by one. Okay. Now, is there a limitation on what is the total length of chain or what is the depth of chain that can be created? How many classes can be connected? Let's understand that also. For developer edition and trial organization, the maximum stack depth for your chain jobs is 5. Okay, which means total depth can be 5. So you can call 4, jobs. Oh, sorry, 4 queuable classes from the other classes one by one in the same chain, right? One will be the initial one, and then 4. So total chain length can be 5. But this is only for your developer edition and trial organizations. Okay, this is not for your production. Okay. So, which means that you can change jobs 4 times and the maximum number of jobs in the chain is 5, including the initial parent queuable job. Yeah. So the total depth of the chain can be 5. Total 5 jobs. You can form a chain of 5 jobs total. That is only for developer edition and trial organization. I'm talking about this because in your developer edition you may come across this in case you're writing that kind of a code. In your production organization, there is no such limit. Okay, so there you can keep on creating. So there is no such limit defined for your production orgs, production or sandbox orgs. Okay, the paid versions, there's no such limitation defined. But for developer edition and trial orgs, support up to 5 jobs in the chain. Okay, so now that is about the Queueable Apex. Yeah. So yes, here it says, however, there is no such limit in enterprise and unlimited editions. So if you have a paid enterprise or unlimited edition, there is no such limit of how many, what is the maximum length of the chain that can be created using the Queueable Apex jobs. Okay, so that is it. Now let's move on to the next type of asynchronous Apex, which is Schedulable Apex. Okay, now Schedulable Apex, what is the difference between a Queueable Apex and Schedulable Apex? Only difference is, I'm trying to simplify this for you all. So only difference between a Queueable Apex and Schedulable Apex is that Queueable Apex can be just put in the job queue, okay, and it will get executed when the system resources become available. You don't have a control over scheduling it when it should get executed. You cannot say go and execute it on Friday, or you cannot go and say that you cannot say that execute it first of every month, something like that. You cannot define. Within Schedulable Apex, you can do that. Okay, so Schedulable Apex lets you define the frequency or the intervals for you to execute the code. Okay, so to invoke an Apex class to run at specific time, we can write an Apex class that implements the Salesforce provided schedulable interface. Okay, now again, here also, if you look at this, creating Schedulable Apex again is very similar to Queueable Apex. Here, instead of the Queueable interface that we were using in Queueable Apex, we will be using another interface, which is called Schedulable Interface. Okay. Now, small thing, I'll just talk about this right at the beginning. Though we are talking about running it at a specific time, and though we are talking about scheduling the Apex code, scheduling does not mean that if you say Saturday 7 p.m., that does not mean that Saturday 7 p.m. it will get executed. Okay, that is not what it does. So it is scheduled to run at Saturday 7 p.m. However, this is still an asynchronous Apex. So it's not guaranteed that, okay, at Saturday 7 p.m. my code will get executed. No. Saturday 7 p.m. it will get into the job queue. It will be ready to get executed. If the system resources are available, it gets executed. If the system resources are not available, the actual execution may still get delayed because it is still asynchronous Apex. Okay. So scheduling does not guarantee that the code will get executed exactly at that time. Yeah, it guarantees it will not get executed before Saturday 7 p.m. That is guaranteed. But it can get executed after Saturday 7 p.m. If let's say if you have put Saturday 7 p.m. Make sense? So the still the concept of asynchronous Apex applies on your schedulable Apex. You can define a time. If the system resources are available, at that particular time, the code gets executed at that time. If the resources are not available, it can get delayed. So there can be a delayed execution also. Okay, but of course, it will not get executed before that time. Schedulable Apex can be scheduled to run at specific time intervals. We can specify the schedule using either
the the Schedule Apex page in Salesforce user interface or the system.schedule method. Okay. Now, how do I define a schedule for it? So if you're writing a schedulable Apex, then you can schedule it. Now, there are two ways for us to schedule the Apex code. One is using a Schedule Apex page in Salesforce. So I'll show you in some time. In Salesforce user interface, there is a page which will let you schedule the Apex classes. Okay, of course, the schedulable Apex classes. And then there is a method also which will let you do that. So we'll look into this also. How do we schedule using this method? So with the help of code, we can schedule, or from the user interface also we can schedule. Of course, on the user interface, we have got some limited options. With this method, you can schedule it the way you want. Okay, so let's look at the code syntax. Okay, so for a schedulable Apex, again, the syntax is pretty much similar to a Queueable Apex. Only difference would be that it implements schedulable interface. Okay, and what does this interface do? This interface allows scheduling of the Apex class. So yeah, public class, whatever name of your class, implements schedulable. This the class with this schedulable interface also need to have a void method called execute. Name of the method has to be execute. It has to be a void method, and whatever code you want to write, that code has to go inside it. That's it. Okay, so this needs to be schedulable context. Okay, so that is it. So let's go and write a schedulable Apex and understand. So I'll create a new Apex class. I'll write sample schedulable Apex. Just give it a name, whatever you want. Now this has to implement schedulable interface, right? So you write public class implement schedulable. There has to be a method, public void execute schedulable context, and write your code here, whatever you want to write. Let's say I'll just write some simple code here for our understanding right now. New account name equals okay. So now I'll save this class. Yeah, the class got saved. Now what is that we do? In this case, now this is not Queueable Apex, this is Schedulable Apex. So what I have to do, I have to put it, I have to define a schedule for this to run. I am not I'm not just putting it in the job queue. For Queueable Apex, it was just one-time execution. So what I had to do, I just had to put it in the job queue. That's fine. In this case, I'm not putting it in the job queue. What I'm going to do, I am going to schedule it. Okay, and how do we schedule this? So there are two ways of scheduling it, as we discussed. So there is one from the user interface, and there is one where you can call that system.schedule method to schedule this. Okay, so let's look at how do we do it from the user interface first. Let's try to do this from the user interface. Okay, so here you go and search for Apex class. Okay, just go to your setup, search for Apex classes. Okay, you will get the list of Apex classes in the UI. So on your Salesforce, go to your quick find box under setup, search for Apex classes, open this Apex classes link. You will see complete list of your Apex classes. You may not have these many classes in your org, but that's fine. Now whatever classes are there listed, you will find all those classes here. Okay, if there are too many classes, what you can do, you can actually
click on the first letter of the classes, and you can then navigate through those. Okay, so yeah, this is the one that I just created, the sample schedulable apex. Okay, now from where do I schedule it? There's there's a button here called Schedule Apex. Click on this, you'll be able to schedule it. Okay, this will open the scheduler for you. You just have to give a name to the job. Sample schedule. Okay, just put it. Select the Apex class, the class that you want to schedule to be executed. Now, only the classes which have this schedulable interface, those can be scheduled from here. Okay, so only the classes which implement schedulable interface can be scheduled. Okay, so let me select, search for sample what is the name of my class? Okay, let me just go back and check if the class is defined properly. Please give me a moment. Yeah, now it's coming. So sometimes it may take some time for things to get updated, and it may come in some time. All right, so okay, so you just put a name for it. You choose the class. Okay, only the classes with the schedulable interface will be available here, and you define your frequency. So is it weekly or monthly, whatever it is, you just define that, and put a start date, end date to it, and a preferred start time. Okay, so let's say I want to execute this schedulable apex every week on Friday 7 p.m. If you want to make it monthly, that is also possible. You can actually select monthly, which day of the month and all. So I'm not going into that. I'll make it weekly, and I'll say Friday, and time I would say 7 p.m. If you read it here, let me zoom in it a little. If you can read this, it says exact start time will depend on job queue activity. All right, so this is what I was discussing earlier. So though you mentioned 7 p.m. does not mean that your code will get exactly executed at 7 p.m. It may depend on other activities going in the job queue, and this gets executed when the system resources become available after 7 p.m. at 7 p.m. or after 7 p.m. So that is the thing. Yeah, so this is the schedule. Now it is defined. Click on save. Done. So that's how simple it is. So you create your Apex code, use the schedulable interface, implement the schedulable interface, write the code inside that class, use inside the execute method, in the class, and come to this schedule apex page, and from here you can just go ahead and schedule it. Now it will automatically run every Friday 7 p.m. whatever code is there, that will get executed. Okay, now how do I monitor this? To monitor this, you can again go to Apex job, go to Apex jobs, and you can monitor it. So if you see the first one, Queueable Apex, this got executed. This one is queued. Okay, this is due for execution. It has been submitted, but it is due to execute. So it will execute. It is in the queue. Friday 7 p.m. it will get executed. All right. Okay, so now let's understand a little more about this schedulable Apex. To stop execution of a job that was scheduled, use system.abort job. Okay, let's say you have scheduled something. You have put something into the job queue, and it is scheduled to run for, let's say, next 3 months. Right now, you have to stop that schedulable Apex from executing any further. So to do that, what you can do, you can use another method called system.abort job. So with the help of coding, what you can do, you can use system.schedule method to put a schedule for executing this schedulable Apex, and system.abort job can be used for stopping the jobs from executing. Okay, so yeah, so once you have defined the schedule, once it is executing, how do you stop it? You can stop it using a system.abort job. Okay, now let's understand a little more about the system.schedule method that we can use. Okay, so we have just seen this way of scheduling, which is through the page, through the Apex page on the Salesforce user interface, right? But that has got limited number of options. If you see that I just have limited option in terms of weekly and monthly, and then I in terms of time, I just had the time slots of hours, like 10 a.m., 11 a.m., that ways. Okay, what if I want to control it at minutes, seconds, stuff like that? Maybe. So if you want more controls, then what you can do, you can use system.schedule method. Okay, so this system.schedule method, as I said, this is going to be a little more advanced way for you to schedule your schedulable Apex code. Okay, but at least whatever we have discussed so far, that is a simple, straightforward way, and I want everyone to at least understand this. Okay, of course you need to understand what we are discussing in system.schedule also, but it is still okay if you take some time to understand the system.schedule way of scheduling it, because at least then you will be able to schedule it through the user interface, right? So it is that simple. Now there's another way of scheduling it with this method, and with this method what you can do is, the only thing is that you will have control. You can define your time interval, and there are a few parameters that you pass along with this method, which will be used for defining the schedule. That's it. Okay, and we are going to understand about that now. The system.schedule method takes 3 arguments or 3 parameters. First one is name for the job. So when you are scheduling it, you'll have to give the name for the job. So from the user interface also, when I defined a schedule for it, I had to give the name for a job, right? So that is the thing. So first one, you will have to give the name for a job. An expression, second one will be an expression used to represent the time and date the job is scheduled to run. So the second parameter is going to be the one where you define the time and the date, okay, when the job is scheduled to run. Okay, and third parameter is of course the name of the class which needs to be scheduled. Okay, so system.schedule method will use these 3 parameters. One will be the name of the job, second will be the expression that will define the schedule, time and date for the job to be executed, third one will be the class which you want to schedule. That's it. So the structure is okay. Now if I have to just put it here, so the system dot schedule uses 3 parameters. Okay, So if you see here also, one will be the name of the job, which can be anything. Second parameter is the schedule. Third parameter is the class that needs to be executed. Okay, sample schedulable apex. Okay, so it basically needs to have these three parameters. So when you're calling the system.schedule method, yeah. So if you look at this method here, you can see string object name, cron expression. Okay, this is basically for the schedule, and apex object scheduler. Okay, so that is the thing, right? So let's now. So out of these three parameters that need to be used, this is just a name. So you can give whatever name it's a name of a string type. So you can put whatever name, ABCD, XYZ, whatever you want. You can put that name here. That's fine. This is the name of the class. This is also okay. So what we need to do is we need to now basically understand this schedule part of it. Okay, the other two are simple, straightforward. So there's nothing to understand there. Schedule. How do I put the schedule? That is something, the format of the schedule. That's what we have to understand. So let's now understand the structure of the schedule. So the schedule structure is this. It starts with seconds, then you put a space, minutes, then you put a space, hours, again a space, day of the month, space, which month, put a space, day of the week, space, and then year. Year is optional. You can just leave this blank. If you don't put anything here, it will not consider it for any particular year. If you put the year, then it will take that year as a value. All right. So this is the structure of your schedule: seconds, minutes, hours, day of the month, day of week, and year. Year is optional. Others, you have to put the value. Okay. Now, what are the values which are permitted? Let's understand that. Permitted values for the expressions. For seconds, permitted values are 0 to 59. Okay. So for second, your permitted values will be 0 to 59. You can put 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, whatever it is. So that's permitted. Okay. Now, for minutes, again 0 to 59. All right. For seconds, 0 to 59. For minutes, again 0 to 59. For hours, 0 to 23 for 24 hours. So 0 will be basically 12 midnight, and then 1, 2, 3, 4, that is 23 till 11 p.m. Right. Day of month will be, the permitted values are 1 to 31. Okay. So if you say 5, it will mean 5th of the month. Right. So if you want to schedule something which should execute on 5th of every month, you can say 5. Okay. So that is the thing. Or if you say 7, it will be 7th of every month. So maximum it can be 31. All right. So that's the day of the month. Month. Which all months you want the schedulable apex to get executed? Now this is also in your control. If you just want something to get executed on January, March, and May in the entire year, you don't want it to get executed every month. You just want this to get executed in Jan, March, and May. So what you can do, you can put those 1, 3, and 5. So January is 1, February is 2, March is 3. That way. So permitted values are 1 to 12. Of course, 12 months, 12. 1 to 12. 12 is December, right? Day of week. In case you want to control your code to get executed on specific weekdays, then you can use the day of week value. And day of week can be 1 to 7. All right. So day of the week can be 1 to 7. 1 is Sunday, 7 is Saturday. It's not Monday to Sunday. It's a Sunday to Saturday. Okay. So if you put 1, it means Sunday. So if you have to say run something on every Friday, then you have to use this as 6. Okay. So Friday 6 p.m. will be what? I mean, let's understand this. I want something to get executed every Friday 6 p.m. Every Friday 6:30 p.m. Okay. So then what do I do? Yeah, here you can put 6. For hours you have to put 18. Yeah, for hours you have to put 18, and for minutes you have to put 30. Okay, 0. Um, so this will be 0 for seconds. I do not want to control. So seconds can be 0, minutes will be 30, hours will be 18. Day of the month I'll not define because I'm not worried about that. I don't want to use that. Month, again, I'm not worried about that. It should run all the months. Day of the week is 6. Got that? Year is optional. So you may or may not put the year here. The value of the year can be null, or it can have a value between 1970 to 2099. Okay, so that's the maximum value that you can put. Okay, fine. So now let's go ahead and understand a little more about scheduling. So some places what we saw that certain values I may not want to put, or I may want to include all the values there, right? Like day of the month. Now, sometimes I do not want to include a value, but these are all mandatory values, so you'll have to put something there, right? So sometimes to work with these, you will need some special characters. Okay. Now there are a few special characters which will help you define the schedule. So let's have a quick look at the special characters. First one is the comma. Okay, so comma is a special character which can be used for defining or delimiting multiple values like Jan, March, April. With comma, you can separate 2, 3 values. Then you have hyphen. Hyphen can be used for defining a range, like from January to March. You can use this hyphen. Okay, so you won't write Jan to March, you will write 1-3, which will mean that it will get executed from 1 to 3, right? Asterisk specifies all values. So when you just want to schedule something that should run all months, I was just talking about that example, that some code something that I want to execute for all the months, I can put this asterisk there. This question mark specifies no specific values, only available for day of month and day of week. Okay, in case you like the example that we were saying, that okay, fine, there's a code which has to run every Friday. Now in this case, I don't want to control that any specific day of the month. I just want to say that Friday it should run. It can be any day of the month. Okay, in that case you can put a question mark there. Okay, same way if I say it should run only on 5th of the month, then I am not worried about which day it is, right? So in that case, for day of the week you can use question mark. You cannot use asterisk. If you use asterisk, then what will happen? It starts running every day of the month. That will be wrong, right? So if I say Friday, then for day of the month I have to put question mark. Okay, or if I say 7th of every month, then for day of the week I have to put question mark, because it can be anything. It's no specific value for that. The slash specifies increments. Okay, the number before the slash specifies when the interval will begin, and the number after the slash is the interval amount. Okay, so let's say 1/5 will mean the interval will begin on 1. So for day of the month, if I say 1/5, so the interval will begin on 1st, and it will be a 5-day interval. So starting from 1st, it will be 5-day interval, right? It's not always weekly. If it is weekly, you can put day of the week. But if it's like if something you want to execute in 3 days interval, then what do you do? Then you can use this interval concept. Okay, increment concept. So it will run on 1st, then 4th, then 7th, then 10th, 13th, that way, if you put a 3 days interval. L specifies the end of a range. Okay, this will basically specify the end of the range last. Okay, this is available for day of the month and day of the week. Okay, W, this specifies the nearest weekday. Okay, so W will be used for defining the nearest weekday. So let's say um, 19th. So for example, if I say execute this Apex code on every uh, on 5th of every month. Okay, we are talking about that 5th of every month sort of concept. Now, if you say that, okay, fine, execute an Apex code on 5th of every month. Now, subsequently, you also want that if 5th is a Saturday or a Sunday, then do it on 6th maybe. Okay, the nearest weekday. So if 5th is a Sunday, then do it on 6th. If it is a Saturday, then do it on 4th, whichever is the nearest weekday. Okay, so this W will let us control that. So if you say 5W, then it will search for the nearest weekday. So if 5th is a Sunday, then it will get executed on Monday. Okay, and if 5th is a Saturday, then it will get executed on on Friday, on 4th. Got it? So that is the thing. So it will basically help you search for the nearest weekday. All right, so these are some of the special characters that can be used for controlling the schedule. So we understand that schedulable apex is quite similar to Queueable Apex. It uses an interface which is called Schedulable interface. So that is what is difference. That is what is different between Queueable Apex and Schedulable Apex. The interface is different, and the way they are called and executed, that is also slightly different. In terms of Queueable Apex is something that you just need to put in the job queue whenever the system resources are available. It will get executed, and that's more of a one-time thing. Schedulable Apex is where you can define a schedule and it will get executed as per the schedule. Okay, so that is the thing. Okay, now there are a few other things that we need to understand. How do we schedule? So for scheduling, there are two options which are available. One is through the UI, which we have already seen. That on the Salesforce UI, you have the option of scheduling and scheduling a schedulable Apex code that can be done. The other way is through uh, code, right? So when you are calling this, when you want to put this schedulable Apex class in a schedule, you want to define a schedule for it. And if you feel that you're not able to get the options which you want through the UI, you can actually go ahead and do it through the code also. So for that, there are a few things that we need to understand. So we need to define the schedule structure. This is the schedule structure. These are the values permitted. So all these things we have already discussed. And then there are a few special characters which will let you define the schedule. Okay, so all these things we have already discussed. Now what is the next thing that we are going to do? So next what we'll do is we'll do few small simple examples to understand what sort of schedule needs to be defined. Okay, so before we do that, let's have a quick look back at what are the permitted values and the special characters, and then we'll define the schedule. Okay, so the schedule structure is seconds, minutes, hours, day of month, month, day of week, optional, year is optional. That's the last value. Seconds 0 to 59 is allowed. Minutes 0 to 59 allowed. Hours it can be 0 to 23. All right. Day of month 1 to 31. Okay, this is what is permitted. Month 1 to 12 permitted value. 1 is January, 12 is December. Day of week 1 to 7. 1 is Sunday, 7 is Saturday. Year null or any value between 1970 to 2099. Okay, so yeah, these are the permitted values, and then let's quickly look at the special characters. So there's this comma which can be used as a special character to delimit the values. If there are multiple values, you can separate the values using comma. Hyphen can be used for defining a range from X to Y, that sort of thing. Asterisk specifies all values. Okay, so if you want to, let's say, specify all the values, then you can use asterisk. Okay, specifies no specific value. If there's this question mark, can be used if you want to say that, okay, fine, no specific value for a certain thing. Okay, and this is available only for day of month and day of week. Slash, this specifies increment. Okay, and what you can do is you can basically define the interval. So specify when the interval will begin and what will be the interval. Okay, so that is something which can be defined. We are going to look into these things. L specifies the end of a range, last. Okay, this is only available for day of month and day of week. So this is basically for the last value of from a month or a week. W specifies the nearest weekday. Okay, so this will basically help you define the nearest weekday to a certain day. Okay, and this hash symbol is specifies the nth day of the month. Okay, so in the format of weekday and slash day of the month. Okay, so that is the thing. Okay, now let's see a few examples for us to quickly understand how are we going to put these um, how are we going to work with these expressions, schedule structure expressions. Just give me a moment. Okay, so this is the Schedulable Apex class that we have created. Now, if I want to put this Schedulable Apex class, um, put a schedule for this. It's not just one time putting it into the job queue, but if I want to define the schedule for it, using the code, what we can do, there's a method that we can use, which is called system.schedule. Okay, and the system.schedule method, requires 3 parameters: job name, cron expression, and schedulable. So this job name is the name of the job that you would give. You can give any name to the job. Okay, ABCDXYZ, whatever you want, you can put that here. Okay, so this is going to be the name of the job. Okay, cron expression is the expression which will define the schedule. This is for the schedule actually. Okay, and this is the name of the class that you want to call the Schedulable Apex class. Okay, so this is how it works. What you will do is now let's here we can simply call new. All right, yeah, so this is basically for calling this particular class. Job name, we understand that this is just going to be the name of the job. You can give whatever name you want to give. This second parameter which needs to be passed along with it, this will contain the schedule information. Okay, and what is the structure of this? This is the structure, the one that we were just discussing. This is the structure. Okay, so this cron expression, the schedule that we are defining, will need to have 1, 2, 3, 4. So okay, let's count it this way. So 1 for second, 2 for minute, third for hours, day of the month, day of the week. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and 1 optional. So 6 plus 1. I mean, you can have 7 or 6, values there, and all separated by spaces. So there is no comma and all in between. So it's all spaces that you have. Okay. All right. So let's go ahead and define that. Okay, so let's say string schedule equals, so let's say I am defining a string for ease of understanding. I'm not writing it inside this. I would write it, sorry, I'm not writing it here. Let me write it in a separate string variable, and then I'll call that variable here. Okay, so yeah, now what is that we have to do? We have to define the schedule here. The first one is for seconds. Sorry, yeah, first one is second one is minutes, third one is hours. Let's say um, I want to run something at 8 p.m. So 8 p.m. will be what, 20 hours. Okay, uh, so second, minutes, and then what is the other thing? The next one is months. Give me one moment. Let me again check what is the next value. Day of month, day of week. Okay. Now, day of month, in case you want to define something here, you can put it. Let's say, there's a code that has to run only 5th of the month. Then you can put 5 here. Month, in case you want to, put some month, let's say it has to run only on, sorry, if it has to run only in January and February, then you can put 1, 2. Correct? This means what? January and February. But if you wanted to run on all the months, then simply put this asterisk. This is for all values, right? Now the next one is day of the week. Now since my code is running on 5th of the month, okay, day of the week, I just want to be want this to be any day. Okay, I don't want this to be all days, because then it will become, it will start running every day of the week that I do not want. I just want, because I am not very sure, what day it will be on 5th of the month. So what I will do is I'll just put a question mark here. So it can be any day. Okay. Yeah. So how many we have put? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and year is optional. So let's not put the value of year. That's fine. Okay. So that is it. Now while you're calling this, you can replace this with your string value here. That's it. Got it? So what is this schedule? This schedule runs on 5th of every month at 8 p.m. Okay, so this would run on 5th of every month at 8 p.m. Let me define. Say there is a code that you want to run every Friday, 8 p.m. Okay, how do you define that? Or I want a code to run at 8 a.m. and 8 p.m. on every Friday. Okay, how do you do that? Then again, then it could have been, so second is 0, minutes is 0. This has to be 8 and 20. Okay. In this case, day of the month is something which can be anything, because it has to be Friday. So this question mark is applicable only for day of month and day of the week. Okay. So if you are defining a schedule using the day of the week, then day of the month can be question mark. If you are defining a schedule using day of the month, then your day of the week can be question mark, which means any day, any value. So now I want to define it using the day of the week. So day of the week is Friday is 5. not 5. Friday is 6. Yeah. Sunday is 1. Monday 2. Tuesday 3, 4, 5, 6. Yeah. So Friday is 6. Saturday is 7. Friday is 6 here. Okay. So this expression would mean that your code will run at 8 a.m. and 8 p.m. on Friday, every Friday. Okay. Now, what if I want to, define? What if I want to define a schedule which runs every hour? So this one is runs every Friday at 8 a.m. and 8 p.m. Okay. Now I want to define another schedule which can run every hour. What will we do there? So seconds can be 0, minutes can be 0. I want this to run every hour. So in hours, I will use asterisk. Okay. And what is the next thing? Day of the month. Any day of the month, all days. Month, all months. Day of the week can be anything. Yeah. Or you put a question mark here and make it all days of the week. That's also okay. All right. Now, this will run on all the hours from 0 to 23. Okay, so all the hours included. So every 1 hour it will run. Okay, runs in an interval of 1 hour. Okay, so this is how you can basically define, how it's going to run on, on a daily basis, in an interval of, 1 hour every day. Okay. Now there were a few other special characters that we saw. Let's understand, how those will be used. There's this increment concept, right? So let's say I have a schedule for day of the month. I don't want to, specify a particular day, but I want to, run my code in an interval of 3 days. Okay, my code should run in an interval of 3 days. Okay, so that's where what you can do is you can define the interval in the day of the month. Let's say seconds can be 0, minutes can be 0. This code has to run at 10 p.m. Okay, and it should be running in an interval of 3 days. So day of the month, you can define 1/3. Okay, this can be month can be all months, and day of the week can be this question mark. Okay, now what does this mean? This 1/3 means this is this is a special character which is used for defining increments. So what does this increment basically mean? It means that it will start from first and it will keep on increasing by 3. So on 1st, 4th, 7th, 10th, then 13th, 16th, that is correct. You can make it in an interval of 5 days. So it would start from first and run in interval of 5 days. Okay, so if you have something which is weekly, you can of course use that. But if you have a different interval that you want to use, you can put it this way. Okay. All right. Then there was this one also, another one which is, there are a few other special characters. One is L. This as L is specify, this is used to specify end of a range. Okay, and this is only available for day of the month and day of the week. Okay, so when used with day of the month, L always means the last day of the month. Okay, for example, 31st January. Okay, so if there is something that you want to execute on the last day of the month, okay, now there it will be difficult for you to define. um, some months will have 30 days or 31 days, and what do you do? So in that case, let me just put this one, the clear one that we have defined. This runs in an interval of 5 days, starting from first of the month. Okay, uh, let's define another one. Okay, let's say there's a schedule that I want to define, which should run 10 a.m. last day of the month. Now, how do I define that? 0 0 day of the month will be, sorry, firstly hours, so 10 a.m. now. So this is the day of the month. You can put L here. Okay, and now what will it do? It will basically automatically run on the last day of the month. Months can be everything, and this can be question mark. Okay, so this is how it would work. So this will automatically run on the last day of the month. For January, let's say 31st January. For February, it can be 28th or 29th of February. Okay, all right. Okay, another one is W. So this schedule will this would runs on last day of every month at 10 a.m. All right. Okay, and W is basically used for defining nearest weekday. Or so nearest weekday, weekdays are basically Monday to Friday. Okay, and this one is only available. W is only available for day of the month. Okay, so if you want to define a particular day of the month and want to execute something on the nearest weekday, then you can use W. For example, I want to execute a code on 5th of the month or 10th of the month, let's say. And but if 10th is a weekend, a Saturday or Sunday, then I would want the code to get executed on the nearest weekday. Okay, then there you can use W. Okay, how do we define this? You can define it this way. Seconds 0, minutes 0, code time is, let's say, 8 p.m. Okay, now nearest weekday is what I want to define in the day of the month. So nearest weekday to 10th of the month, 10W. Okay, what does this mean? This means that it will run on the nearest weekday of the 10th of the month. So if the 10th of a certain month is Sunday, then it will get executed on 11th, because that is the nearest weekday. If 10th of the month is Saturday, then it will get executed on Friday, because it is the nearest weekday. Okay, other things can be strict and question mark. That's it. Runs every month on 10th or nearest weekday of 10th if 10th is a weekend. if 10th is Saturday or Sunday. Okay. All right. Okay. So these are, different expressions. Those can be used for us to define uh, the schedule. Okay. And now we see that there is a lot of flexibility with, this cron expression that we can define. With this, there is a lot of flexibility that we have in terms of, when do we want to execute and all. With the scheduler that we saw on the UI, we did not have this much of a flexibility available. So that is the reason why you sometimes may want to use Apex, this system.schedule method instead of just scheduling it from the user interface. If you have a simple one, you can always go ahead and do it using that UI. Okay, so UI has got few options like which day of the month or which day of the week and all. But certainly, controlling these things, these special characters are not there. Controlling at a level of, uh, seconds, minutes, hours, that is also not there. So, if you have to set up an early schedule, you cannot do that. Okay, if you have to define that, okay, something runs twice a day, that is not, available there. Got it? So that is how it works. Now, there is one more thing that I would, quickly want to show you. In case there is a, code that I want to schedule to run every 5 minutes. Okay, I want a code to run every 5 minutes. Now, to run a code every 5 minutes, how do I do that? Okay, so small thing. The first two values in this schedule, the seconds and minutes, these two do not support any of the special characters. So, all these special characters that we are writing now, asterisk and this question mark and all. So these are not supported in the first two. In seconds and minutes, you do not have that. Because, then it will become too difficult, no? If someone goes and puts here, asterisk here, and it will become every 0 second. I mean, like every second, then it becomes very difficult. So for that, or every minute also, scheduling. So asterisk and all these things are not available here. Okay. So you can just choose one value for, between 0 to 59 for seconds and 0 to 59 for minutes also. But now my requirement is that I want to run a code every 5 minutes, or let's say every 15 minutes. Okay. Now how do I do that? So in that case, you have to, slightly, work with a workaround. I mean, there is no straightforward way to do that, but you may want to, use a workaround for that. So in that case, what you can do, you can define, let's say you want to run a code every 15 minutes. Okay. So in that case, what you have to do, you have to put your code in the job queue 4 times. Correct? You have to put your code in the job queue 4 times. I'll tell you how. So you will say schedule 1 equals 0 0 asterisk 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 and question mark. Okay, so this will run start of every hour. So this is hourly thing, right? Every hour, the one that we defined earlier, same thing. Okay, so this will define at start of the hour, every hour. Okay, now put this into the job queue. Similarly, now since I want 15-minute interval, I will have to define 4 like this. Second one can be every hour at 15th minute of every hour. Third one can be at 30th minute of every hour. Fourth one can be 45th minute of every hour. Got it? So now what you have done, you have actually put 4 jobs in the queue. So one which runs at the 0 minutes, the other one runs at 15th minute, and 30th minute, 45th minute. So this phase, you can, with these, putting this 4 times, you are actually running the same code 4 times in an hour, every hour. Okay. Now if you have to run it for, in 5 minutes, every 5 minutes, then you'll have to define 12 such codes. All right. Then it could have been 0, 5, 10, 15, so 12 such codes you have to, 12 times you'll have to, put the Apex code into the queue, right? So the first schedule will take care of the 0 minute, second schedule will run, after 5 minutes at, say 12:05, then 1:05, 2:05, right? So that is how you can work with uh, any code that has to run um, in a time interval which is less than 1 hour. Till 1 hour it is fine because you can easily define it. But if it is less than 1 hour, you are trying to run something within 30 minutes or 15 minutes because you don't have these special characters here for seconds and minutes, then you will have to deal with this way. Okay, but this is rare. I mean, I don't see too much of use of it. But still, if there is a requirement, then this is how you'll have to, deal with this. Okay. All right. So that's about, schedulable Apex. Now let's move on to the next type of Apex, asynchronous Apex, which is batch Apex. Okay. Batch Apex can be used to build complex long-running operations that run on thousands of records on the Lightning platform. So, first thing that we have to understand about batch Apex is this is used when you are dealing with thousands of records, big chunks of records that you are working with. Okay. So these are long-running processes and you're, dealing with big chunks of records. That's where you can use batch Apex. If you look at the name batch Apex, batch means the processing is done in batches, right? So if you are dealing with big chunk of data and you want the processing to be done in batches, in smaller chunks, then you can use batch Apex. All right. So anything which you feel is, dealing with a big amount of data, any sort of data cleansing activity where you may need to, update thousands of records and all, it is better to use batch Apex. Okay. Because I have spoken about this earlier that Salesforce does have, the limitations on everything, how many records you can process as part of one transaction and all. So there are limits on that. Batch Apex actually runs the code in multiple batches. So it basically, prepares smaller batches of your, complete chunk of data, and then it processes it in batches. So that is what happens. Every batch is a separate transaction. Okay. So what happens? You get more limits. Your, limits are increased, and you can basically use more limits. Okay. So I'm not sure if you guys remember, but if you have noticed in data loader also, when you start processing certain records, you would see that, that progress which it shows. It keeps on showing that, okay, fine, 200 records out of 1000 got processed. Now 400 out of 1000 got processed. You would notice that. Okay. So data loader also processes records in batches, 200, then 400, 600. So in batches of 200. Correct. So batch Apex works in the same way. It would actually process the data in batches. Batch Apex operates over small batches of records, covering your entire record set and breaking the processing down to manageable chunks. So that is the, purpose of the batch Apex. For example, a developer could build a data cleansing operation that goes through all accounts and opportunities on a nightly basis and update them if necessary, based on custom criteria. So if a developer wants to, do some sort of, cleansing activity which would run on a nightly basis, can write batch Apex. Okay. So now what does batch Apex do? It basically operates over small batches of records. So, instead of trying to update all the records at once and, hitting the governor limit, it would operate in small batches. Correct. So that is what a batch Apex does. To use batch Apex, write an Apex class that implements the Salesforce provided interface, which is called Database.Batchable. So this also uses an interface, just like a Queueable Apex or a Schedulable Apex. Batch Apex also uses or implements a Salesforce provided interface. Name of the interface is Database.Batchable. Okay. You can only have 5 queued or active batch jobs at one time. So you can only have 5 active batch jobs at one time. You cannot be having too many batch jobs, at one time, which are queued or active. The database.batchable interface contains three methods that must be implemented. Okay, now the difference here is there's a slight difference in terms of how it is defined. In Queueable Apex and Schedulable Apex, we just saw that there was one method inside the class. Okay, in both the cases, there was only one method. It was a void method, and the name of the method was execute. In case of a batch Apex, there are three methods inside the class. Okay, the database.batchable interface contains three methods, not one. Okay, let's understand what are the three methods. The first one is a start method. Now, what is the start method? Start method collects the records or objects to pass to the interface method execute. Okay, so start method is the method which will collect all the records which need to be processed. Now, this is slightly different from what was happening in a Queueable Apex or a Schedulable Apex. In batch Apex, what are we talking about? We're talking about processing data in batches, right? So first of all, what needs to be done? This code firstly needs to collect all the records which need to be processed, right? So to collect all those records which need to be processed, there is a start method. Start method will collect all the records or the object that will be processed. Okay, and this has to be a one-time thing. Processing can be done in batches, but what all needs to be processed? At least that should be collected in one place. So start method will do that. Okay, so the start method will collect all the records that need to be processed. Next is the execute method. Now, execute method contains the code to do the required processing for each chunk of data. So execute method has got the actual code, whatever needs to be done, that is part of the execute method. Okay, so let's say you want to go and update certain records, some values. So execute method will have that code. Okay, now execute method is something which will process the each chunk of data. So this is execute is going to get executed in batches, which means the execute method will get executed multiple times, not just one time. Got it? So let's say if I have got 1,000 records, okay, and all those records need to be processed as part of batch Apex, then what will happen? So in that case, your batch Apex needs to get executed multiple times, right? The execute method needs to get executed multiple times. Give me a moment. Let me okay. Let's say my batch Apex has to process 1,000 records. Okay. Start method will collect which records need to be processed. Okay, so this collects all those 1,000 records. Execute method, this will have the actual code. This will contain the code. Okay, let's say for all these records, we just want to go and check and update the country name if it is not complete. Let's say anything which is US or USA needs to be updated to United States. Okay, let's say that is what we are doing. So this processing that needs to be done, that actual code is going to be part of execute method. Now execute method is actually going to execute in batches. Okay, so this will get executed in, by default it gets executed in batches of 200 records, which means for 1,000 records execute method will run 5 times, right? Got it? So start method runs one single time to collect all the records. Execute method will run 5 times, or whatever number of times it has to run, because every chunk of data is a separate transaction. Okay, so that is it. Now finish method, the third method is a finish method. So once the execute method is done executing for 5 times, or whatever number of times it has to execute, finally there can be something else that you want to do at the end of it. when all the records have got processed, when all the batches have got processed, you may want to do something at the end of it. Let's say you want to send out an email to someone saying that, okay, all the records have been successfully processed, or you want to call some other method or some other uh, code that has to get executed. So once the countries are updated, you want to run another batch which will update the state. So that has to be part of a separate method. Why? There's a separate finish method because if you put something in the execute method is running multiple times now. So you cannot keep any other code, pre or post code in the execute method. Make sense? Now it is making sense. Why do we have three methods here? Because this execute method, since it has to run multiple times, it can only contain the code of actual processing. Anything which needs to be done before this has to be a separate method. So this execute method needs to be isolated from the other codes, right? Otherwise, what will happen? This start method, whatever code is there, that will also get executed multiple times. That's what we do not need. I want to just execute start method once, and any post execution code, like sending out email, something like that, that also has to be a separate method. So that is the reason why there is a separate finish method. Okay, so preparing data happens in start method, actual execution happens in execute method. Execute method is going to run multiple times. Now, once all the records have been processed, all the batches have got processed, if there is something that you want to do, you can use the finish method to do that. Okay, so finish method can be defined for doing that. Now, start method and execute method, of course, they are required. You will have to have some code inside that, because if you do not define any code inside this, then what is that you're going to do? So start method, of course, you'll have to define something inside this to get the records which need to be processed. Execute method will have the actual code. Finish method, sometimes you do not have anything to do in the finish method. Let's say I do not want to do anything. I just want to process the batch, and after that I don't want to do anything. You don't want to do anything, you can leave your finish method blank, but you still have to define the method. Okay, the method needs to be defined. You can leave it blank if you don't want to do anything. If you want to do something, then put that code inside it. If you don't want to do it, do anything in that code in the finish method, just leave it blank, but you still have to define the method. If you don't define the method, then it is going to throw an error. So your batch Apex definitely needs to have all these three methods. Okay. Now, each execution of a batch Apex job is considered a discrete transaction. Now, important thing. So since the execution method is getting executed multiple times, we need to understand that each execution of a batch Apex, every time this execute method runs, is considered a discrete transaction. Okay, so for example, a batch Apex job that contains 1,000 records and is executed without the optional scope parameter, that batch parameter from database.execute batch, is considered 5 transactions of 200 records each. So this optional parameter that is mentioned here, scope parameter, this is basically for defining the number of records that you want to process in each batch. Okay, so if you don't define a number here, by default each batch will be 200 records. Okay, now how do we define if I want to process 100 records, or if I want to process 300 records per batch? How do we do that? That's something which we'll see in some time, but that is the thing. So now what happens is, if you look at this, if there are 1,000 records, then by default it will be 5 transactions. Understand this? So it's each batch is one separate transaction. Each batch, as in each execute method, is one separate transaction. Okay, so that is how it works. So the good thing is that you have the governor limits intact for the transactions, and you can use the governor limits more, because with every transaction it is getting refreshed, right? So that is the thing. Okay, now let's have a quick look at the batch Apex syntax. So we understand that there are 3 methods. Let's have a quick look at the syntax. So this is how you define public class, name of the class, whatever you want. Implements database.batchable. So this is the interface that it is going to implement. The start method, public database.query locator. Now start method cannot be a void method. Why? Because start method is actually returning some value to the execute method, which is getting executed. Execute and finish methods are void methods. Okay, so your start method actually returns database.query locator. Now what is this database.query locator return type? Database.query locator return type can basically work with a query, retrieve all the records of the query, and pass it on to the other method, uh, which will be then broken into smaller chunks, and those will be processed. Okay, so this is the start method, okay, which returns database.query locator. Okay, now in this entire thing, this complete thing, for ease of understanding for now, this complete thing can be considered as syntax. Only variable here can be query. So you can define your query. You can put your query whatever you want. Okay, so that's your start method. Next, you will define execute method. So execute method is void method, as I told you, and your code will come here. Whatever you want to do in the execute method, that code will come here. And then finish method. Okay, finish method is also a void method. So as I was just discussing, if you don't want to do anything in as part of the finish method, you just can leave it blank. Okay, but if you're defining batch apex and you do not have finish method defined, this method has to be defined. Inside this, you just don't want to put anything, you do not want to do anything, you can leave it blank. But this method needs to be defined. If it is not defined, then it will throw an error. Okay, so we were discussing about batch apex, and we have already seen what is batch apex, and we have also seen the syntax of it, the structure. So there are three methods: start, execute, and finish. Now what we're going to do is we are going to start with creating uh, a sample batch apex. So we'll do an example and say how do we write a batch apex, and how do these methods basically, the start, execute, and finish method is how these methods actually work. How do these methods interact with each other? So let's do an example and understand this. Uh, Before we do that, let's quickly again look back at the methods that we have. Is the start is a non-void method. Execute and finish both are void methods. Okay, so that is the thing. The reason why start is a non-void method, because the what the start method does is it collects the data, and then it has to pass that data to the execute method, which needs to get executed, right? So this cannot be a void method. It has to return the collected data, which needs to be taken by the execute method. So this cannot be a void method. Execute method is a void method. Finish method is a void method. Okay, all right, so give me one quick moment. Let's go to developer console. Okay, so for creating a batch apex, what you do is you can simply go and create a new apex class. Okay, now first thing to begin with is we have to work with the interface that needs to be implemented, right? So which is the interface that we have to implement here? That is database.batchable. Yeah, so database.batchable, this is the interface that needs to be implemented. So I'll just keep this one here, and we start working with this. So first thing, you're defining your class. You put it as implements database dot batchable. Okay, so that is there. Now what is the other thing that we have to do? We have to create these three methods inside this class. So let me go ahead and create the methods. Okay. So first is the start method. Start method is not a void method. It returns, as a return type, it would return database.query locator. Database.query locator can be the return type when of a method which can run a query and collect the data from the query. So that is simple. So what you do is you simply define this start method with this return type database.query locator. Yeah. In database.batchable context, we have to define here, and we can just give it a name. Okay. Now, what else do we have to do? We have to define the other two methods also. The other two methods are void methods. Public void execute. Copy this and put it here. And the last method is public void finish. Okay. So this is the structure of your batch Apex, right? Now, finish method, as I mentioned earlier also, so in case you don't want to do anything at the end of the batch Apex execution, you can just leave it blank, but you still have to define this method. So at least this much you have to write for the finish method. If you plan to do something at the end of the execution of all the batches, then you can put that code here. Okay. So that is it. Now let's go ahead and write some code inside this. Okay. So what we are going to do, we are basically going to work with a query, and this some values will be taken uh, through a query in the start method, and those values will be passed to execute method, and execute method is going to execute the set of records in batches. That is what it would do. Okay. So this database.query locator, when we write, so this we would say return. There's a method called database.getQuery locator in the database class. Okay. And it works with a query. Okay. So what does this method do? Database.getQuery locator, it can take a query as a parameter, and it will execute that query and take all the records of that particular query, and it will return the results of the query to this, right? So that is the thing. Now this parameter query, either you can directly type in a query here, say select whatever name, type, industry from account where country equals okay. So either you can directly type your query here, or what you can do is, the other thing that you can do is you can just put a variable here. Okay, define a variable, call that variable. Okay, let me define the variable and I'll call that particular variable. Okay. So both the approaches you can take. The only difference is that if you are writing a query here, you're kind of hard coding the query. then this code will only run for that query that you have written, right? Whereas if you have defined a variable here, uh, then you can pass in this query as a parameter at the time of executing or at the time of calling this batch apex, and you will have the option to change the query every time. Okay, so it becomes a little more dynamic for you. So that is the thing. All right, so this let me keep this one. I'm not writing the query here. I'll just use a variable, and this database.getQuery locator method basically will execute the query, and the results of the query, whatever it retrieves, will be returned to execute method, and execute method will take those values and will then execute the records. Okay, now okay, now since execute method has to work with the records which are returned by the start method, it needs one more parameter to take those values, and it can be your list of SObject. You call it scope, and just give it a name. Okay, so this needs one more parameter because it has to take the values, and this will be taken in this execute method. The second parameter automatically takes the values from the start method. Okay, so you have to define one more parameter here, and it will take the values from the start method. Okay, so that is the second parameter here. Now whatever we want to do on the set of records, I've just put a name scope here for it. So now whatever you want to do for with the records in scope, the list of records which have been retrieved by the query, whatever processing you want to do, that can be written here. Okay, so so what we can do is, let's say let's say if we are trying to create this batch apex for account. Okay, then I say for account A in scope, if A dot industry equals technology, A dot description equals technology account. Okay, so right, let's just put this, or let me remove this condition also, because we may not have enough records. Okay, let me put it this way: A dot put okay. I am skipping this one because we do not know how many records we have and if we have technology account or not. So I'll not write this one. I'm just changing this a little. We would go and update the description of the record saying that account updated using a batch job. Okay, and this will do it for all the records. Okay, but you can do whatever logic you want to execute. So you can. It's pretty similar to what we did, the way we were actually executing the logic, or we were iterating through the multiple records in a trigger, and also same way you can basically check some logic, do some update and all. So just put a simple statement here. All right, so this a dot put, this is a method which works with an SObject, and it is used for putting a value to to one of the fields in the SObject. Okay, so first parameter is the field in which the value needs to be put, and second parameter is the actual value that needs to be updated in the field. So that is it. That's what it is doing. Okay, so it will do this. But now just doing this much will not uh, make the changes in the database. This is just a temporary value put in the description. So to make the changes in the database, what you need to do, you need to do a DML operation, DML statement, right? So we can write a DML here, update A. Okay, so now what will happen, this code keeps on getting executed, for it checks for all the records, puts this description here. If we have some other logic, we can put that, and updates the record. Now quick question to all of you, is the DML statement in the right place? Should the DML statement be here? Is it okay? Just a quick yes no. There's a for loop and then there's a DML statement inside it. Is the DML statement in the right place? No, it is not, right? We do not put DML statements inside the loop. Okay, though it may not throw any error if you try to save it, but that's not the right practice, right? So we never put the DML statement inside the loop. So what are we going to do? Instead of performing a DML for each individual record, we are going to perform a DML for the entire set of records. Okay, so you will have to take it out. You'll have to put it outside the loop. How do you take it out? Just come outside the loop, and here you perform the DML for the entire scope. Okay, so all the records get updated. Okay, the values get put to the records. Finally, once you come out, what you do, you just do an update for all the records. That is it, at once. So one single DML statement. Whereas if I do it this way, it would have consumed a lot of DML statements, which would have actually hit the governor limit. Okay, so this is not right. Wrong approach. This is correct. Okay, so keep this in mind always. All right. Okay, what I'll do is, for now I will just keep this query also commented out. Let me just go and write a query here. Select name description industry from account. Okay, that is it. So we have created now we have created the start method and we have created the execute method. Now finish method, in case you want to write some code, you can write. In this example, I'm not writing anything in the finish method. I'll just leave it blank. Okay, so let's understand, have a quick look at the entire code and try and understand. Okay, so this is what we have. We have got the batch apex defined, the class. It implements the database.batchable interface, 3 methods defined. Start method will simply have this database.queryLocator, get query locator method and the query. Okay. Second method, which is the void method, execute method, and the third again a void method, finish method. Okay, let me see if there are any errors in this. Yeah, so it seems to be fine. Okay, there is one syntax error. Hmm. Yeah, this is the finish method. Yes, we have defined it. Database.batchable context. Okay. All right. So this is fine. Now, how do we, invoke the batch apex? That is the other thing that we have to, work with. So let's understand. So, you have already written the code. Now, how do you invoke the batch apex? To invoke a batch apex, simply instantiate it and then call database.execute batch with the instance. Okay. So you can instantiate it and you can then uh, call it using this method called database.execute batch. Okay, with that instance. Okay. For example, your my batch class is equals new batch class, and then database.execute batch method can be used. Okay, now this database.execute batch method, this uh, yeah, this is pretty similar to what we have used for system.enqueueJob or system.schedule for schedulable apex and queueable apex. It returns an id. Okay, this also returns an id basically, and it is used for putting the batch apex into the job queue, right? So for queueable apex it is uh, system.enqueueJob. For schedulable apex it is system.schedule. Now for batch apex it is database.execute batch. Okay, and that is it. So you can call it and you, okay. So when you try to execute this batch apex, you try to put it into the job queue. uh, you have two parameters. One is of course the name of the class which needs to be executed in batch. So this is the name of your class. Second parameter is the size, the batch size. Okay, so we discussed earlier that by default your batch size is 200. Okay, if you want to make your batch size 50, 100, 150, or say 300, you can go and change it here. You can put that value here. Got it? So that value can be defined here. Okay, so that is the thing. Now let's go ahead and see how do we put it in the sorry, how do we invoke the batch apex? So for invoking, I can go to debug, and I will go to this anonymous code block, right? So from the anonymous code block, what I can do, I can basically go ahead and write this sample batch apex call batch equals new sample batch apex. Okay, and then the next line can be database.execute batch. Okay, so if you look at this database.execute batch, so first is the Apex object batchable, and then the second is the integer, which is a batch size. So second parameter will take an integer, which is going to be the batch size. So call batch. Batch size can be say 100 or I would say 5. So it will process 5 records in each batch. Okay, so that is the thing. Now if you look at it, um, um, yeah, so if you look at it, we have defined this to execute the batch apex. If you don't define a parameter here, I mean, if you just keep it blank, it will automatically just process 200 records, the default one. Okay, so that is fine. Now let's go ahead and make a few more changes into this. Now I was also talking about doing something else here. I just close it. Okay. The other thing that I was discussing was working with some working with some variables here, right? Which could be passed as parameters at the time of invoking the batch apex, right? Now this code, I intentionally removed this earlier to show you, how you can actually put it, or how do you invoke it if you do not have any variables or parameters which need to be passed at the time of invoking the batch apex. Now let's say I have got a few uh, variables which I need to work with. Okay, so I will work with the query. Okay, so one variable, I'll work with another variable. Sorry, public string field and public string value. Okay, this time I'm going to use a few variables. Okay, and everything whatever I have hard coded here, this query, the field name, and the value which is getting updated, I will replace these with the variables. Okay, and I'll let I'll allow these to be passed as parameters when the batch apex is being invoked. Okay, so now how are we going to do that? One, I'll have to make the changes to the code. So this remains here. So remove this, replace this with the variable query. This also I will change. Now this is not what I want, so I have to replace a.description with field, so just a variable, and description, which is value. Okay, all right, so what is that we have done? We have replaced the query with a variable, so which means at the time of invoking, the user will have the option to put in what query that the user plans to work with. Okay, so that is one. Second, what I have done, I've replaced the field, because otherwise this batch apex always works for updating the description field. Now you have the option to go and update any field that you want. Okay, and since it's going to be different fields, you may want to update it to different values also, so everything is now variables. Okay, now since you have to work with these variables, you have to define one more method here. Okay, you have to define one more method, constructor method. Constructor method will be used for taking the values of the parameters. Okay, so why do we define the constructor method? So constructor methods are usually defined to take some values, parameter values, which will be then used within your class. All right, so of course these methods are not doing anything, so I need a constructor here, and this constructor method name has to be always same as the name of the class. So sorry, public sample batch apex, or whatever is the name of the class. And what will it do? It will simply take the parameter values in string q string f and string v. Okay, so this constructor method will take three string parameters at the time of execution, at the time of invoking the batch apex: q, f, and v. So in q it will retrieve the value of query, f it will retrieve which field needs to be updated, v it will retrieve what value need to be updated, what should be the updated value. Okay, now what you have to do, you just have to assign the values from these variables, these parameters, to these variables. Okay, so here I would say query equals q, field equals f, and value equals v. Okay, that is it. All right, so this is there, it is done. Query, field, value. Now what is that we have to do next? Yeah, so we have defined the variables, and I've also defined the parameters which will take the values and assign the values to the variables here. So that is fine. Now let's see how do we invoke it now. So to invoke this now, what you will do, again, you can go to your anonymous code block. Okay, and this time what we are going to do, this time we can while we are trying to invoke this batch apex, what we need to do is we need to define the values for these parameters. We need to supply the parameter values and then invoke it. Okay, so ideally you can say string q equals, write your query here, so that's select name type description from account. This can be written here, string e equals f equals description. Okay, this description field that we are trying to update, and value equals account updated using batch job. Okay, so this, all these values I have supplied as parameter values, and I'm going to use these values while invoking the batch apex. All right, so now when you write id job id equals database dot execute batch. Okay, now batchable, what are we going to define here? We can say new sample batch apex. Okay, and we'll have to use these parameters here. Okay, batch size, let's say I put it as 5 or 10 or whatever, 100. Okay, so now this is what you have to write at the time of invoking it, in case you have a constructor and you need to pass a parameter. So you can pass on these parameter values like this, and this is how you can basically define your values for it. Okay, now it will take this query yeah. Okay, so if you look at it, it will take the value from this q, it will pass it on to the query, and this will be used in my start method. Same way in my execute method, this will be used, this field will get updated. Okay, and this is the value which will be used. All right, so now with this, what you have done, you have made your batch apex a lot more dynamic. Okay, so it is not that you have to use the same you have to run your batch apex for the same query, for the field, updating the same field, same value. No, so this way you can actually pass on certain values, and you can put you can make your batch apex reusable, right? So if it has got parameters, it can work in different scenarios, right? Okay, so that is about invoking the batch apex. Now let's understand a little more about it. Yeah, so this is still talking about you can optionally pass a second scope parameter to specify the number of records that should be passed into the execute method for each batch. Okay, you might want to limit this batch size if you are running into governor limits. Okay, yeah, so all these transactions, as I told you, this execute method is actually executed as one single transaction. So each time the execute method runs, it is considered as a different transaction. All right. So now, in case you are running into the governor limits in the transaction, you may want to reduce the number of records being processed as part of one batch. Okay, so that is where it will be important. So this is how it is. Yeah. Uh, okay. Each batch Apex invocation creates an async Apex job record so that you can track the job's progress. It is pretty simple, similar to what we have earlier seen in our Queueable Apex also. So every time you invoke it, you put it in the job queue, there is this async Apex job record which is created so that you can track the job's progress. You can view the progress via SOQL query. So you can always write an SOQL query and retrieve the details of that particular job using the ID. Okay, so if you have done this, if you have actually put it into the job queue using database.execute batch, and if you have retrieved the ID, you can use that ID to query the progress of it. All right, so that is about invoking batch Apex. Now there's additional concept that we need to understand about batch Apex, which is using state in batch Apex. Okay, now what is this? What is state? So your batch Apex is typically stateless. Okay, what does that mean? That means that each execution of a batch Apex job is considered a discrete transaction. Okay, so it is used generally a stateless method which is getting executed. And when I say stateless, what does it mean? It means the execute method that gets executed multiple times, because it has to deal with multiple processings of different batches. Each transaction, each batch Apex job is considered a discrete transaction. Okay, well, so let's say there are 1,000 records and the default batch size is 200. Now execute method will run 5 times, right? So there will be 5 executions of the execute method. Now each of those is a discrete transaction. Okay, so which kind of starts afresh, that kind of thing. Okay, so that is the concept of batch Apex being stateless. Okay, so for example, a batch Apex job contains 1,000 records and uses the default batch size is considered 5 transactions of 200 records each. So it will be like 5 transactions of 200 records each. If you specify database.stateful in the class definition, you can maintain state across all transactions. So by default, these are all discrete transactions. But let me now um, you know give you a scenario and think about that. Um, let's say what you want to do is you want to maintain a count of. So by default, what is happening? By default, it is stateless. Every execution is a discrete transaction, so which means it kind of starts afresh, right? So it is not maintaining the values for anything. But sometimes what may happen is you may need to say maintain count across multiple batches, right? Let's say first batch processed 100 records, second batch processed 100 records, third batch also processed 100 records. Now you want to maintain this count across the execution methods. You understand that, right? So in that case, we have to use this database.stateful. Okay, if you want to maintain straight across all these transactions, the multiple execute transactions which are happening across all the transactions, if you want to maintain the state. Okay, and this this can be useful in this kind of a scenario. Let's say at the end of it you want to send a count, you want to do something with the count of total records. Okay, now in this case you'll have to maintain the state across the transactions and do the count. So that's where you can use database.stateful. Okay, so when using database.stateful, only instance member variables retain their values between transactions. Okay, so only the instant member variables retain their values between transactions. Okay, the instance member variables can retain the values between their transactions if you use database.stateful. Maintaining state is useful for counting or summarizing records as they are processed. So this can basically help you count or summarize, as I said, as the records are processed. If you want to count or summarize, it can be helpful. In addition, you can specify a variable to access the initial state of the class. So sometimes you can also use a variable to access the initial state of the class. Okay, let's say that there is a variable which was initially 0. Okay, or initial count was say 10. In case you want to maintain that across all the transactions, that can also be done using your database.stateful. Okay, so this is what it would do. All right. Okay. Now, how do we do maintain the state? How do we work with this? So if you have to do this, so let's look at an example to understand this. How would this database.stateful will help? Sample batch apex stateful. Okay. So now when we are defining batch apex where we want to maintain the state, okay, what we'll have to do? We'll have to define database.stateful in this. Okay. So firstly, let me say implements database.batchable. So this I have to do anyhow. Okay. And along with this, I will also say now I want to maintain the state across transactions. So I would also say database.stateful. Okay. So that is it. Now with this, what has happened? Now you can have some of the member variables of the instance which can uh, maintain the value across multiple execute transactions. Okay, so let's say I write public integer records processed equals 0. Okay, and then I have my start method, which is public data. This entire Apex coding is not case sensitive, so which means small letter and capital letter do not make a difference. Sometimes I just write it in a certain format to make it easy to read or something, but it is not case sensitive. Batchable context. Okay, so there's the start method which will possibly work with a query database.get query locator. Okay, this is fine. Now public void execute. Copy this. Public void finish. Okay. All right. Now, what is that we plan to do here? We will have to, keep account of the records which have been processed, right? So let's say I write this query, select name description from account. Okay, and here I pass it as the list of account, scope. Okay, and you are let's say for account A in scope, what are you doing here? You are updating all the descriptions. A dot description record, sorry, yeah, record updated using batch Apex. Okay, so this is this is what we have done. Now what is that I want to do? I want to keep account of all the records which have been processed, not just in one transaction but across transactions. Okay, and that's where my database.stateful will help. Okay, so now what I'm going to write here is records processed equals records processed plus 1. Okay, that is it. All right, so now since I have defined database.stateful here, it is going to maintain the state of these member variables, okay, across all the transactions. Okay, so now what will happen? Let's say there are 200 records. So initially it starts with 0. Let's understand this now. Initially it starts with 0, and let's say there are 5 batches. Okay, so now say, one second, give me a moment. Yeah, okay, so when it starts initially, records processed is 0, right? That's what we have defined here. Okay, now what happens? And let's say there are total 1,000 records which will be processed, 200 records each. By default 200 records will come. So first execution of the batch will actually this loop will run for 200 records. End of first batch, the 0 becomes 200. All right, all right. Now in case you do not uh, you know define database.stateful here, then it will not maintain state across transactions. Then what will happen? This variable will again start from 0. Okay, that is the thing. But since we have defined database.stateful here, it will maintain the value of this variable. Okay, and what you can do is you can second batch starts from 200. End of second batch, the value will become 400. Same way it goes on. All right, and it keeps on adding to that. All right, so that's where database.stateful can be used. All right, if you don't define database.stateful, by default this will keep on getting to 0.